Good morning, everybody, and we made it through another day of absolute horror. Not gonna lie, Tone Capone, the dealer, did have me chuckling in some parts. I don't think he realized that the defense attorney was gonna catch him saying, "I'm here to help," and she tried to capitalize on that. I did have a poll up yesterday. We're going to go through that. But first, I want to tell everyone happy Valentine's Day, my loves. Who is wearing pink? I've got pink, but it's Pioneer Woman pink. Who is wearing pink? Let's say happy hump day.
Oh, guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
And I see Rapper is back with a new account. Chloe already wished him a happy Valentine's Day. Don't worry, he'll calm down and be back. Rapper, are you wearing pink? We wear pink on Wednesdays. We wear pink. And Helen, thank you for the reminder. She said, brace yourself, ladies. It's Valentine's and hump day. Woo! Some of y'all are going to have some problems sitting down tomorrow. Calm down. My Valentine is out working. Looks like I'll be snuggling with OJ. But OJ's sick this morning. He went and jumped in the bathtub and he's going, and then he went over into the corner. He's got clean litter and everything, and he pooped in the corner. I don't know what I'm going to do with him. His birthday's actually on Saturday. We're just going to celebrate it on today at the lunch break. Now, I did see our amazing friend and one of my best email buddies, Susie Sue. Today is her birthday. She's a Valentine baby, and well, she's our baby today. Let's sing our friend Susie Sue happy birthday. Happy birthday, my dear friend. I'm so happy I met you, and thank you for keeping me up to speed on everything. I don't know if you're just that good at research or you have a notification set to like every topic on the planet. I will open my email and I'm like, literally today, that word again, literally today, I opened my email and I was like, damn it, I was just looking for this. It was right there waiting on me from our friend Susie Sue. Hope you have a great Valentine's Day and birthday. Now, just because it's Valentine's Day doesn't mean you get one bunch of flowers. You see, you get two. Like all those people that get married on Valentine's Day. You get a Valentine and you get an anniversary present. That's right. Well, it looks like they're unpacking a bunch of stuff in the courtroom. Woo! Not gonna lie, it did turn my stomach yesterday when I saw them unwrapping that Igloo cooler. It looks just like the one I have in my bedroom that we take to the lake and sometimes just sit outside with it, only ours is blue. Here we go. I can't ever look at a red cooler again without seeing that. For those of you that have been asking about the We Wear Pink on Wednesday shirts, ignore the model, but that is the shirt. Look at that. If you look in the reflection of that nerd's glasses, it's a black cat. Yes. I did put a poll on the community tab just asking, pick a Valentine, and it was like roses, chocolates, one of those fruit baskets. Then they have heart-shaped taco trays. Well, you know what I'm going to be jumping in the middle to. So anyway, if you would like to acquire one of the We Wear Pink on Wednesday shirts, you know how to get a hold of me. Or if not, you can just imagine Susie Sue and she will send me an email and be like, I think Joy K wants you to get a hold of her for a t-shirt. It really happens that way. I can't explain it. Let me look. Nope, they're still showing the flag. Let me go through comments from the community post I put up yesterday. Good morning, Shani. Speaking of models, our friend Shani, we need votes after vote after vote after vote. If you can put the link in here, Shani, to be on the cover of Inked magazine. Because she really is a model. Not like this dumbass pictured here with the reflection of a black cat that just got done shitting in her living room corner. Shani's a model. All right, let's get to the comments. All right, yesterday on the community tab, I posted, what are your thoughts on Adam Montgomery's trial thus far? And the multiple choice was not convinced it was only Adam. I'm seeing a lot of that. He's guilty of sin or other. Our friend Snazzy said guilty of sin, both of them. I agree, and my husband was talking about this morning, and he said Kayla is guilty by proxy because she did nothing and helped move Harmony around, which no one's cutting her any slack or grace. But I believe that he is the one that killed Harmony. Jetty said, I'm convinced they're equally responsible. Red Charm said both of them are responsible. Hope justice will come soon for little Harmony. Born to Disobey. Woo, love that name. She's just as much to blame. Extra AF, saying what a lot of us have been saying. She said, I'm going through way too much emotionally to even watch. Harmony's case has always deeply affected me, and with everything in life going on, I can't bear it. I just pray there's justice for the baby. We love you, Extra AF, and we miss you. Flopped said both guilty. Jean said she is the catalyst to Harmony's fate. Any man or woman who hits a child like that, hang on, anyone, man or woman, hit a child like that, they would hit a dude, it would be the last time, because me and everyone would know. No way, but she didn't do anything. Keno Ward said, I believe he did it, like Kayla said it happened, or worse, but she's not telling everything. Okay, that is just a few of the comments. Just a few of the comments. So if we're thinking it, common sense, adults that can have open conversations and discussions, then I have a feeling that the jurors are feeling it. Does anyone have a bad feeling, or are you leaning more towards faith? Because if they are sitting there having the same conversations going, how do we know it wasn't both of them? And get ready, because the defense attorney, her closing argument is definitely going to be, if you have any shadow of a doubt that Adam did this by himself, or if you're wondering what part Kayla played, then you have to vote not guilty. You can't tell me one on that jury isn't thinking that Kayla played a bigger role in the murder of Harmony Montgomery. And Katie, I agree. Katie said she could have taken her to the bathroom and this probably wouldn't have happened. Yeah, but she was so damn strung out, laying up in the passenger seat. You know, she's got to have her beauty sleep. We've seen her. We saw her mugshot. This is what we witnessed when she first went to jail. There's Harmony sitting right behind her in the Sebring. Here's a comparable car. It's a Chrysler Sebring. So she's got to lay her seat back as far as will go so she can sleep while Harmony's all crunched back there. It is horrific. Mary Beth, well, thank you, honey. Look at this. Valentine's and Hump Day is starting out great. Let's thank Mary Beth for gifting the Crime Lines and Lies membership, making it rain. Little Wing said, I can't imagine how confused Harmony must have been. Confused? Terrified. Because think about it. You tell your child to stand still. The minute you turn your back, they're making faces at you, jumping up and down. Then you turn around and they're standing there perfectly still. Harmony had to stay underneath that blanket so no one could see her. Not a peep. Don't move. No sudden movements. You sit so still because you know what's going to happen if I take that blanket off and someone sees you. She lived in fear. Love you being here, Brandywine, and absolutely love your avatar. You are gorgeous, girlfriend. It is absolutely horrific. Well, let's check out and see what is going on in the courtroom. All right, looks like they're still unpacking the evidence. Now, I do want to talk about this. Okay, the judge is coming in. JM said the dried blood for unknown days is what got me. I can only imagine where the dried blood came from. But you talk about having a steady supply of baby wipes for accidents and wiping the pee and the poop off the seat. Why didn't you think to reach in the back and wipe her face off? But I mean, who am I kidding? Why didn't she scream for help? Why didn't she get her to the hospital? Save herself and save Harmony. Because that runs out her supply. All right, here we go.
All rise for the jurors, please. Please be seated.
Honor for the state, please call criminalist Katie Swain to the stand. remind you that even though you did take your oath yesterday, you are still under oath today. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, thank you. When we left off yesterday afternoon, at the end of the day, we had been speaking about the DNA profile that you were able to see on specifically the state's exhibit, the pink toothbrush. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And I believe you had given us a statistic recently about a 1 in 100 sextillion.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And so if you could just clarify one more time for the jury to understand, what does that 1 in 100 sextillion mean in terms of the profile, and comparing the profile that was seen on that toothbrush to the known profiles you were able to generate from Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey?
So that's 100 sextillion times the more likely that toothbrush came from a child from those two particular people than from other random people.
And specifically a female child from those two people, correct?
Correct. It was a female profile.
All right. And so in that profile, and one thing, if you could please explain for the jurors in terms of some of the things when you're looking certainly for differences between males and females when you have an X versus a Y chromosome, if you could explain that to the jurors, what the difference there is.
For the gender.
Yes, please.
Right. So males have an X and a Y, so that everyone is going to get an X from their mother, because females only have 2 X's to give. So when an egg is formed, it's going to have an X regardless. There's no choices. When sperm are formed, half of them are going to get X's and half are going to get Y's from the father. So when they join, you're either going to have an XX and produce a female, or you're going to have an X and a Y and produce a male.
And so with regards to the profile on the toothbrush, because it was identified as being one of a gender female, there was no Y that you saw on that profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's separate from the toothbrush and being able to come up with that profile and see it there. Separate from that, did you also test a number of different swabs or cuttings as
did.
part of your work?
I'm sorry. I did. Yes.
Okay. And with regards to those, I'd like to ask you about a couple of specific ones, and by the initials that they came to you under. Specifically, I'd like to ask you about swabs that you received that were labeled JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Do you recall being asked to test those?
They sound correct. I do believe one of my reports had those numbers. I don't
If you
have
had a
them
chance to look at
memorized.
that report, would that help?
That would be lovely.
I know you
Thank
said yesterday, I believe you said you write over 60 of these per year. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, you may.
Ms. Swango, I'm handing you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
Yes, it's my January 19th, 2022 report. And that's what it is. It's 3 pages of report.
When you generated that particular report, was the information fresh in your mind from the work that you just completed on the swaps?
Yes.
So I've asked you to review it for a quick moment. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about a couple of different swabs that you tested on that day. Okay?
Okay. Just the JMT 1 through 4 swabs?
Correct.
Okay.
And I see you're looking up. So does that help refresh your recollection on your testing on those 4?
That does.
I wondered if you could talk to us a little bit about the results that you got from those particular swabs. And I'd like to start with swabs JMT 1, 2, and 3. Did you get any results from looking at those swabs?
Right. So 1, 2, and 3, I did get results. They were from more than one person, but there was so little DNA that they were insufficient to be able to make any comparisons. Remember yesterday I talked about when you have a profile, it has to be good enough quality to be able to compare it. And if it doesn't reach a particular threshold, then we can't do any comparisons. That's what happened with those 3 swabs.
And is that the same for all 3 of those swabs? There was just insufficient DNA in all 3 of them.
Yes.
Okay. When you do have a situation like that where it just is insufficient, Does that mean that you can draw any sort of conclusions from it one way or another, that it's definitely one individual or definitely not, or that it compares to an unknown person versus a known? Can there be any conclusions drawn?
So we can, usually we can tell, at least if it looks like there was one person or more than one person, which in this case for those, all three of those, I said they were more than one person. And sometimes we can tell if there's an X or an X and a Y, and we can tell if at least one of those people is male or female. But in this particular instance, there wasn't enough information to even tell the gender.
And let's stick with those three swabs if we can for a minute, JMT 1, 2, and 3. For those swabs, when you did your testing on this, that was testing for DNA analysis, not for general serology. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you don't know, or let me ask you, did you know what sort of substance might be on these swabs or might have been swabbed here?
So I was, when I get the file, I do have information, some cases, some I don't. For these, I did by then know that they were believed to have blood on them.
And with regards to, are you aware of whether or not they went through serological testing at the lab?
So those swabs did not.
They did not.
No.
Okay. And I believe you yourself, you've done serology at the lab a couple of different times, correct?
Correct.
All right. And with regards to that, what's the name of the test that the lab does for testing for the presence of blood?
Castle-Mayer.
I'd like to move now to JMT4, that last swab. Did you get a different result on JMT4 as compared to 1, 2, and 3?
I did.
And what did you see on JMT4?
I got a profile from one person and it was a male.
It was from male,
Male, yes.
not female.
No.
And let me go ahead and ask you, were there several other swabs that you tested in this matter?
There were.
And from those other swabs, generally from all of them, were you able to come up with any other known profiles or a profile that you saw on any of those that was one that could be compared specifically?
I believe there was one other sample somewhere that had a female profile, if I remember correctly. I don't remember if it was a cutting or a swab of something.
If you had a chance to look at the rest of your reports, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to where that may be?
Yes.
Let me hand those to you from this one. That particular one that you talked about, that's not within the report that you were reviewing a moment ago, dated January 19th.
No.
All right. Do you recognize the three documents I've given you there?
Yes.
And what are they?
My February 1st, 2022 report, my February 20, oh, sorry, they're out of order. A June 29th, 2022, and a February 21st, 2023 report.
Would looking at those reports possibly help refresh your recollection as to the other profile that you were able to see?
Yes. Yes.
Feel free for a moment to review and then let me know when you're done.
I think I was incorrect. There was a hair that was female, but it was not actually good enough for comparison purposes.
Okay, so there was a hair that you looked at, but it was not suitable for comparison purposes.
Right. And everything else, it does look like you're correct. They were not anything that I could compare.
Let me ask, with the work that you did do in this case, at any point did you make anything called a cutting or take a separate sample out of what you had been provided?
I did not.
You did not. Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Swangel, one more quick series of questions. With regards to the known profiles you were able to develop, not only the one for Adam Montgomery, but also the one for Crystal Sorey, and then with this profile that you were able to see on the toothbrush, the 1 in 100 sextillion. With those three profiles, what were you able to do with that information? Is there a place where that goes, or is there a place where that type of information is shared?
The only place that we would have to share anything would be with the national database, and I believe the profile from the toothbrush was sent to them for the missing persons portion of the database. That's my recollection. That was not something I did, but I believe that is what happened. And then the profile from Adam Montgomery was put in.
Into that
the
database.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Swangel. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe Defense Counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine.
I do have a few questions, and you clarified a few things for me. Sure, if you don't mind. Okay. Just let me know when you need to look at a report, and then the jury will understand that you're reviewing your report when you testify.
Okay.
So one of your first duties, you said that you had two sort of roles in this case?
For the most part, I did just DNA, but there was one report that I wrote that was serology.
And that was in the beginning of January of 2022.
That sounds correct. I believe I started it actually on the 9th of January that year.
Okay, and that was because a whole bunch of stuff went to another criminalist who normally does serology. So you checked a few things to get them done quickly.
Correct. So all the evidence came in and they were asked to rush it, and it was a Friday, which is when they all happened to happen. And because I was planning to come in on Sunday, he did what he could on Friday, and on Sunday I was tasked with trying to get these couple items in particular tested and started for DNA.
Okay, and so one of the things, don't simply, let's take swabs where people think the collector thinks it's possible blood. Okay?
Yes.
Somebody at a scene has collected a swab and thinks it's possible blood. Doesn't go right in for a DNA analysis, right?
Not usually, no.
Okay. It often goes to serology for intermediate test to see if there's a presumption that it's blood.
Correct.
And if it turns out that it's presumptively blood, it goes on to the DNA lab.
Correct.
And it may turn out to be DNA and it may not.
Correct.
And then if it is DNA, you may be able to get a profile or you may not.
Correct.
And if you get a profile, it may be sufficient to compare to a known sample or it may not.
Correct.
Okay. So these are all the steps that are generally happening in the lab in a case where swabs and samples go to the DNA lab.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And when you did your serology testing in this case, and I think the numbers on them were swabs BEO5 and BEO6.
Yes, they are the correct numbers.
Okay. And one of those swabs was negative for blood.
I believe they were both negative for blood.
Okay. One of those swabs was negative for blood and sent on to the DNA lab.
They were both
Okay.
negative and both sent for DNA.
All right. So let's talk about, let's do them both together. You're right. BEO5 or 6 was negative for blood, but sent on to the DNA lab.
Both of them were negative for blood and were sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Okay, but BEO5,
Those are the correct numbers.
BEO5 was
Yes.
negative for blood and sent to the DNA lab.
Yes.
And then BEO6, you actually got a little more information in your lab, right?
In the DNA portion,
In the DNA portion.
that's the report that he took away. So I think so. But it was not, again, it was still not comparable.
Do you have 19 with you? Okay, so I have messed this up and I don't mean to repeat, but I'm gonna back up so that we have it. BEO 5 and 6 were both negative for blood, but sent to the DNA lab.
Correct.
Okay. And at the DNA lab, you got DNA from BEO 6?
I got nothing at all from 6.
Okay.
BO6.
So
correct.
here's something that was sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but still sent on to DNA in BEO6, right?
Yes,
And then in BEO6, there's no DNA.
correct.
And then BEO5 is sent to the lab, found not to be blood, but forwarded on for DNA analysis. And you did find DNA.
I found a small amount of DNA. Yes,
And in that small amount of DNA, you found presence of more than one,
that's correct.
and you don't know how many.
Correct.
And you found the presence of at least one of those multiple 2 or more DNAs was male.
Correct.
And the presence of male DNA limited your ability to see female DNA.
That's correct.
So that that mixture could have been 2 males,
Yes.
could have been multiple males,
Yes.
could have been a male and a female,
Yes.
could have been multiple males and females.
Yes.
You just have no idea.
Correct.
So, and I want to talk about some of the reasons that might lead to that insufficiency determination.
Okay.
DNA can degrade over time,
Yes.
and you may 2 years later find DNA or not.
Correct.
And in this case, when you were talking about JMT 1 through 4, were you aware of where those swabs were obtained from?
I don't remember if I did know that at the time when I first started them. I'm not positive if I knew or not.
Okay, the jury has heard some testimony about the collection of those items from a trunk of a Sebring. Does that sound right?
I know that there were definitely samples from the trunk of a car tested, so that would make sense. Yes.
Okay. Now, if DNA is out in an, what do you call the environment that you hold the swab in? Not quarantined.
Room temperature.
Okay.
What are you?
When
I'm
you
not
store
sure.
it so it won't degrade.
Right. So they're just stored usually in envelopes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And are they put in refrigerators or any kind of special environment?
No.
Okay. So when you store it, the DNA can degrade?
It can, but if it's just at room temperature, usually it doesn't.
Okay. But if DNA is out in temperature that could go from very, very hot for a while to very, very cold for a while, it can be subject to degrading.
Correct.
And but at the same time, it can be subject to those swings in temperatures for years and not fully degrade, right?
That's true.
So sometimes some DNA exposed to those extremes in temperatures, you may end up with nothing, or you may end up with something.
That's true.
Because DNA can actually stay around for a long time.
It can.
And it is why even after years have passed, you test for DNA and or blood.
Yes.
Okay. Now the JMT 1, 2, and 3 had DNA, but they were not sufficient quantity.
Those 3. Oh, sorry if I look.
Sure,
The report again.
please.
1, 2, and 3. Right. I could tell that there was more than one person, but that was all that I could tell about those 3.
Okay, so again, we have that multiple that you had in BEO5, right?
Correct.
And it could have been a male and a male.
I don't know anything about the gender for that sample. whether it was male and male, male and female, female, male, etc.
All of those choices apply because there's only two genders that are under consideration.
Correct.
Okay. And could have been all of the same gender,
Could have been.
could have been all of mixed gender,
Correct.
could have been two, could have been more than two.
It could, generally, our wording is if we say more than one, it usually means we think it's two. If we think it's more than two, we generally would write more than two, etc. But when it's very low, it is difficult to tell for sure.
Okay. So here it could have been multiple, but what you saw is more than likely two.
Correct, because it's more than one, and I did not write that it's more than two.
Okay.
So yes.
And you tested a fair amount of swabs in your DNA analysis capacity, right?
Correct.
And they were swabs that had the initials MER and various numbers after that.
Correct.
And the jury has learned that the initials are usually the person that collects it, and the number is kind of the order that it gets collected in, right?
That is correct, yes.
So a fair amount went through serology, something was deemed appropriate to send on for DNA, and then it was tested by you.
Correct.
And you said JMT you knew was from the trunk, or you believed was from the trunk of Sebring,
Correct. I knew there were several things from a trunk of a car, yes.
and nothing from the interior of the car, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much. We'd ask for this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
I think not at this time. There's one more criminalist, perhaps, and then I will give an answer.
I think it's a no, Your Honor, so that's.
Yeah, that's a no.
Yeah.
All right, you may step down. You're not excused from the subpoena.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this team calls Scott Riley.
Let me just step out to instruct the last witness. Thank you.
If you remain standing, just raise your right hand.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You might have a seat.
Good morning.
To push that.
Good morning, Detective Riley. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
And sorry, I just referred to you as a detective. Mr. Riley, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
Scott Riley, Scottrilley.
And what city or state do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
On and off my whole life.
About how old are you?
I'll be 53 this year.
Mr. Riley, how are you presently employed?
Employed, but I work for myself. I'm a consultant for, I do some work for some civil law firms.
Is that what kind of work is that?
Interviewing.
Investigations?
No investigations, just interviews. I just do like a forensic type interview.
Do you do anything else currently?
I still work at the police department part-time.
And let's talk about that. When you say you still work at the police department part-time, what police department is that?
Manchester.
And can you just walk the jurors through your experience working at the Manchester Police Department?
So you want me to start with my first police department and then move into Manchester, or just Manchester?
Manchester.
So Manchester, I went there in 2007. And I spent, I think, maybe 7.5 years in Manchester in patrol, doing all kinds of different assignments, bike patrol, motorcycles, stuff like that. And then I went into the juvenile division as a school resource officer for a couple of years. And then I spent the remaining almost 8 years as a juvenile detective.
What kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to urgent calls, anything from traffic stops to urgent, could be bank robberies, anything, whatever's needed at the time.
And is it pretty typical for officers that start at the Manchester Police Department to work patrol for some period of time?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned going into the juvenile division and working as a school resource officer.
I did.
How long specifically did you do that for?
2.5 years. If I recall, I don't really know exact. I think it was maybe 2.25 years, 2.5 years, somewhere around there.
And you also mentioned eventually becoming a detective in the juvenile division.
I did.
What did you do? What were your assignments and duties in that role?
Investigating crimes either against or by juveniles.
And how long were you a detective with that division?
I was just shy of 10 years by a few months.
Earlier, you mentioned prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I worked at Hooksett Police Department. That's where I was originally hired in 2004. I worked there from 2004 to 2007. Then I transferred over to Manchester.
Mr. Riley, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
The 135th Academy, and it was in 2004.
I want to switch gears, Officer Riley, or I'm sorry, Mr. Riley.
I'm still an officer, so it's okay.
Okay. Can you, were you assigned duties in your capacity as a law enforcement officer in the investigation of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you just describe generally your role and involvement on that case?
It began with everybody pretty much in the division, because when it first came in, it was fast paced. They kind of grabbed everybody they could to work on it. So the assignments in the beginning were kind of just, they'd have like a morning meeting and they would decide, you're doing this today. There was nothing specific. And then it morphed into, I was assigned monitoring jail calls, jail mail, jail messages. I was involved in some interviews. I mean, I didn't have like a specific assignment. Whatever was needed, they just assigned it to us, and kind of we ran with it.
Did you say it was all hands on deck?
It was in the beginning, yes.
I mentioned a missing persons investigation. Did that change at some point during the course of your involvement?
It did. Yeah.
What did it change to?
It changed to more of a homicide investigation.
Do you recall when your involvement began on the Harmony Montgomery case?
I believe it was the 2 days after Christmas, so it would have been the 12/27 of 2021, if I recall correctly.
At some point in the investigation, did you and the officers with the Manchester Police Department receive information pertaining to the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter here in town?
We did.
And what led you? What information did you receive that led you to that shelter?
I wasn't part of there was an interview that was conducted and information was obtained that maybe that the child was placed in that apartment for a period of time.
You mentioned an interview being conducted. Was that with Kayla Montgomery?
It was.
During your time with the Manchester Police Department, were you tasked with processing that room?
I was.
When did you process that room?
I believe that was June 4th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Can you describe your response to the families in transition shelter that day?
We were told to go out there and we were going to complete a search of the apartment. I mean, the crime scene van was involved. It wasn't my case, so I didn't really have any of the planning. I was just kind of, let's go. You're going to help process the scene, and we obviously went out there.
So you mentioned receiving information pertinent to your investigation that may be at the families in transition shelter. Did you subsequent to that, after getting that information, did you provide a subpoena for documents to the families in transition
I
shelter?
did.
If I can approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Again, Your Honor, may I finish?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 93 for identification. I'm just going to ask that you review those items. Paying specific attention to this page and this page. Are you aware of what those documents?
I am. I've never actually read these, but I am aware of what they are. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves to strike ID of State's Exhibit 93 and mark the vote.
You just do it.
No, no, so
Okay, I'm using my inside voice. I know it really hurts people's ears when I bust in and I'm talking at the side of my, not the side, the top of my lungs. Hillbilly Tech said this has been hard to watch. You bet. Yes, seems like they're having another one of their famous sidebars. And don't forget, this defense team wants a lot of evidence thrown out. I actually like this guy because he's a straight shooter and he flat out said this switched. It didn't take long from a missing person to a homicide investigation. Now, in his mind, he knows what he has seen. He knows what he's dealing with. He also knows that this defense team is going to try to twist everything he has said, and he knows their job, and that is to put doubt into the jurors' minds. Now, I don't know who poured that water earlier, but I couldn't get to the bathroom fast enough. That was like an elephant stream. V. Oakley said when they found out Crystal did not have Harmony, you don't have to be a detective to figure all this out. They said, oh no, she's a Crystal. Crystal is the one that sent the email to the mayor after being contacted by DCYF, which she didn't return their call in August, and Jameson's adoptive fathers. Why can't we find Harmony? Where is Harmony? Jameson wants to get together with his sister. Finally, she's like, all right, fine, I'll send an email. You know, never mind. Never mind, Crystal, that you hadn't seen your daughter in umpteen years. The closest communication you have had was April of 2019. Someone said, your house sounds like spring. OJ's watching birds. You know, he's all wrapped up right now in the living room, and he likes the volume a certain way. He's got a tummy ache, so he's sleeping in today. So, what do you guys think is going to happen here? Walking Dead said, and wasn't that FaceTime? Yes, it was. Yep, she FaceTimed at Easter. Peach State, this is a very important question. He looks like he could use a drink. Do you think he's a Scotch man or bourbon? I'm leaning towards the Glenlivet myself. Not a hard liquor person, but he looks like he could definitely. Do you think he's a shaken, not stirred?
Overruled in part.
Uh-oh.
Your Honor, it's my move to publish Stacy's at 93.
No objection.
I'm gonna leave these with you, Mr. And I'd just like to walk through what those documents are with the jury. If you could start with the first page, the room information. Feel free to use the screen behind you. Do you see the individual's name in the top left?
Yes.
Can you read that for the jurors?
Adam Montgomery.
And what room does it say Adam Montgomery was staying in?
Room 1.
What were the dates associated with this stay?
December 30th of 2019 through February 20th of 2020.
Let's go to the next document. This is work order number A11010. What is the start date of that document?
2/5 of 2020.
What's your understanding of what this document is?
It's a work order for the fit.
And can you read the description on that work order?
It says general other, really cold in units 2 and 5. Come check the thermostat, slight odor when the heat is on. Done on 2/5 of 20.
And what was the unit number associated with that?
Unit 2.
And we'll talk about this later, but are you familiar with the general layout of the rooms in the fit shelter?
Yes.
And let's move to work order number A11079. Which unit number is associated with that work order?
Unit 1.
And that's your understanding of where the defendant was staying.
Correct.
And can you read the general description?
General other, weird smell coming from vents in the unit. Come check it out.
What was the date associated with?
February 21st of 2020.
And you mentioned earlier that the defendant left that room on February 20th.
Correct.
So this is the day after he left.
Correct.
If I may approach your Honor. Detective Riley, I'm handing you what's been marked and previously published as States Exhibits 31 through 34, and what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 35 through 39 for identification. Can you take a look at each of those in turn? I'm going to take these records back from you. Can you take a look at each of those in turn and describe what's depicted on those images?
This is the. Are you going to put them on the screen too? You want me to?
I plan to put them on the screen,
Okay.
but if you can just
Just this one.
talk to me about
Okay.
not show the drawing.
Okay, so the first picture is a picture of the front of the Families in Transition, which I'm going to call fit for ease. It's the front door. It's really just the front of the building. And the second is second picture is
Hold on.
oop.
Attorney Knowles, him saying second picture, I need him to identify what he's looking at by the
Mr. Ryan,
exhibit number,
if you could
please.
Just review the number that's depicted at the bottom.
Is it this number right here?
Yep.
Okay, so number 30 is the front of the building. Number 31 is inside the building, looking at doors, apartments 1 and 2. Number 32 is looking inside unit 1. It's a picture inside the room. Number 33 is another picture inside the room, specifically of the ceiling. Number 34 is a picture of the vent, our area of interest, one of them. Number 35 is a picture above the ceiling, looking at the an area of interest that I'm sure we're going to talk about shortly. Number 36 is I had placed a measuring tape to kind of show the size of the area of our interest up there. There's and then number 37 is a picture of the ceiling was cut. It was on the floor before they wrapped it.
How about 38, 39, 38?
38 is another picture of the ceiling when it was on the floor. It was placed on butcher paper.
39A.
39A is a picture after I cut the ceiling, just the hole and picture of the room. And then 39B is another picture of the ceiling where I cut out the ceiling.
And do you recognize the items?
I do.
Are they accurate representations of what you saw that day?
They are.
At this point, Your Honor, I move to strike the ID from State's exhibits 35 through 39B.
Not 30 through 34, just 35 through 39B.
30 through 34 have been previously published to the jury.
I see, okay. Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits.
Detective Riley, when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, were you accompanied by anyone that day?
Many people, yes.
And you mentioned remembering going there. The image that I've just depicted behind you, identified as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that location?
That's the front of the FIT, yes.
And the individuals that accompanied you that day, do you remember their names?
Some of them.
Okay.
Detective Stuart Coswick, Ray Hill, Deputy Duffs, William Duffs is his name. Tufts, I'm sorry, Tufts. Detective Dunleavy. There was a couple supervisors there, I think.
So the
Captain Layton
individuals
was
that you
there.
just mentioned, the majority of them work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes, all but one. Yes.
Are you aware of where Deputy Tufts that you mentioned?
U.S. Marshals.
Mr. Riley, what did you do when you arrived at the Families in Transition Shelter, FIT shelter? You mentioned that you did some cutting as you were reviewing those images. Can you tell the jurors what you actually did?
So you want me to start from my first observation when I walked in the room or just the actual cutting?
Let's talk about walking into the room first. If you'll look at the image that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit 31. What are we looking at there?
Unit 1 and 2. The
So,
doors.
Unit 1. I don't know that that's much better, but
This is 01.
can you, so Unit 1 is on the left, and where's Unit 2?
Right here on the right. Right down.
So they're adjoining rooms.
Yes. They're polar opposites from each other. I'm pretty sure they're exactly opposite, like this. The wall separated the two.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Sir, you just need to speak into the microphone
sorry.
when you're speaking
Yep,
so
sorry.
that everyone can hear you. I know it's hard, but
Yep.
And did you make any impressions when you, did you enter the room when you arrived?
I did.
And the image that's behind you, you said you recognized,
That's Unit 1.
and was that the layout that day?
It was.
Are you aware of whether or not they're allowed to move furniture at the Families in Transition?
I have no idea.
Tenants?
Not aware.
But that's what you saw when you arrived.
Yes.
And again, can you remind us why you were going there that day?
There was information developed in the investigation that there's a potential that the missing child was placed above the ceiling in this unit.
And was there an access point to that ceiling?
There was.
And do you see it in the image there?
I do. It's the vent at the top.
That vent?
That's correct.
There's a number next to that vent. Can you read that to the jurors?
Number 1.
When you arrived in that room, when you actually walked in, did you make any impression? Did you have any impressions?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors what those impressions
There was an odor. I could smell something. I didn't know what it was when I first entered the room, but I could tell there was an odor in the room.
Okay. Any other impressions, Detective?
I mean, it looked lived in. Kind of a normal residence, I guess.
Did you do anything with that vent while you were there?
I did.
What did you do with it?
I removed the vent I pushed it up into the ceiling and moved it to the side.
How did, well, was there anything securing that vent when you moved it?
I don't believe there's anything securing the vent to the, like the outside frame. The vent kind of just sits into the outside frame, but the vent was connected to some tubing up top by a zip tie.
Did you remove that zip tie at some point?
Yes, I did after.
What did you observe when did you look into the opening that
I
you
did.
created?
I
What
did.
did you observe when you,
As soon as I removed the cover, I knew I could smell what I know is decomposition. I knew I could smell a dead body, what I believed to be a dead body at the time, or it smelled like decomposition is the best way to describe it.
what is decomposition?
Person dies, the body starts to degrade, I guess is the best word. It's a smell that you just won't forget.
And can you just tell the jurors what your experience is with that smell?
I mean, I've been to many many death scenes, many autopsies. I've smelt it many times.
Did you make any other observations when you looked into that vent?
I did.
And what were those?
I could see at first that there was it looked like a stain right close to the edge of the vent. That correct? And I also noted that you can see the sheetrock dust. And I'm sorry if you can't hear me. This is hard to crank my neck around to see this. The sheetrock dust you could tell had been altered. Like you could see in the back, it's all fresh sheetrock dust, probably from when the place was constructed. And this over here appeared to have been something had been in that area.
Mr. Riley, if you don't mind just standing up and actually pointing to that area of dusting that you're discussing.
Right here. You can see here, this is different. It's the composition is very different between the two. It was clear that something was here and not placed over in this area.
And the staining that you mentioned, where is that? If you could point it out on the screen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
You mentioned seeing staining.
Yes.
Where is that on the? At some point, did you attempt to measure what you were observing in that picture?
To the best, yes, I did.
And is that it?
It is
About 16 inches across?
approximately. It varied in size.
Let's talk about what you did next after you observed this area of interest. What did you do?
As a team, we obviously decided that we needed to take this, so we cut it. We used just an old school sheetrock serrated knife, and I cut the sheetrock until I got to the metal studs, and then we had to use a reciprocating saw to cut the metal studs you can see in the picture.
Did you take any precautions while you were working on the ceiling?
When I was up in there, I had gloves on, but I didn't go up into the ceiling. You couldn't because it would collapse. So I didn't really have, other than putting the measuring there, I didn't really have any direct involvement with like the stain. When I started cutting, we changed gloves every time we changed, like when we took the vent down, we changed gloves. When we started cutting, I changed gloves. But I was below the ceiling at this point. I was cutting from below. I wasn't up in the ceiling with it.
Were you wearing a hazmat suit that day, or
I was not.
How about a mask?
I was not.
What were your working conditions like while you were doing this?
It was hot.
It was hot.
It was hot. Yeah, it was very hot.
Sweating.
I was.
How long did it take? You said you removed a portion of the ceiling. How long did that take?
I would say the actual cutting was probably maybe an hour. The whole time we were up there was or dealing with that, maybe 3 hours. I don't recall the exact times, but it was within a couple hours, I think, probably from the time we removed the vent till the time we actually took the ceiling down.
And so you mentioned actually taking the ceiling down. Is that what it looked like?
It is.
And again, that staining, did it become more apparent once you removed it from the dark area it was in?
It did because of the lighting. It was.
Do you recall whether that item was given an evidence number?
I know it was. It wasn't tagged by me. My primary focus was just getting it down, and then it was handed off to the team that packaged it and tagged it. And I am helping assisting packaging later, but initially they put it and covered it in butcher paper.
Do you recall having it labeled MER3D?
It sounds right. Yes.
MER, those are initials this jury heard. Do you know whose initials those are?
Yeah. Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Correct.
You mentioned butcher paper.
Yes.
Do you see that in this image?
Yes. You can see it through the hole. It's sitting on top of butcher paper.
At what point during your processing did you actually place that butcher paper down?
I didn't place it down. The team that was there did. I was standing on, the ceiling, I'm not very tall, so I had to stand on a platform to get to cut. So once we got to the point that I could cut the last metal, we had to have other team members hold it. And then once it was detached from the ceiling, I got out of the way and it was put down on a piece of paper.
Do you know what the purpose was of putting it on paper?
Preserve any evidence that's on it or in it.
Would that be including the items that fell during the cutting?
Correct.
Are you aware of how this portion of the ceiling was handled once you removed it?
I know it was placed in the crime scene van, and then I believe I helped carry it up into the evidence room. And then I didn't have anything to do with it for a period of time after that.
Were you aware of low points in the ceiling while you were processing it?
I don't know what do you mean by low points.
Was it completely level, or do you know?
On the outside, looking up, it was flat. Inside, there was a bunch of different channels because of the metal framing.
I want to talk about how large the ceiling was relative to the overall room size. You documented it, is that right?
I did.
And is that accurate in comparison?
It is.
How did you actually get up there to cut this out?
We used that bed frame.
No ladder?
No, well, we had a ladder there as well because we had to have multiple people, but I stood on that bed frame, and if I recall, I may have stepped off to the ladder. And I know there was some talk about having other people jump in because it was hot that day and it was a lot of manual cutting, but I continued, and just because I was already covered in sheetrock dust, there was no sense getting anybody else.
Mr. Raleigh, I want to switch gears. At some point in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you travel to Florida?
I did.
Can you explain that to the jurors, why you did that?
They're trying to figure out how to get this to a lab to test it for DNA or try to figure out what was on this staining. And I know that I didn't myself, but another detective had done some work on this prior to me getting it. I offered to drive it down to Florida because they had it was too big. You couldn't fit it in a plane. It turned into a mess. So I offered to drive it, and they said, sure. So I went and rented a car at the airport. And I know that the size, I remember it being 44 inches wide, and we had to find a vehicle that it would fit in. So we rented a car and it fit, and I drove straight to Deerfield Park, Florida. I think it's DNA Labs is the name of the
DNA Labs International?
Yes, correct.
And when you say we drove it, who, if anyone, were you accompanied with?
Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And so you drove it from Manchester to Florida?
We did.
And do you recall the date of that?
I believe that was July 20th of 2022, if I recall correctly.
Did you stay in Florida or did you come back to New Hampshire?
We stayed overnight. We drove straight through. We didn't sleep on the way down. We drove the whole way.
In your career as an officer, have you ever done something like that, such a long trip?
Personally, yes, many times. As a police officer, no.
Did you eventually come back with that item, that portion of the ceiling?
We did.
And when you say we did, was that with Adam Bergeron Rosa or was that another officer?
That was with Detective Heil.
Heil.
Yes. Just a timing thing, so they assigned him to go.
And how did you come back with the item?
We flew down, we rented a car, or it was a Ford Expedition, if I remember correctly, and we came back with that amongst many, many other items. It wasn't just that item, but the vehicle was completely full.
Between the time that you took possession of the portion of the ceiling and the time that you got to the lab in Florida, were you able to maintain and secure possession of that item at all times?
At all times, yes.
And once you obtained it back from the lab in Florida and drove it back to New Hampshire, were you able to contain it, to secure it at all times?
We were.
If I can have just a moment. No further questions. Thank you.
Just a few, but I think I have.
Oh.
That's fine.
I'll be able to use this now. It was just hard to turn around.
Great. Doesn't have to go high. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Caroline Smith, and I do not have very many questions, but you talked about having many different duties in this case, right?
Correct.
And one of those duties was to talk with Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And do you recall when you were speaking with Kayla Montgomery?
I would say either the 30th of December or the 4th. I think 12/30 of 2021 is. I may be wrong, but that's kind of in my head.
Okay. Was that at a fit shelter or a recorded interview?
Both. So I talked to her 2 different times, so that may be off by a day. The first time I believe I talked to her. We were at Fit, outside of Fit.
And the second time?
Was at the station.
Okay. And that was a recorded interview?
Correct.
And that was prior to her arrest?
Correct.
Okay. Did you advise her that she could have an attorney?
Yes.
And did you tell her that she didn't have to speak? You wanted to talk to her about missing Harmony?
Yes. I don't know if I did or Detective Dunleavy, but she was advised that it was a voluntary interview. Yes.
Okay. And you talked for a while.
Yeah. Yes, it was. It was
And
pretty
then at
lengthy.
some point, I think you all gave her a chance to be alone and write down maybe her thoughts.
Correct.
In case she didn't want to tell you all directly, maybe she wanted to write it down and pull her thoughts together.
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And the essence is that and you gave her a fair amount of time, right?
Yes.
And when you came back and looked at the note, it essentially ended the interview.
It did.
Okay. Now, another random duty, I don't mean to call it random. You just
It
were
was.
jumping here, there, and
It
everywhere,
was very
right?
Random.
And
Okay.
one of the things that you did was, sorry, to collect something from the House of Correction that Kayla wrote.
Correct.
Show you what's been marked as Exhibit G. Do you recognize this document?
It's okay to remove it out of here.
Yes. it has it.
Okay. I do recognize it.
What is it?
It's a note that she had, I think they were doing a cell search, if I recall correctly, and they found this in her room,
Okay.
in her cell, sorry.
Okay, and so essentially, the police department, someone discovered that this note had been seized,
Yes,
and you were assigned to go and take the note.
correct.
And did you talk to the COs and sort of document everything about how that was obtained?
Yes, they had their own report. They provided me with their inside report.
Okay, and do you recall when that was?
I don't. I'd have to see the report. I don't remember the date. I'm guessing early January. I don't recall the date. I have to see it.
If I showed you a copy of her report, would that help
It
refresh
would-
your
it would.
recollection?
It would. Just too many dates to try to
I know.
wrap my head around them. So it was January 31st of 2022.
Okay, and, excuse me. From the time that you obtained that note, did you put it into evidence and secure it and all that stuff?
I did.
Okay. And just very, very quickly, I want to talk about securing evidence and why you do it, okay?
Yes.
And why you have these initials and all these bags and stuff. You can't do anything about evidence and what happens and who touches it and how it might get transferred and all that stuff until you collect it, right?
Correct.
If you want to preserve something in the exact condition that you want it to be in, you can't affect what happened before, right?
That's correct.
So all you can do is take what you have available, and from that moment, you can preserve it.
Correct.
Any changes an item might have gone through, any transfer of evidence back and forth, you can't affect that.
I cannot.
But from the moment that you collect it, you're gonna make sure that there's virtually no changes in that item, right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you do it is to collect it and put it in a container,
Correct.
okay? It might be something like an evidence bag,
Could be.
and it might be something more, it might be an envelope if it's just a document.
Could be. Yes.
And in that one, you put it in that clear evidence bag?
I believe this was their evidence bag, but I don't recall if it's ours or theirs. This doesn't look like our bag, but it may have been. We have many different types, so I don't recall if this was mine or theirs.
Okay,
It probably was ours because I believe I took copies of this, so I believe this would be our bag. I may be
Okay.
mistaken.
and that's a plastic bag.
It is.
So you try and collect it and preserve it in the container appropriate for that evidence.
Sure.
For instance, you wouldn't put the tile in plastic because that might cause
Condensation.
condensation and affect the condition of the item within there, right?
Sure.
So
Yes.
you're not so worried about condensation with a piece of paper.
Correct.
Okay. And then when you collect it, the jury has seen items open and it has red tape. This one is sealed just as a product of the bag it's contained in, right?
Correct.
But other evidence items might have some tape on it.
Sure.
And the reason for the tape is that you are securing the evidence and letting anybody know, once this is taped, that nothing is going to change that item unless we can track it, right?
Sure.
For instance, if evidence has been taped with Manchester Police Department tape, then something might be sent to the lab for checking, right?
Sure.
And the lab would have to open an item to test an item, right?
Correct.
And so when the lab opens whatever packaging that you have retained a piece of evidence in, they actually don't open from the top, right?
I don't do that. I have no idea how they open it.
Sustained.
Okay, so one of the purposes of the different color tapes is to be able to track when an item of evidence has been opened from its packaging.
I use whatever color tape is available. I don't use it for tracking. I use it to seal the item. That's the only reason I do it.
Okay, so if somebody comes along later and opens the item, they have to reseal it to indicate that it's been gone in and then keep the tracking. You don't do that?
Overruled.
I don't reopen evidence. I don't know that I guess
Okay.
it's possible it could happen, but I wouldn't necessarily use a different color tape if I did.
Okay,
I would cut it in a different area. I would tape it and then initial it after.
okay. So you would cut it in a different area so that somebody knows that it has been opened from the original sealing.
Sure.
And then you would tape it in that second area, right?
Sure.
And you would do a report that documented the fact that for whatever reason you had to go into the bag that contained the item of evidence.
Sure.
So that anybody that wants to know, has there been any changes to this item of evidence? We can track anybody who has had access
It's
to it.
reasonable, yes.
Okay. But there's nothing you can do about anything before you collect an item of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Officer.
Yes, officer.
Officer Riley, you were asked about interviewing Kayla Montgomery, and you mentioned that that interview ended.
It did.
Can you tell the jurors why that interview ended?
She said that she didn't want to talk anymore and she wanted to get an attorney.
She asked for a lawyer.
She did.
Note G, Exhibit G, that note that was collected. Are you sure about who collected it, who put it in that plastic bag?
I think I would have, because I believe I took photocopies. I don't recall if I did photocopies or they gave me photocopies. That's why I'm unsure whether I put it in that bag or someone else.
When you say they may have given you photocopies, you also said it may have been their bags. Who is they?
The
They that you're referring
Valley
to?
Street Jail, Hillsborough County House of Corrections.
Note G also talks about her wanting to speak to her attorney, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the handling of evidence, packaging. You were asked about cross-contamination. Do you know what cross-contamination is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what cross-contamination is?
Well, it depends on the item of evidence, but I mean, cross-contamination could be anything from blood to DNA to, I mean, I'm not sure what.
Specifically with respect, and let me back up. You were asked about tiles. Did you collect tiles from that fit shelter?
Tiles. They were collected, yes. I didn't physically collect them, but yes, they were collected.
You collected the ceiling.
Yes,
And this wasn't ceiling tiles. This was the actual ceiling.
this was drywall. Yes,
Do you remember what the drywall was connected to?
it was connected to metal, metal studs, metal framing.
Metal framing.
Yes,
So that's what you collected.
yes.
After that collection, did you volunteer a DNA sample?
If needed, yes, I did.
Why was that?
Because we were sweating so much, it was nearly impossible to try to measure and take pictures of that stain. I mean, it was just the sweat was running down my face. So I wasn't sure if I could have sweat and dropped any in that opening when I was up in there.
Is that pretty standard when you're collecting items of evidentiary value, of potential evidentiary value, that you volunteer such a thing?
Yes,
And that's for many detectives, correct?
yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Sorry. The prosecutor asked about how the December 31, 2021 interview ended. And with that note, and you said that Kayla asked for an attorney?
Is that the recorded interview?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, she said it. She wrote in the note that she wanted an attorney. Yes.
Okay, but the note contained a lot more than I want an attorney. The note contained what she said
Yeah.
the story was.
Yes.
That Adam had driven off with Harmony and she,
Approach.
So the note that essentially entered the interview included that she wanted a lawyer, right?
Correct.
But it also included that she didn't know anything more. Go talk to Adam. He wouldn't talk to
Yes.
her. Sorry about my misreference to the ceiling tiles.
So it's okay.
And again, that volunteer of the DNA sample is a lot of stuff can affect an item. And you want to make sure if there's an item of evidence that is revealing information that nobody understands, that they can check your DNA, compare and see maybe it's that versus something else.
Correct.
If there's a question about perhaps DNA being found.
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, note G that you collected from the COs. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That was not the note we're talking about in the interview. That was the note where Kayla had listed her desires in talking to the AGs.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Yes. Our mid-morning break. It's about 10:33, so just after quarter of, we'll come back and resume the evidence. Thank you for your attention. All of my instructions apply today as well. So don't talk about the case, please. Thank you. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, 15 minutes, so 12 for you all.
Okay, good for the judge. Listen to me, my inside voice. I love these shorter breaks. I couldn't believe in some of the other trials that we went through. Murdaugh, Gannon. I just was just like, what are they doing? Going to Hawaii? Hour and a half for lunch? No wonder it takes 6 weeks. Anyhow, so she looked straight at the attorneys and she said, 15 minutes, so 12 for you. Elizabeth has been a member for 8 months. She said, wonderful channel. We can be ourselves here. You bet. I think we are due for a members live soon. I mean, real soon. Tanya said, I want to go to Hawaii. Well, it's halfway for me and halfway for you. Let's meet up, girl. I'm down. I'm down for it. Interesting. I saw on Court TV this morning, because I'm weird and I watch things like this all the time. After her testimony yesterday, Kayla's mother, Christine, Lisa, thank you so much. It says Happy Valentine's Day. Thank you so much for your super sticker, your donation to the channel. Woo! That's going to buy a lot of recording hours. Thank you so much. OJ, that's a picture. That is my wedding picture. I know you're not feeling good, but you've got to quit knocking pictures off the wall. So let's look at this. Again, thank you very much, Lisa. OJ has a new trick. He knocks pictures off the wall. I don't know where he learns these things. Mama Kay wants to know if we can do a members live about Harmony. Yes, I think we're due for this. I think we are due for that, for sure. With some trivia, some off-topic things, you know, able to just sit back and go, what the hell did we just listen to? Love our members' lives. Well, I don't think Christine was expecting a reporter to see her yesterday, but let's look at what she had to say, because word on the streets, and not the YouTube streets, is that she still supports Kayla. Now, if anyone has heard any different, let me know. Put me in my place, because we do not want to spread false rumors. Yeah, OJ's going back in there to watch birds. He's very happy with himself. He shit in the corner, got new litter, knocked down wedding pictures. Now he's back on his perch watching birds. Stellar Valentine's Day for him. Let's check this out.
Correspondent Matt Johnson standing by in New Hampshire. You've been there covering this trial in court. Tell us the latest in this trial specifically. I know that testimony from the mom of Adam's wife, Kayla Montgomery. What stood out to you?
Big testimony today. Nice to see you both. So we had Christina Lubin that was on the stand. She is the mother of Kayla Montgomery, Kayla being the estranged wife of this defendant, Adam Montgomery, who was on the stand for 2 days. And her testimony was critical for the state's case because she identified the red cooler that was in her house that Adam allegedly hid Harmony's body in. When she was questioned about that on the stand, here's what she said.
At some point, did police come to see you at your home to ask you questions about Harmony's disappearance?
Yes.
And later on, did you agree and allow them to do a search of your home relative to that investigation?
Yes, I don't remember them actually searching the home, but they were free to come in and do whatever they like.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
Christina Lubin was also asked about all of the power tools in her house, which allegedly were used by Adam Montgomery in the disposal of his daughter's body. Now, she didn't answer any questions about the relationship of her daughter the last time that she saw her or how she prepared for her testimony. So I tried asking those questions when she left the stand. Take a listen. How are you holding up during all of this?
I have no comment.
What do you think about the case so far and the accusations that your daughter had played a bigger role? Talk to me about testifying today. Was it tough to be up there? When's the last?
Okay, so we can see her attitude, and it's not for Harmony. I did try to give her a break. I did, because I've had many people reach out and say, you don't know what she has been through. She's a wonderful grandmother. She's a hard worker. I don't doubt any of that. But I didn't think she was very forthcoming on the stand yesterday. She still had a lot of, I'd say, a lot of lean back and wanted to say as little as possible without getting herself in trouble. But she comes walking out first thing. No comment. No comment. The one word we very rarely hear in this trial, and it's because of the defense, is harmony. Those detectives, officers, the forensic lady, they have done more for Harmony since it was made aware she was missing than all the people in her life combined did up until Adam allegedly murdered her.
Last time you saw Harmony?
Excuse me.
When's the last time you spoken to your daughter? All right, her daughter up for parole in just a couple months, not answering our.
I'd have jumped in the passenger seat and been like, is this the Uber I called? I still got my microphone. Let's talk. She did slip about the cooler and they had to stop her because she said she had her suspicions. Well, those suspicions have to do with Harmony Montgomery. How many of you would have jumped in there and been like, is this my Uber? Sorry, I was confused. Can't get in trouble for that. Midwest, thank you for the super sticker. My goodness, it's Valentine's all day. Now, what's going to happen when step meth gets out in a couple of months? Disaster is what I see happening. Because you can't tell me that her mother isn't going to find a way for her to see her kids. I guarantee she's pissed at her. I guarantee she's pissed at her, but she's still going to enable her. That cooler with money, I have a feeling, sat in that common hallway, and she can come by and get her a 5 or a 10 or a 20 and get off her back.
Questions, and also not facing his jury for a 5th day in a row of his trial. Adam Montgomery, an empty chair in court today. This jury not seeing his reaction to Kayla's mom on the stand or Kayla.
All right, Matt, we heard fiery testimony today from Montgomery's drug dealer, or he dealt drugs to them a number of times, Anthony Bordero. Can you tell us about his testimony?
His testimony very interesting because remember, the Montgomerys went and stayed in his parking lot of his apartment building. But again, he couldn't remember that. He was questioned about his Audi that the family lived in after their Sebring had been towed away after it broke down. Here's what he said on the stand.
And you said that you never saw Harmony
I never did.
and that you didn't go down there.
Let's go. When did I not see Harmony? You're just saying I didn't see Harmony, but where? When?
At the Colonial Village.
No.
You're saying you never waited.
Okay, we have to admit, Bordero is not what you would call a salt of the earth dude, but I do like how he kept the defense hopping. He was putting her in her place. I was actually getting a chuckle out of it until I realized, and I had to remind myself, what a dirtbag he is.
Waved to Harmony.
Never.
Never waved to the boys.
Overruled.
I'm telling you, she wasn't in the car. How can I wait for someone that's not in the car? I want to help you guys.
Who?
The prosecution helped find who killed that little girl.
And that was that fiery moment that this jury is, of course, thinking of today. So he was also questioned about his memory, getting some dates, maybe confused. And then the defense team also really drove home the point that he's a convicted felon. They showed other times to the jury affidavits when he was convicted of other crimes. They talked about his criminal record and immunity for testifying. Michael, Judge Ashley?
All right. We also know, Matt, that most of today's
Oh, FFS. Everybody on the stand is a damn felon, except for the forensics, the detectives, and the officers. Hell, even the tow truck driver is a felon. Come on. They really drove home that Tone Capone Badero is a felon. I'd be shocked if one person got on there that wasn't. I would shit and fall back in it. I'd be like, what? This one's only got a misdemeanor A? Well, hell. Good people. Look at that. Coming up in the world.
Testimony was focused on the search of Adam Montgomery's vehicle. Tell us a little bit about what they found.
Yeah, that 2010 Chrysler Sebring that broke down at Webster and also Elm, and really is a critical key piece of evidence for this particular crime that we're talking about. Because remember, Harmony was beaten in the back of that car, according to the state, and then her body stuffed in that duffel bag in the trunk of the car. Well, several police officers testified today as they searched that car for trace evidence of blood. Here's part of that critical testimony.
It took a while to process this car, right?
Yes, it did.
And you applied the Blue Star in the manner specified to you in the instruction manual?
Yes,
And there was no positive reaction.
that's correct.
No positive reaction on the steering column,
Correct.
steering wheel,
Correct.
driver's seat,
Correct.
the entirety of the passenger seat,
Correct.
or the center console.
That's correct.
And that's what you documented in your report.
Yes.
Possible trace evidence in the trunk, but not in the cab of the car. That was his testimony. Then there was the moment when the detective held up the toothbrush believed to be Harmony Montgomery's toothbrush. That's going to be key for this case because that's how they get the DNA profile to test it again.
And we did hear that yesterday. The toothbrush is how they got the DNA profile. All right, they're back in court.
Just one brief housekeeping matter
Okay.
before this next particular witness. With regards to the next witness, the state's going to intend to call Detective Raymond Lammy from the Manchester Police Department. This will involve some handling of the evidence, especially some of the larger pieces of evidence. One of the evidence technicians that happens to work in the Manchester Police Department, David Dido, is present in the courthouse today. We would ask if you would be able to just simply glove up and be able to help handle some of those materials for Detective Lammy rather than having Detective Lammy do all of the work himself, because we will be talking about some of the largest items that we have.
Any objection to that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, and can he stay during cross and
Absolutely.
do
I think
this,
that's
do the
way
same
to
thing?
do it, is to be impartial in terms of his ability to assist the jury in understanding.
So if you want him, if you don't, I'll leave that to you, Attorney Smith, but he'll be available to help manage the larger pieces of evidence if you want that, okay? All right, that's fine. Maybe just introduce him. You know, he's not testifying, but I think it might be useful for them to know who he is. Okay, very good. All right, ready to bring in the jurors? Everybody ready? Yes?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
NECA. Does that fit through there with that table? I guess maybe they'll take it out of there. The cart, yeah. The cart will fit? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Yes, sir. The state calls Raymond Lammy.
In addition, Your Honor, we'd like to call evidence technician David Dido, simply be able to assist with handling the physical evidence, not to testify.
The objection?
Not objection.
And Detective Lammy, if you can just remain standing, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. There's some water there. And Detective Lammy, if you can get started by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Ray Lammy, Lamy.
And Detective Lammy, how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked as a detective?
I've been a detective a little over 5.5 years.
And what's your current assignment?
My primary function is fraud investigation, and I also am a lead in crime scene processing.
What are your current duties and responsibilities, Detective Lammy?
General investigations of any financial crime from start to finish. When it comes to any major crimes in the city, violent crimes, then we all lend a hand and process those and work on those together.
Have you ever had any other roles at the Manchester Police Department?
I was a patrol officer for just about 5 years.
And prior to that, any law enforcement experience?
2 years in Litchfield as a police officer.
Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did class 163, approximately February, March of 2014.
Detective Lammy, do you participate in regular training as a function of your role with the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
What types of training have you completed?
Notwithstanding a litany of financial crime investigations, I've done forensic identification of skeletal remains, blood stain pattern analysis, crime scene processing, death investigations, FARO certified, and crime scene photography.
You mentioned the FARO just now. Can you tell the jurors just generally what that is?
A FARO is a 3D device that can map out an area, which is useful for documenting measurements and recreating a scene for the jury, such as yourself.
I want to switch gears, Detective Lammy. Were you working in your official capacity as a detective, rather? Were you assigned to a particular case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
And can you just generally describe your role and participation in that case?
Majority of my role was helping coordinate evidence processing, liaison between the state lab and private labs, processing of several vehicles for evidence, and also some other various items that were processed.
Did you coordinate with a lab in Florida during your participation?
I did.
And when did your involvement begin in this matter?
The beginning of January, we had some initial tips that were phoned in that we went and investigated in Haverhill, Mass. And then a vehicle was processed middle to the end of January.
You mentioned the beginning of January. Do you remember what year that was?
2022.
You mentioned tips, and I want to discuss that. Are you aware of a tip line related to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
Had you worked in your career as a law enforcement officer, as a detective, had you worked on a case involving a tip line before?
I've had tips come in for some of my own cases and financial crimes.
I guess I'm referring to a specified tip line associated with this case.
I did not field the tips or the calls. I was just asked to follow up on them.
You were directed to follow up on them?
Correct.
And you said one of those was in, did you say Haverhill, Mass?
Yes.
You mentioned processing vehicles
Mhm.
during your participation in this case. Was one of those vehicles a blue Audi AS4 bearing New Hampshire registration number 4569334?
I can tell you that it was an Audi AS4 blue. I can't tell you the exact plate without referencing my notes.
Your Honor, if I may, excuse me, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective Lemmy, I'm handing you what's been previously published as State's Exhibit 22 for identification or for.
Yep.
Do you
I do recognize that vehicle. It's the one that I processed here at Manchester Police Department, New Hampshire plate 4569334.
And that's the Audi that you processed.
Yes.
Were you working with other officers or detectives during the processing of that vehicle, Detective Lemmy?
I was.
And how many days roughly did it take for you to process that vehicle?
The physical processing of the vehicle took about 3 days, and then there were additional days after that processing the evidence that we took out of it.
Was it consistent? Excuse me. Was it consistent with individuals that were assisting you during your processing of that vehicle, or did the members change?
The members changed a little bit.
Do you know a Detective Heil?
Yes.
How about a Detective Pittman?
Yep. The two of them and I were responsible the first day of basically inventorying the vehicle, identifying the majority of the evidence items that we pulled out.
And this jury has already heard about the initial processing as you take in evidence. But Detective Pittman, do you know what his initials were? or are?
JP.
And the items that you collected from that vehicle, were they processed under a specific set of initials?
Yes, JP.
About how many pieces of evidence, potential evidence, were labeled with initials during those your time working on that Audi?
Under the, I would say it's approximately 271.
Separate from that, did you use any testing during your processing of that Audi?
Yeah. After the first round of testing, or the first round of processing the vehicle, a few items were tested with a method known as a hemistick. And a hemistick basically is a reagent on a strip that, when comes in contact with hemoglobin, will turn a dark green.
Did you test all 271 items using a hemistick?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We essentially looked at the items on what appeared to have potential for yielding some type of blood or DNA.
Are you aware of false positives occurring with the use of a hemistick?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
The reagent on the hemistick can get false positives, which will trigger it to appear to react as if it came in contact with hemoglobin, which is found in blood. And some of the items that can do that are potato, tomato, iron. They can give you what you would think to be a positive, but it ends up being a false positive.
Because of false positives, Detective Lemmy, when you see something that's presumptively positive, what do you do with it?
Well, presumptive positive is just an indicator that it could have hemoglobin. So we treat everything as if it has the chance to have that. In this particular case, the items that tested positive were sent up to the New Hampshire State Lab for processing.
And I guess let me ask this, do you take additional swabs to send up to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Depending on the item, I believe in this case, the items were small enough that we were able to send the whole item up to the lab.
On this particular vehicle, where did you use the hemisticks?
In the back seat, there was a car part just randomly sitting on the seat, and it was plastic with car insulation, like sound and deadening insulation on it. And there were a couple of spots on that that looked suspicious that I tested.
How would you describe, excuse me, how would you describe the condition of the vehicle when you examined it?
So the vehicle had what appeared to be, and we didn't test it, but it smelled like it, appeared to have a thick layer of mold all throughout the inside of the passenger compartment.
And you previously mentioned working on that vehicle for several days. Did you take any precautions because of that?
We wore Tyvek suits, and also not wanting to breathe in mold, we wore a face mask.
Of the items that were pulled from that vehicle, did you send any off to the state laboratory?
I did.
And do you remember which items you submitted?
The first three items that we did initially were, I believe, JP 55, which was the car part, JP 120, and JP 122, which were carpeted floor mats.
Do you recall submitting item JP 119, 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225 to the lab as well?
So those were sent several days or a week later when we processed outside of the vehicle area. And I actually used a different testing method for that one.
What was that testing method?
So I transitioned from the Hemestick to Kastle-Meyer, which is a similar type of test. It's processing using reagents to also identify hemoglobin. But the Kastle-Meyer historically has been known to provide less false positives. So I transitioned to that and processed approximately 37 items that had come out of the car. And out of that, I believe 6 gave me a presumptive positive, and 1 was a false positive.
When you say that 1 was a false positive, how did you determine that?
So, and not to get too technical, but the way the test works is you drop 3 drops on a swab. So the swab is used to collect the evidence off of the item. Sometimes it's a dry swab, sometimes it's a drop that's been dipped in sterile water. You rub it on the evidence item, then you drop a couple of drops of what's called phenolphthalein onto the swab. If the swab immediately reacts with just those initial drops, that's considered a false positive, because until you add a couple of drops of hydrogen peroxide, 3%, onto the item, it shouldn't react at all. So in one of the cases, it reacted as soon as I dropped the first couple of phenolphthalein drops onto it.
Excuse me. You mentioned this green color when you're using Hemesticks.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a color associated with the Kastle-Meyer test?
Yes, Kastle-Meyer will turn a bright pink.
And is there a different level of pink that you're looking for, or is it something else?
It's not so much the level with the Kastle-Meyer test as it is the time frame of how long it takes to react. So if it reacts immediately, it's a stronger indicator that it's a true positive.
Can you still have false positives with, well, I
can.
think you mentioned that you did in this case.
Yeah, you can still have false positives with the Kastle-Meyer. So it's just a presumptive test that gives you an indication. Let's look further at this.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears. I want to discuss processing of a portion of a ceiling. Are you familiar with what I'm referring to?
I am.
Okay. And can you just generally tell the jurors what your involvement was with that?
Certainly. So I was aware in my conversations with the team that a large section of ceiling had been gathered. I was also aware that that piece of evidence had been sent up to the state lab for processing. They processed it for different items and did not come back with enough evidence to support there being DNA on the item. I was told by members of the team that they sent a couple of these pieces of the ceiling down to the private lab we mentioned earlier, DNA Labs in Florida, to have tested. and they came back as testing positive for blood.
Point, Judge.
And
Say.
Sustained.
I'll redirect, Judge. So I don't want you to get into the specific testing of any of the items, but just what you did. You've explained that.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes.
I'm showing the defense what's been marked by identification. States Exhibit 40 through 51. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification. Identification as States Exhibit 40, Exhibits 40 through 51. And I'm just going to ask that you review each in turn and then look up when you're ready.
Okay.
And Detective, you looked up. So are you familiar with those images as well as what's depicted therein?
I am.
And how are you familiar with them?
I took the photos.
Are they fair and accurate?
They are.
And again, you took these photos?
Yes.
Are they consistent with what you saw the day you took them?
Yes, they are.
All right, at this point, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 40 through 51.
Without objection. Without.
Without objection, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
Thank you. I'm going to take them back. I'm going to put some up on the screen. We'll go through them. So you mentioned being tasked with processing this item. Are you familiar with the item number associated with it?
MER 3D,
And when did your processing occur?
July 15th, 2022.
Specifically, what was the item that you were tasked with processing?
The MER 3D was a large section of ceiling tile, which was sheetrock with some metal strips on the top of it.
And so those images that I asked you to look at, I've put one up on the screen behind you. Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
Yeah, this is the whole piece of evidence as I examined it that day. And you're essentially looking at a center opening that I believe is where a vent was, but I wasn't present when they removed this item. And the metal pieces you see are the strips on the top part of the ceiling. You wouldn't see this from underneath it, but that's what the sheetrock would have been mounted up to.
And when you say you weren't present for the removal, is that from the location that it was taken from?
Correct.
The shelter, the fit shelter?
Correct.
And so what does this image depict?
This image is evidence. I requested that the item be, that I examine the item because we didn't, well, I won't speak to the lab results, but I requested that I review the item to see if I could find any potential traces of evidence that we should be looking for. So the evidence technicians brought this out for a viewing. I viewed the item. I noticed things on the item that made me suspicious that there were additional areas that we should be testing.
Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. When you received the item from the laboratory, was it packaged up?
Yes, so it was, this is how I found it at evidence. The evidence technicians brought it out, they opened it, and this is how I found it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Detective Lemmy, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 108. Are you familiar with this item?
I am.
And what is it?
It's a hand sketch that I made of the ceiling.
And when we discussed your processing of that portion of the ceiling, how did you process it?
So the entire physical piece, as you see it here, was brought into our training room at the police station. It was placed on 2 work tables with that side face up. It was removed from the evidence bag that it was in and placed on butcher block paper on the tables. Then we went through the process of basically dismantling the metal pieces from the sheetrock.
And let me stop you there.
Mhm.
Going through that process of dismantling the metal framing from the sheetrock, was it important to keep track of what was coming from where on this object as a whole?
Yes, so because the whole piece was entered into evidence as one evidence number, once I was going to start dismantling it, I attached my own initials and numbers to each piece that was then separated.
So when you attached your own initials, did you still preserve the earlier initials? So MER 3D and then your initials following that?
Correct.
And so this item that I've just shown you, why did you create this?
Well, other than having photos of it, this helps to show where the positioning of each of the items was. It's not to scale, but it shows where the items were so that we could have a better understanding.
Did you create this as a demonstrative to show where each piece came from?
Yes.
Each of the pieces, I think you mentioned this, but you gave a specific evidence number of its own with your own initials attached.
Correct.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the sketch that you created?
Yes.
All right, at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 108. Mark is full and published to the jury.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so I've added the image to the screen behind you. That's States Exhibit 108. And I want to discuss the items that you packaged or that you removed. You mentioned the railing. Did you remove any other items?
We separated several of the pieces of the sheetrock from the main unit. There was one large piece that I ended up keeping intact, but then we separated off parts that didn't appear to be important as far as any potential evidence items on it.
And you mentioned taking the photos. Did you give those photos specific evidence numbers?
Yes.
Did you provide a description along with each of those evidence numbers?
I did.
And so can you explain to the jury what they're looking at here?
So and I'll point up here if you can't see, let me know, but I just put a tape measure on it just to see what the distance was between the metal grids. On here, there's also a couple of handwritten letters written right onto the sheetrock. That was not done by me. I presume that was done by the state lab. And there's what appears to be a dark stain in the center of this piece of sheetrock.
And so the letters that you're referring to, if you can just read them for the jurors.
Far left is the letter A next to that cutout. B cutout. C and D are in the stain area.
And when you received this item back from the state crime lab or the state forensic laboratory rather, that had already been done. That's not something that you did during your processing.
That's correct.
So this item is MER 3D RL4. Can you describe what the jurors are seeing in this picture?
RL4 is the metal grid that runs across here. It was sitting on top of that dark stain, and it's lifted up on edge, so flipped up on its side. And there's also dark staining on the metal itself.
And when you say that dark staining, did that become an area of potential evidentiary value during your processing?
Yes, it did.
And I just want to show the jurors where that item, MER 3D RL4, came from. Do you see it depicted on the sketch you drew?
So RL4 is this section that runs completely across the larger piece. And in this smaller box, it's right here.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is still part of MER 3D RL4. It's the other end of the piece, and it's also showing dark staining running underneath that grid.
I want to move on to RL14. What's depicted in this image?
RL14 ended up being a piece of the sheetrock that we separated from the main piece. It's separated approximately at where this line is. And this is the dark stain on the sheetrock itself that had been under RL4.
And I want to look at where that came from in relation to the portion of the ceiling that you processed. Can you just point that out on your sketch?
Yeah. So RL14 is this section right about to here, over to about this line that extends from here.
And what does this image depict?
RL16, so this line right here would have been where RL4, that long strip that runs across. And then RL16 is another section of sheetrock that we separated from the main piece of interest. And approximately at where that thin line is going across, that's where we separated that piece from.
During your processing of MER 3D, did you become aware of low points or warps essentially in the drywall and framing area?
I can't tell by looking at it the way it's laying on our workstations if the item would have been angled when it was sitting on the ceiling itself. But what I can tell from looking at this, where there was a dark stain in that center, and then you see a much darker stain running along that railing, it would appear that the fluid that would have made that stain would have run along that, which is not uncommon for fluid to track an object that's attached to it.
Did the fluid, the staining, appear to be absorbed into the drywall?
It appeared to be absorbed into the drywall more in that center area where it was a lighter color. And then it didn't, it was much heavier consistency along where the rail had been.
And what is depicted in this item, this image?
So this is still part of where RL4 was, sitting on top of it. And this is just a shot from the side of the piece to show that there's depth to the staining itself.
At the time of your processing, Detective Lemmy, were you aware of other testing that had been conducted on this item at the lab?
I was.
Laboratory. And can you tell the jurors what that is?
So those two square cutouts that you saw on the sheetrock itself where the paper was missing, those two had been cut out and sent down to the lab as part of the state's processing of the item. And the results came back.
Objection, you're saying?
Sustained?
Not asking you for the results, but you were aware of other testing that had been conducted.
Correct.
Were you aware of fingerprint testing, latent print testing conducted on that item?
I hadn't reviewed results of that, but I was aware that some had been attempted.
What does this image depict?
It's just another more direct on from the side of where RL4 had been sitting, the kind of the thick layer of staining.
And again, this item.
Again, this is RL4 going across, and then this section that goes up, that's where RL3 railing had been.
In this image.
And this just continues on. This is where RL3 was. RL2 was down in this area. That's where the initial stain had been, and then RL1 would have been up in this area.
Are you aware of whether there was a vent involved in the processing of this item?
I was aware just from the team, but I had not viewed it.
Are you aware of where the opening to that vent would have been?
Yes, the opening of the vent would have been in this area. There was metal grids coming out this way in the initial photos.
You mentioned the Kastle-Meyer testing. Did you swab? Did you test? Did you use the Kastle-Meyer test
I did.
during your processing? And what's depicted in the image?
So again, this is the part of RL4 that we were looking at predominantly. It's showing my sample swab, and it's showing a bright pink result. So essentially, the swab was used, it was dipped into sterile water, it was rubbed on the staining itself in that area, and then the Kastle-Meyer test was applied to it. And once the the couple of drops of the hydrogen peroxide were applied to it, it was an immediate pink.
And can you remind the jurors what that immediate pink, what it told you?
The faster it reacts, the more likelihood it is that it's a positive versus a false positive.
Detective Lemmy, based on your processing of MER 3D overall, the portion of the ceiling that you processed, did you submit any of those items to DNA Labs International?
I did.
And what of those items did you submit?
That whole piece of sheetrock that remained after those other few that we looked at were removed was sent down as one item. The rails that came off, RL1, RL2, RL3, and RL4, those were packaged separately and sent down as well.
And let's talk about those rails, Detective Lemmy. When you removed the rails from the drywall, did you have any observations?
So other than the darker staining like this that was present under a couple of them, once RL4, which was the long piece, and over the part that was more heavily stained, as soon as that piece came up off the sheetrock, there was a noticeable foul smell.
And what was that smell associated with?
I would speculate that it's from that stain itself.
Detective Lemmy, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about the ceiling itself. We have portions of it here, and I'm going to ask that you remove, and you have your evidence custodian with you, technician with you. I'm going to ask that you remove them from their packaging to show to the jury. And so, Your Honor, I would just ask if this witness be permitted to move freely with the evidence technician.
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
So, Detective Lemmy, I'm just going to ask that you remove certain items, and then I'd like you to identify where that specific item would be in relation to the scale that you
Do you want us to maintain individual drugs for each piece, each item, or you want?
Yes, please. And Detective Lemmy, if you can start with Exhibit 74, identified as MER 3D RL 13. Detective Lenny, while he's assisting you, specifically with respect to RL 13, is that one of the items that was sent down to DNA Labs International in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Counsel, while they're doing that, could you approach her just a minute?
Inside voice. Don't want to scare anybody. I cannot believe that Teardrop's attorney has the lady balls of a burglar to approach the judge as they're unwrapping evidence. Joy had a really good point. Are they going to bring in the fridge? They wheel that fridge in, and I'm telling you, we're going to have to send a fifth of anything to Susan. What is she going to approach for? Because this is one of the things she wanted thrown out. Kayla said that's where she was. The evidence backs it up. These are scientists. They know what's on there. They have a comparison from her toothbrush. They know it's her. You know, Kayla said that through the ceiling tiles, she was dripping. Whew. Brandywine said, I asked earlier, however, I know so much is going on. I just figured we could all use a laugh during the break. So I was wondering if my email come through the other day. Yes, didn't I respond to you? Let me go back because I don't erase emails. Sarah said, it's her job to. Oh, I totally understand how that works. I get it. But the fact that the evidence wasn't thrown out in the evidentiary hearing when she filed her motions, it's kind of time to sit there and give this little girl, Harmony Montgomery, a tad bit of respect, and that is something that I'm not seeing here. Right off the bat, the defense was the way I was hearing it, victim shaming a little baby girl. Oh, I think Just Me wants to be my Valentine. She said, yes, ma'am, I prefer butterscotch schnapps. Remember the Lifesavers that were butterscotch flavor? I could go through a roll of those a day, and you can't find them anymore. That's totally off topic. Hi, OJ. Where's your sombrero?
That you pick it up. I'm sorry to ask, but pick it up and just show it to the jurors if you can walk in front of it.
Actually, if you pick it up, I don't think it needs to be.
And Detective Lemmy, you can set that down. Your Honor, I would move to mark what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 74 as full, so strike the ID and publish. I missed doing that prior. There's no objection.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
So Detective Lemmy, if you can just identify where RL13 is in relation to the sketch that you've drawn. Sure.
And for the jurors, if it's difficult to see because it's low to the ground and you want to stand, you should feel free to do that, okay?
As it was presented to you from that face view, what you saw was the cutoff from here over this way down to about this section. And that's what that bottom dark stain was from here over to the edge.
I would just ask if Your Honor would allow, if Detective Lemmy can just point that out to the jurors.
He can point it out, yes.
If he can approach closer to the jurors.
On the board?
With the board.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just the condition of that, I didn't think it made sense to get too close.
So what you were seeing down behind the paper was the dark stain emanating this way. RL3 had been here, you saw a small jet out of dark stain, and the darker is in this section. And RL4 was this piece that ran straight across the
And if we could just move Exhibit 74, I want to move on to Exhibit 75, which is RL15.
packaging that the whole piece would come in.
So if it's the wrong number, that's fine. We can move on. Can we go to what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 76? That's RL 15.
So just to be clear, that item was the original packaging that MER 3D was in.
So the butcher paper that we saw in the exhibit, that's what it was set on?
Yeah, the first photo that showed it sitting on the table, partially open. All of that paper is what it came with.
Was that also submitted to the lab in Florida?
No.
It is. And Detective Lammy, while you're opening that, can you just describe for the jurors what this item is, RL 15?
So this one is RL 15. The way I showed it to you earlier. RL 4 ran all the way across this way. RL 15 is the big piece of sheet rock. Stuff like that out. So this piece was not submitted to anyone.
And if you could just hold it up for the jurors to see. Your Honor, I would move to strike ID and mark as full, States Exhibit 76.
Without objection.
Right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Detective Lammy, I'd like to move on to what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 77. That's RL 16.
While they're working on that, counsel, do you want to approach?
And Detective Lammy, if you can just describe what this item is and where it came from according to your sketch.
So RL 16, I'll keep it consistent as far as how I was holding it for you. That item is running from here up to the end, approximately down this way over. And RL1 railing had not been touching that particular piece because RL 16
This area right here. And on your sketch, where's the vent area located?
That's down here.
So this would have been a void, essentially.
Yes.
Let's move to the next item. I'd ask that exhibit be marked full, ID stricken, and published to the jury.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It can be published to the jury.
Detective Lemmy, I would have moved to State's Exhibit 78, what's been identified as RL 11. Your Honor, the same with that item. I'd ask that State's Exhibit, what's been identified, marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that the ID be stricken, it be marked as full and published.
Without objection.
Sorry, you said 79.
I'm sorry, 78,
Okay, 78.
RL 11.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury when it's taken out.
And while that's being opened up, Detective Lemmy, can you just tell the jurors what this item is and where its relative location was on that portion of the ceiling according to your scale?
So we're going to same place, the basic opening where the building on,
Was this item submitted to the laboratory?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you, Detective. And if we can move to what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 79, that's MER 3D, State's Exhibit 79. State's Exhibit 80 for identification. And 80 is RL3, 3A.
So 79 remains for identification. Is that accurate? So I have 75, 75, and 79 remaining for ID, correct?
Correct.
That's your understanding, Attorney Brett?
Judge.
And while that's being open, Detective Lemmy, if you can just describe where that item was collected from in relation to the sketch of the portion of that ceiling.
RL3 is the middle layer. RL4.
Again, Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, and publish.
Objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken on Exhibit 80. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
This is the metal rail. This is how the orientation would have been according to holding up to that chart. Running down, RL4 was running across this way.
And Detective Lamy, if you can just show them the underside of that rail.
This is the side closest to RL4 that was running across.
And was this item submitted to the lab in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, when you're ready, I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit 81, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81 for identification. That's RL3, RL4, RL12. Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full of State's Exhibit 81 and publish it to the jury.
No objection.
The idea is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury once it is opened.
Detective Lamy, while that's being opened, can you please describe for the jurors where this piece of evidence came from in relation to that portion of the ceiling using the sketch that you drawn?
This was actually.
I'm sorry, he needs a microphone, please.
So RL4 and RL12 were attached. We did not separate them when we processed this because we didn't want to cause any damage to what would have been underneath it. RL12 is this part that runs across the opening. RL4 runs all the way across.
You mentioned a smell and you removed rails. Is this the rail that you're referring to?
Correct.
Sorry, I wasn't near a mic. You mentioned a smell when you removed those rails. Was that the rail you were referring to?
Yes, it was. This would be the orientation as we found it. This would have been the grade opening in RL4 and then the other pieces that were attached to it.
When you say the grade opening, that's the void you were referring to.
Yes.
Detective Lamy, was this item also sent to the laboratory in Florida?
Yes, it was.
Detective Lamy, thank you. Have no additional questions. The defense
Finish, I'll get him back on the stand. That's okay. Do it. Thank you. And sir, when you're ready, if you would just retake the stand for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jamie Brooks. I don't believe we've met, but I represent Adam Montgomery. I also have a few questions for you. I want to go back, though, to what was addressed during the beginning of your direct examination. That's the blue Audi.
Mhm.
You were involved in the processing of that?
Yes, I was.
And you mentioned earlier that there was evidence that was collected from the Audi.
Correct.
And that evidence was also submitted to the lab.
Some of it.
Let's talk about that, some of it. And again, how does a piece of evidence get labeled?
We typically have one of the detectives use their own initials, and then we'll start if it's the beginning of the project and they haven't labeled anything yet, usually starts around 1 and then works its way up from there.
And when it came to the collection of evidence from the Audi, there were a fair number of JPs, correct?
Yes.
JP standing for?
James Pittman.
And a number of those pieces of evidence collected by Penman, you decided to have submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what particular items you had submitted to the lab?
If I could review my report.
You most certainly may. Actually, if I were to, are you familiar with something called a crime scene note?
Yes.
And what is a crime scene note?
Well, a crime scene note is typically an overall write-up of the processing of a scene.
I am going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what has been marked 2457 base stamp. Do you recognize that document?
This was not created by myself.
Not created by yourself, but it was a crime scene note from the collection of the Audi?
Yes.
And does that include a list, an exhaustive list of the items collected from the car?
It should.
Would reviewing that help you recall which items you had submitted to the lab?
Probably not, because this wouldn't pertain any of the processing that was done after the collection. There would be a lab submittal that I probably created, and that would list the items that I sent up.
And that lab submittal would assist you?
Yes.
Judge, I think this would be a good time for a break.
Approach.
handing you what has been marked. It has not been marked, but for bait stamps purposes, it's 3026. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
Would looking at it for a minute or two help refresh your recollection?
Only in terms of the actual evidence item numbers. What the physical piece is, I can't tell from here without looking at photos or additional documentation.
So, well, let's stick with the numbers then.
Okay.
Having reviewed that report, what items did you have submitted to the lab for potential testing?
119, and these are all JP. 153, 195, 224, 251, 216, 225.
So I understand that you may not be able to recognize, for example, specifically what 119 was or 195, but those samples, the JPs collected from the Audi, did some of those include specimens from the floor mat?
The carpeted floor mat that I tested initially with the hemosticks,
Yes.
those were different numbers. Those were JP 120 and 122.
And those were submitted to the lab as well, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you recall a cash register receipt?
I do.
Could that have been one of the items submitted to the lab for analysis?
I believe so.
A shoebox?
Yes.
Blue bath towel?
I would have to jog my memory about the bath towel.
Detective, do you still have up there the casing note?
Yes. And sir, what was the evidence item number for the bath towel?
153.
Would you like me to read the listing as far as how Detective Heil listed it?
Just wanted to confirm that a blue bath towel was sent to the submitted for analysis.
So he identified it as towel with unidentified stains. He did not list the color.
Cash register receipt. Do you recall having that submitted?
I do.
A pink sweater, women's?
Yes, sir.
A folder with papers?
Number on that one, sir?
Take a look at 224 and see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And what is your recollection now?
That was paperwork that was submitted.
A gray bath towel. Does that
Num-
ring a bell?
Number?
225. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes. Towel with unknown stains. He did not reference the color. My photos would show it though.
I apologize. I didn't hear that last response.
The photos that I took during the processing would also help if you wanted me to clarify the color.
Fair to say, though, that 2 bath towels were submitted for analysis.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recall a length of twine?
Yes, sir.
And again, that was collected and submitted to the lab?
Correct.
I now want to turn to your use of bloodstain reagents, latent bloodstain reagents. In the processing of the Audi, you used Hemostix,
Yes, sir.
Kastle-Meyer.
Yes, sir.
You were also involved in the processing of a Chrysler Sebring.
I was involved in that as an assistant to the detective that was processing it.
Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
And when you were there assisting him in the processing of that Sebring, does January 7th of 2022 sound correct?
I would be guessing.
Okay. But he was using Blue Star,
Yes, sir. I remember that.
and that again is another latent bloodstain reagent.
It is.
And whenever, regardless of which type of agent was being used, whenever there was a presumptive positive, it was collected.
I can't speak to the Sebring because I didn't process that vehicle. I can only speak to the Audi.
Okay. So when it came to the Sebring, were you there for the Blue Star part of the processing of that vehicle on the 7th or no?
I was there when he blue starred the trunk area.
But it's your understanding that the practice, your practice, the practice of the Manchester Police Department is that when there is a presumptive positive, it is something that's preserved.
If we did a swab of an area, we would typically preserve it.
And that's what you did in the processing of the Audi, correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe, as you said on direct, that you preserved the ability to be able to look further at an item if there was a presumptive positive.
Yes, sir.
And again, you want to over collect as opposed to under collect.
I do.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome, sir.
Anything further?
Just briefly. Detective Lemmy, I just want to follow up with the items that you were asked about on cross-examination by Attorney Brooks. All of those items that you just identified, I think we talked about them on direct as well. Were they from the blue Audi that you processed?
The particular numbers that we reviewed, I believe, were from the Audi.
Was that the same Audi that was covered in mold?
Yes, sir.
And Detective Lemmy, let me ask you this. Do you know where that car was in 2020?
I do not.
How about 2021?
I do not.
How about 2022?
I know it was in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
At some point.
Yeah.
Do you know who that vehicle belonged to?
I know that there was consent forms provided, I believe by 2 different people. One of them was Donna Demers. I'd have to review my notes to see the other one.
And does Anthony Badero stand out to you, that name?
It doesn't.
Okay. Same questions with the Chrysler Sebring. Do you know where that vehicle was in 2020?
I do not.
2021?
No.
2022?
It had been in the evidence processing bay at Manchester Police.
Thank you, Detective Lemmy. No further questions here.
No recross.
You may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just about 12:15, so a good time for our lunch break. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't watch any social media. Don't do any independent research. We'll come back in an hour, so please be back at 1:15. All right, 1:15, everybody. Thank you so much. Rewrap, or what do you need to do processing wise?
I would ask that Mr. Dido be able to repackage that.
Okay, one minute. All right, they can do it now. I just asked them to do it expeditiously so the court staff can have a break as well. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Dave, Ray down. He's done. Sorry, do you want Ray down? Jamie, any objection to?
I live for comments and hot mics, but they always turn the mic off right before I think they're going to get to something juicy. Dang it. Dang it. Susan, how you doing, my friend? Are you hanging in there? I would feel like a bucket full of fool's gold if I get up there and question that evidence. I still want to know how they're going to correlate this straight to Adam. Adam did it. Don't get me wrong. I don't doubt it. But if they're only leaning on the eyewitness testimony of Kayla, we might have a problem. And let's face it, if they do find harmony, there's not going to be enough between the dismemberment, the Lyme, multiple months of decomposure. I mean, her little body before death and after went through a lot. Yeah. The saws, yeah, went through a lot. Hence why they're pressing forward. And I understand there's still a lot of theories and a lot of speculation and a lot of, I know more about this case. Just so we're clear, this is the evidence. This is what we have. Now, they have a good idea where Harmony is, but they can't drain the Atlantic Ocean. I'm just being fair here. They can't. They know exactly where Teardrop was when he was going over the Tobin Bridge. They know all his whereabouts that day. That will be discussed. NC said, if Teardrop walks on this, I will be livid. So will I. And I know some people will say, well, he's already going to be in jail for 60 years for the gun charges. No, I want him in jail forever and a day. All of this is going to bite Kayla in the ass. That's what's going to happen. Too many people think she was not a convincing witness. I'm just hoping that they can group the evidence they have to corroborate her eyewitness statements. That's all I want. That's at this point, that's all Harmony can ask for. You know, I mean, at this point, she's not on trial. Adam's on trial. Wishful thinking is we're going to have some sort of Perry Mason moment, and it's all going to stop, and they're going to go dun 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 dun, and they're going to bring Kayla in and say, "Oh, she's charged too." Well, on TV, but you know. All right, let's get to some Valentines. We remember back in the day, had a hot date, whether we were engaged, just dating our significant. Then you grow up. You're an adult, and Valentine's Day isn't exactly what it used to be. I came across this the other day, and I thought it was really funny and really reminded me of when my kids were little at home for Valentine's Day.
It's only 7:25. I can go back to sleep. Oh no! I only have 7 done. I need a total of 25. How did I fall asleep?
Has anyone had that panic the morning before Valentine's Day when the kids are getting ready to go to school and you realize all their Valentines aren't done and you're freaking out? My printer at home broke. So I went to work at like 5:30 in the morning to print out labels for all the Valentines. Came back. The kids were still asleep, thank goodness, because I don't want to be called a loser. Got all the Valentines together. Then I didn't realize that my youngest son, half the kids in his class had the flu, so he brings back all these friggin' Valentines. That cracked me up to no end.
A heart. It's supposed to be a heart. Thanks. Looked a little better on Pinterest. I love you. That is so sweet, babe. I love you. You are gonna have an amazing
Mom?
trip. Oh,
What are
hey.
you doing?
Nothing. I'm just, hey. Okay, it's kind of a joke, but I got you this shirt to wear for today.
I love it.
I thought it was cute.
Mom, I'm not wearing that.
No? I thought it was cute. Flowers. Instacart. Happy Valentine's Day to one sexy girl. Aww. Happy Valentine's Day to all my amazing mama friends. Aww.
You know the feeling. Years ago. Oh, happy Valentine's Day, sexy. I can't wait to sex you up. Call me, color me bad from 1997. Woo! I'm going to take you out. Wine, dine, 69, you name it. You better get ready to call in for work tomorrow. Then we get to this day and it's like, happy Valentine's. All my moms are doing it the right way. You all are fabulous. If no one loves you, just remember I love you. Remember, I still love you.
I'm in Victoria's Secret. I see the cutest bra. The underwire is like in the shape of a heart. It looks so sexy. Hey, I'm in Target. And, oh my gosh, they have the cutest bra. It's like no underwire. It looks so comfy. And are these flannel? I shouldn't eat too much chocolate. I'm going out tonight. Oh, okay. You cannot eat this much chocolate. You are not going to sleep tonight. So, it's Valentine's Day.
Ooh, that's right. Pick you up at 9?
Can't wait. So, it's Valentine's Day.
Ah, that's right.
Oh, no worries. It's just a Hallmark holiday. And it's a Monday night. I was thinking maybe we do Kids Baths early.
Family movie night?
Perfect. I love you guys.
Love you too.
Wait, what is this? Who put a lollipop in the couch?
What?
Oh!
That just cracked me up. I'm trying to get OJ on camera to celebrate his birthday, but he won't leave his party hat on. Let me see if I can get his birthday boy scarf on. He might do that. He had his sombrero on for a minute, but then he ripped it off and he took the elastic that holds it around his fat little neck and he chewed that off. So I have to figure out a way to put the sombrero back on him. Uli got him a sombrero and a cowboy hat. And OJ, which one do you, come here and put your cowboy hat on, OJ. OJ, you please come to Mama and put your cowboy hat on, okay? Everybody wants to see you for your birthday. They say that you're the best kitty in the world and they want to say happy birthday to you. I'll be right back. I'm going to play another video. Actually, I'll play this one again because you've already seen it. And I'm going to get OJ geared up.
A heart. It's supposed to be a heart. Thanks. Looked a little better on Pinterest. I love you. That is so sweet, babe. I love you. You are going to have an amazing
Mom?
trip.
Oh, what are you doing?
Nothing. I'm just, hey. Okay, it's kind of a joke, but I got you this shirt to wear for today.
I love it.
I thought it was cute.
Mom, I'm not wearing that.
No? I thought it was cute. Flowers.
Okay, here he is with his cowboy hat on. He does like that a lot. See, there he is. Everybody wants to say happy birthday to you, my kitty. I know you've been so sicky wicky. I know. I cannot blame my kitty. Oh, it had been so horrible. You poo-pooed in the corner, and those birdies will not come out of the TV. Oh, I cannot believe this happened to my kitty. Do you want to change into your sombrero? Look at that, my kitty. Look at that. He's a Texas Ranger. Oh, look at that kitty. Never mind the bags under my eyes. I didn't put my, what that stuff is on under my eyes. Look at that. Oh, look at that. That is such a good kitty. We're going to tell you happy birthday. Okay, just a second, kitty. Everyone going to tell you happy birthday. You're going to be such a nice kitty. No scratchy mama today. Oh, see, everybody, can you read, OJ? Everyone's telling you happy birthday. Yeah, that is so nice for my kitty. Oh, what do you mean no? There you go. You want to lay right here on Mama? Oh, he's going somewhere else. Oh, he's tearing off his hat. OJ. Oh, my goodness. My kitty cannot do that. Oh, my kitty did that. I know. He's like, no, Mom, no. Okay, so let's get to some videos about OJ because he loves to talk about himself. He's a real narcissist. He truly is. He loves to watch videos about himself. So here we go. OJ, come here. It's very rude. It's very rude to my kitty. Okay, this is OJ wanting to eat Greg's Super Beets. Greg's all into all this different healthy stuff that I don't eat, as you can tell. And DT Driver is the cat daddy. Cat even got him a shirt that says Cat Daddy for Christmas. Wherever Greg is, OJ is right there. Greg's like, it's kind of hard to concentrate when I'm taking a dump and OJ is looking right at me. Jay, those are for Daddy.
Not for you, kitty. No, kitty. Certainly not for you. They're not.
Oh, why does Kitty think that's for him? OJ, that's not for you.
You want these? You get that bastard?
Don't call him a fat bastard, Greg.
Well,
That's a candy bar. Daddy, eat your candy bar.
that's not for me. This is for the kitty.
Greg, please play along.
These are for me.
Okay,
These are
Greg.
for kitty.
Greg, I don't see. This is the reason that you're supposed to go to cat behavioral therapy.
Mhm.
Daddy, act like you're eating the candy bar, please.
You want some of this? You want kitty food?
Oh, thank you to my
That's not
kitty.
kitty food. This is kitty food. Hey, you want kitty food?
Yeah, Daddy's trying to get heart healthy.
Yes.
Oh, and Greg, those won't help. Those won't hurt you.
Well, they're not for me. They're for kitty. Here, here, Buckaroo.
Oh, thank goodness my kitty got a snack.
They smell like hell.
Oh, they smell like hell? Okay.
Oh, they're stinky.
Well, I mean, you made it sound like somebody put, Candace's twat in your face, but go
Pretty
ahead.
much smell probably, if I was to imagine. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sure you can work through it.
Oh.
Oh, now my kitty he's got to eat it. Okay, can't play that because it's copywritten. Yep, Greg is the cat daddy. Here, OJ, come watch this. This is about you. You love watching things about you.
Thing that comes to mind when you hear the phrase Bombay cat is that it probably comes from Bombay, India. However, it is not. The breed was bred with the direct participation of breeder Nikki Horner, who had a weakness for panthers and dreamed of breeding a cat breed similar to them. This woman lived and worked, not at all in India, but in the United States, Kentucky. History of the origin of the Bombay cats. The history of the creation of the Bombay cat breed is not so long ago. As it turned out, the American breeder Nikki Horner long and diligently engaged in crossing two breeds, Burmese and American Shorthair, wanting to get a miniature copy of the panther, whose beauty and grace she always admired. Interesting fact, in 1958, the breeder almost succeeded, but the first litter turned out to be completely imperfect. Perseverance is always rewarded, and after a couple of years, Nikki still got a mini panther with the same shiny coat and graceful body as her wild relative. The new breed was recognized by the Cat Fanciers Association only in 1970, and already in 1976 at the exhibition one of the Bombay cats was awarded the title of champion. Many breeders of the Burmese breed were indignant and protested about this. They say, this is not a new breed, but just one of the varieties of Burmese.
OJ loves this. When we found out he was a Bombay cat, my friend Kat, your friend Kat, goes, oh, okay, that explains a lot. They know when they're made of special stuff. See, OJ looks at me like I'm just a 5 foot tall can opener, really. I mean, he looks at Greg and I like, you guys are just regular white people. Look at me. I'm a Bombay cat. People are on waiting lists to buy me. You should be blessed to be in my presence. We deal with this every day. I was on the phone with Katie last night, and he was interrupting the phone call. Was he not, Katie? I was like, do you want to talk to Katie? And he's like, rah, rah. I just didn't tell OJ that Katie's white. He's got a thing about that. He's just like, you're just a regular old white person. Look at me. I'm a Bombay cat, damn it.
Because of this, Nikki Horner had to give up his dream and stop all work in this area. However, other breeders, spouses Suzanne and Herb Zwecker, continued Nikki Horner's endeavors, and in the mid-80s got a cat with a perfect black coat, a future champion, which radically changed the opinion about the breed. Today the genes of this cat are present in the pedigree of most representatives of this breed. As it turned out, there are still very few registered purebred Bombay cats in the world. At the beginning of the 2000s, about 100 individuals were registered by the CFA organization, based on which the breed was only in 34th place out of 40. Bombay cat. Breed description. The Bombay cat inherited their best qualities from the parent breeds, Burmese, American Shorthair. The most important feature of these cats is the black coat along its entire length, very shiny, iridescent in the light, which is close to the body, and has almost no undercoat. Sometimes kittens have lighter spots on their fur, but as they get older, they disappear. Real Bombers should have black pads on their feet and toes, as well as a nose. The body of Bombay cats is of medium size, rather dense, strong and muscular. Males are usually slightly larger and heavier than females. The weight of cats varies from 2.6 to 5.7 kilograms. Bombay paws are not too long, in proportion to the body and tail. Feet are rounded. They have 5 toes on their front paws, and 4 on their hind legs. The head of the Bombay cat is also round, and the muzzle is wide. When examining the muzzle in profile, the stop of the nose is very clearly visible. In a purebred representative of the breed, the feet of the nose should not go into a kink. The nose is slightly flattened, and its tip is slightly rounded. The ears are medium in size, also with rounded tips. They are quite wide at their base and slightly tilted forward, which is why the cat often looks wary. Based on the rather vague wording of the standards for the
Wary, they often look pissed. They often look pissed. He'll lay between Greg and I at night, and then he'll come up on the pillows and he'll take his claws and they'll be in your hair, and he's just scratching at your head. And I'm like, what are you talking? He's almost 19 pounds right now. Come here, my little black tub of lard. You come here. I know you have been so sick. I want to see you again. You come here, you little tub of lard. But he heard that word, pedigree. Now he's strutting around like he is hot shit.
The shape of the head. At shows, judges can judge show specimens of animals in completely different ways. For this reason, the classic representatives of the Bombay cats, with elongated muzzles, occupy both the last and the first places. The Bombay's eyes are not slanted, as in the vast majority of breeds, but round, very bright and expressive, one might even say, sparkling. The color of their iris is of 2 types. Copper or gold, British Bombays, orange or amber, American Bombs. At the same time,
I need to get a voice changer. Suds had a question. He said, are they genetically predisposed to being racist too? I will get shut down by YouTube for this, but you know that you can hate white people and you will never be characterized as being racist. Okay? That goes for OJ and a lot of people, all right? And it wouldn't matter if you were pink with green polka dots. As long as you're not doing exactly what he wants at that minute, he's going to hate everyone that's pink with green polka dots. That's my life.
there is a tendency that in 3 to 5-year-old cats the eyes gradually become less bright and even sometimes change their color to green. Up to the age of 1 month, kittens have blue eyes, while older ones have gray. Popular colors of Bombay cats. Initially, the goal of breeding the Bombay cat was to create a mini panther, exactly as black and graceful as living in the wild. For this reason, all Bombay cats, in accordance with international generally accepted breed standards, are characterized by a rich black coat along the entire length, with an intense shining, even terry sheen. No other colors for this breed are completely unacceptable. Interesting fact, it is noteworthy that Bombay kittens are far from immediately and do not always meet the accepted standards, often having both lighter spots on the coat and slightly brownish, in the light, rather thin sable undercoat. It also happens that in the whole litter of purebred Bombays, only one kitten is born with a black coat color, and all the rest, due to the presence of a dominant Burmese gene, are born with a brownish, sable, color. To obtain a rhinous black color in the entire litter, Bombay cats are nevertheless often crossed with Burmese cats, since the black gene for both breeds is dominant. With the American short-haired Bombay, they rarely cross, since the genes of the former have a bad effect on the physique and grace of the latter. All Bombays have a rather short coat, practically without undercoat, which is very tight to the body, which makes it easy to contemplate their strong, muscular and graceful body. Bombays should have the same black nose, outside and inside, paw pads, fingers, whiskers and vibrissae. The nature and habits of Bombay cats. Bombay cats have a strong affection for their owners and for all family members, including even small children. They are very sensitive creatures and can easily guess the mood of the owners even by the intonation of their voice.
I'm going to have to disagree on that. They don't like everybody. They say even small children. Now, OJ's never had a problem with small children. We do have some neighbors with 2 little girls, and they would do anything to play with OJ. They're like, can I hold him? Can I hold him? And I'm like, ooh, we're not doing that. We did have a friend come over one day with a German Shepherd puppy. And I say puppy, I mean, at this point, the dog was probably around like 45 pounds. Allie was the puppy's name, still alive, but, you know, name when the puppy was here, and was laying in the floor. OJ sensed an intruder, and he comes running out of the bedroom, fangs out, claws out, and just starts ripping that dog up. And I was like, oh my goodness, we can't even have company with my kitty. You did that, did you not? Almost had a vet bill out of that.
Bombay cats require a lot of attention to themselves, constantly reminding themselves of themselves with various active actions, games, meowing, especially if it is time for feeding. Interesting fact, Bombay cats do not like loneliness and suffer if the owners leave them alone for a long time. To somehow compensate for the lack of communication with a sociable cat, you can try to get another cat. In their behavior, mini panthers are quite active and playful, so they need toys, otherwise they will play with everything. Bombays are also quite talkative, although silent individuals are no exception for this breed. However, most of these cats do not pester their owners with their purring and meowing. In comparison with other breeds, their voice is relatively low and unsharp. Bombay cats are characterized.
Not true, because OJ will say no back to you. Papa Bear said, I've been abused in my childhood, and I asked a question and I got blocked. Papa Bear, I didn't see you get blocked. You've been in here. Do any of the moderators know what happened to Papa Bear? It could have been a mistake. Nobody would block you for that, hun. No. But as far as OJ's voice, DT Driver was walking through the living room the other day, and he was like, good morning, kitty. And he went, meow, just like that. Greg and I were having a little bit of couple time, and we were in the shower together. And next thing I know, the shower curtain comes over. OJ's paws are on the side of the tub looking at us going, what are you animals doing? We both jumped out of the shower as if, you know, an intruder was in. We were just like, oh my gosh, like OJ caught us. We're grabbing towels and everything. I mean, we sat in the living room like 2 dumbasses. OJ looking at us like, hell is wrong with you? National Geographic, mother effers? Do that in front of me in my house?
Characterized by the following qualities: intelligence and high intelligence, non-conflict, sociability, playfulness, endurance, compliance. These cats absolutely do not tolerate rudeness. Sometimes they can be vindictive. Therefore, raising their voices, and even more so physical punishment, is completely unacceptable for them. Despite the fact that the Bombay are very attached to their family members, they are quite suspicious of strangers, especially if they are too intrusive, and constantly try to pick them up, squeeze or stroke them. Interesting facts about Bombay cats. Due to their very sociable nature, Bombay categorically do not tolerate loneliness. They miss their owners very much during their absence, and always follow their heels like dogs when they return home.
Now, this is true. I'm gonna get killed for this on the YouTube streets. I'm gonna be called the cat abuser. Greg and I went to, who was DT Driver, to my son's wedding. This was in May. We left around 3:30 in the afternoon. We left toys out, birds on TV, plenty of ice water for him, for OJ, plenty of food, clean litter, you name it. We got home the next morning around 10:30. He would have nothing to do with us. He was furious. And I was like, OJ, I used to pray for my parents to get a life and get out of the house and leave me alone. But I mean, he was furious with us. He wouldn't have anything to do with us. Now, hang on, Papa Bear. What happened to you on another channel, honey, didn't happen here. You're always welcome here. If there's something that you want to share, you know, we have a lot of people in here that definitely will talk to you. There's no reason to run out. That's going to upset OJ on his birthday celebration.
Contrary to popular belief that all cats are difficult to train, it is very easy to teach the Bombay cat some tricks, for example, bringing different objects, bowls, small toys, throwing them and rewarding the animal with something tasty. Sometimes 2 to 3 sessions are enough for the cat to remember the skills and understand what they want from her. Also, these intelligent animals can easily figure out how to open a door or refrigerator. Bombays live long enough, 13 to 20 years. Their lifespan is influenced by their lifestyle.
OJ seems to have a pretty good lifestyle. He's got this thing with rotisserie chicken. He loves it. He eats it. I mean, it's like crack for him. And he will go and he'll scratch at the refrigerator. He'll knock magnets down. You name it. He's in the window now. Come here, OJ. Everybody wants to see you. And he will just scratch and scratch and scratch at the refrigerator till finally I go and I open it and I get out rotisserie chicken for him to eat. And DT Driver's like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And I'm like, yeah, you will. And guess what? He does.
Nutrition, health, activity. The Bombay cat is still a rather rare and small breed. In this connection, it is often compared to a jewel. Representatives of the breed are not very fond of walking on the street, although if the cat is taught to walk from a tender age, then there are no problems. In this case, you must definitely take care of a comfortable harness with a leash in advance. Free range is a taboo for Bombay because hybrid breeds are highly susceptible to various feline viruses. Bombay cats prefer to sleep not curled up into a ball, but sprawled or stretched out to their full length. Often they sleep in the master's bed, which creates inconvenience. For this reason, the sleeping place of the animal should be quite large and spacious. It has been proven that Bombies develop and mature for a long time, almost 2 years. There is an opinion among designers that the popularity of Bombay cats began to grow with the introduction of fashion for Scandinavian-style interiors. This minimalist style with a variety of dark tones favorably emphasizes the beautiful graceful pet with sleek iridescent blue-black fur.
Yeah, that cage wouldn't work for OJ. He likes to have a Serta perfect sleeper. Britt said the girl's grandpa's cat found his new snack, Munster cheese. Have you tried pub cheese? Anytime that we're having pretzels with pub cheese, next thing you know, we go to dip and there's no cheese left, and someone has cheese in his whiskers. Mary said, how did you find OJ Brooks? Strange story. February of, this is 2022. He was laying on our patio. And I'm like, this is so weird. There's a black cat out on the patio. I can't stand cats. I'm a dog person. Oh, what do you mean no? Come here. Come on, Mama, I'm missing you. And I was telling my husband about it. And I said, well, I'm going to find someone to take this cat. I said her. For some reason, I thought it was a girl. I said, because I don't want Tulsa Animal Control to come, get this kitty. And a couple of days later, he went away. He ran off. Just sit there. Just put the claws up, put the fangs up. Just sit. Just for the love of Cain, just sit. Just sit. And I had the screen door open. There was a bunch of leaves that had blown in. And I was like, that cat is back. And I was talking to my husband, and he goes, when I get home, that cat better not be there. I better not smell cat piss. I'm not buying litter. I'm not buying cat food. And I said, oh, okay. But little did Greg know, OJ was already in the house, curled up on the couch. So we took him to the vet. Thank you, OJ, for knocking that off. And they said, it's not a him. It's not a her. It's a him. And he's chipped. So I had to call this number and track down because I'm heartbroken. I'm thinking, oh, I'm good. Okay, that's enough doing that. But thank you for doing. Yeah, oh, that's so nice of you. Thank you. Just quit knocking stuff off, OJ. So I tracked down these people. It turns out that the person Thank you for taking that off, OJ. That is so nice of you. Yeah, thank you to my kitty. That was to block the camera. So I found out who owned him, and it was a professor at Tulsa University. And he's a literary professor. Him and his wife have all these exotic cats. Siamese, a Maine Coon. I have cat hair on me. Egyptian Mau. Oh, I don't remember now. OJ. But his real name, well, his given name was Ernest Hemingway. All of the cats in the house were named after famous authors. And now he's just OJ. I did find the gentleman who at one time had OJ. I got a hold of his son and he was like, oh, that's Ernest. We moved all the cats and didn't know where Ernest was. And he was like, nobody likes that cat. And I'm like, well, I really don't want to part with him. That's your tail, dude. That's your tail. That'd be like me chasing my own ass. That's your tail, OJ. You're causing a disruption. All right, let's get back to this about you, OJ. I'm sitting here trying to tell a story and you're making an ass out of yourself.
Pros and cons of Bombay cats. The positive qualities of the incredibly beautiful and rare Bombay cats include a very spectacular appearance and grace, as well as an almost complete resemblance to a panther. For all its somewhat wild appearance, the animal has a very affectionate and benevolent character, not too talkative, very attached to its owners, does not trust strangers, but at the same time, tolerates the presence of a dog in the house. Another indisputable plus of the Bombers is that they get along well with people, both with adults and with children. The cat is simply very smart, one might even say, and intellectual, understands well its owners, their teams, can learn to make friends, help, bring a ball and other small objects, hold a toy in its paws, open the door with its paw. She does not at all require special attitude and attention to herself, is very unpretentious in nutrition and quickly enough adapts to a new environment for her. The negative aspects of the breed include the manifestation of genetic diseases. This is due to the fact that the breed is hybrid and still quite young. Bombays are characterized by the episodic appearance of problems with the ears, eyes, gums, viral diseases. For this reason, the eyes, ears and gums require close master's attention and control. Also, Bombay cats are prone to obesity, as they almost never suffer from lack of appetite and the ability to control the amount of food eaten.
He eats all the time. He eats all the time. And if that bowl is empty, he gets so mad, or if he doesn't like what's in his bowl, he'll put his paw in there and he'll just start kicking his food out and look at me like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He got real mad at me a couple weeks ago because he just kept eating and eating and eating. And I'm like, you're just not going to eat all day. And I called him Stacy Wandra. And I guess he knows who Stacy Wandra is because he was furious with me. Woo! He was mad.
Another disadvantage, albeit rather strange, is that Bombies often cannot get along with other cats, although they are quite tolerant of dogs. Caring for Bombay cats. Caring for mini panthers is not too difficult. To do this, it is enough to do the following. Brush out the coat with a soft brush once a week. Wipe the corners of the eyes with a moistened cotton pad as it gets dirty. Once every 2 to 3 days. Check the ears, and if dirt is found there, then wipe them with a cotton swab dipped in chamomile broth or in a solution of vinegar and warm water 50 to 50, 1 time per week. It is important to constantly monitor the cleanliness of dishes, feeding places and the tray, since Bombay cats are simply unsurpassed cleaners who are very sensitive to their hygiene. Needless to say, the animal must have its own sleeping place, and not 1, but 2 or 3, in different places of the house or apartment. Thus, cats will not pretend to be the master's bed, which often happens due to their strong affection. The presence of a good scratching post is necessary, since this cat device greatly simplifies the care of the claws. They will not need to be cut often. The short coat of the Bombay does not require any special maintenance. It does not require frequent combing and frequent washing, and almost never falls out.
He gets brushed all the time, especially by Greg. When they did talk to me about the gingivitis problems he might have, and I was talking to Mama Kay. Actually, we were going back and forth on Facebook. Remember this, Mama Kay? And I wanted her to drive up from where she lives in Arkansas. And I'm like, maybe you can help me brush his teeth. And she was like, not even in my cat rescue days. No way. As much as I love you, I'm not brushing that cat's teeth. So he eats greenies.
The most essential things for a Bombay cat. Bowl, preferably made of metal. Tray, plastic or metal, always with high sides. Scratching post. Sleeping place, preferably 2 to 3 sun loungers. Toys. Frequent water treatments are not recommended for cats. If the cat is not outside at all, then one bathing every 6 months is enough. For bathing, it is better to use special shampoos, or, at worst, baby soap. If you bathe your pet too often, it can develop allergies. Cats must be vaccinated regularly and given drugs for helminths. If a kitten is purchased in a cattery, then the buyer must be provided with a vaccination certificate. Bombay cat. Price and how to buy correctly. As for the price, a kitten of a young purebred Bombay cat with a pedigree cannot cost less than $800. Therefore, a too low price for a kitten, for example, $50 of a future breeder, should at least be alerted. After all, most likely we are talking about an ordinary blackyard cat, and an inexperienced person in this regard may not immediately notice the difference. The average price of a real Bombay is about $1,000.
And I didn't realize that people were selling black cats saying that they're Bombay. I mean, you can print anything off the computer, right? You can just say, oh, it's a Bombay. They're not really going to do anything with it. It's just kind of for show value. So, I mean, there's certain, characteristics of a Bombay cat. Papa Bear, where are you going now? We're going to get back to Harmony in a little bit. They're eating their peanut butter and jelly.
And its small fluctuations in one direction or another may depend on the class or pedigree of the animal. According to the standard of Bombay cats, breeders divide into 3 classes. Show. The cat has many titled ancestors, outstanding qualities, is used for participation in exhibitions and for breeding. Breed. The cat does not have outstanding qualities and ancestors with titles, however, it fully complies with all standards and can give offspring of the show class. Pet. The cat has some deviations from the standards, does not have a pedigree, and cannot participate in exhibitions. The price of a sterilized Bombay cat kitten, which is purchased as a pet, can reach $500. Recommendations of an experienced breeder when buying a Bombay cat: 3 to 4 months old, clear eyes, clean ears, smooth tail, shiny coat of even black color without spots, playfulness and activity. Needless to say, a real Bombay can only be bought in a specialized nursery and not from a private breeder. At the same time, the price of a
no way. People have asked me, are you going to breed Bombay cats? I'm not jerking cats off. You kidding me? I can't get 2 minutes of privacy with my own husband. You think I'm going to watch a bunch of cats having sex around me? No. All right, let's get. If I'd learned to use my controls. All right, this is how you know if a Bombay cat likes you or not.
Tell you 7 ways that the amazing Bombay cat chooses their favorite person. If you want to be this cat's favorite person, here are 7 things that you need to be doing. Because the Bombay looks like a mini panther. It's beautiful, but they're loving and smart. This cat was created in the 1950s by breeding sable Burmese cats with the black American short hair. This all-black cat is awesome, so let's see how they choose their favorite person. The first way that a Bombay cat chooses their favorite person is through physical touch. These cats love to cuddle and be close to their humans. So if your Bombay cat is always rubbing up against you or sitting on your lap, chances are you're their favorite person, and you definitely need to go with this. Make sure you're giving them plenty of affection because this cat loves being around certain people. And when they find that person, that's what they really want to do. So if this cat's near you, make sure you take full advantage of this and pet them as much as you can. The second way a Bombay cat chooses its favorite person is through playtime. Bombay cats are playful and energetic, and they love to play with their humans. If your cat always brings toys to you and follows you around the house, they might be showing you that they're your favorite person and they want to play with you. So use a laser, a fake mouse. Make sure that you're playing with your Bombay as much as you can. They really enjoy this and appreciate this. If you can do this, you will be their favorite person. The third way is through food. Bombay cats love to eat, and if your cat is always begging for treats or waiting for you at the kitchen counter, It may mean that they see you as their favorite person to provide them food. So make sure you give them kibble, mix in a little raw or wet food.
I'm muted. We've been having to give him more wet food because he's been having a lot of hairball issues and he doesn't like to drink water very much, but he needs to drink more water. So anyway, that's how it goes. So who do you think in our family is OJ's favorite? DT Driver or me?
And it'll go a long way in becoming their favorite person. We recommend We Feed Raw. There's a link in the description for 25% off. It's raw food. Cats are carnivores and they love to eat fresh raw food. Link in the description. The fourth way is through grooming. Bombay cats are known for their sleek, shiny coats, and they love to be groomed. Cats in general love to be clean, but a Bombay cat needs to be cleaned and groomed to show off that sleek coat. If your Bombay always comes to you for a good brushing or allows you to clean their ears, it might mean that you're their favorite person to keep them looking their best. The fifth way that your Bombay cat chooses who they love is through conversation. Bombay cats are known for their vocalizations and they love to talk to their humans. Did you know that meowing is not natural out in the wild? It's something that cats picked up on to get human attention, and Bombays do it perfectly. They're so incredibly smart. They know what they want and they know how to get it. So if your cat always meows at you or follows you around the house while making noise, it might mean that you're their favorite person to chat with. So embrace this, have fun, and talk back to your Bombay cat. They will love it and you will be their favorite person. The sixth way a Bombay chooses their favorite person is through loyalty. Bombay cats are fiercely loyal to their humans and will often follow that favorite person around the house. If your Bombay is always by your side or wanting to be with you as soon as you get home, it probably means that you're their favorite person. So it's up to you as the owner to make sure you're around as much as you possibly can. Bombay cats are not like most cats that can be alone for long periods of time. Instead, Bombay cats want to be by your side as much as possible. The final way that a Bombay cat chooses its favorite person.
Hang on, I'm calling my husband to tell him the results of the poll. He's probably on the phone with a lot lizard.
Hey, what's up?
I'm live right now. We're doing OJ's birthday.
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay. Well, the poll, it looks like everyone thinks that you're OJ's favorite person.
It all depends on the day, but yeah, we're pretty good pals.
I know. Do you have a dad joke prepared for us?
I do not. I do not.
Okay, hon. Well, usually you have them right off the top of your head. It took you a while to answer. Did you pick somebody up off the side of the highway or something?
It rang 3 times.
Oh, okay.
I have to. I don't hit the button. Remember, I go answer. I just talk into my headset and it picks up. But it has to ring at least 3 times to say that.
Okay, don't be bringing me none of those herps like the Wanderers have.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that problem.
Okay, I'll see you in the show. Love ya.
Love you too, baby.
Okay, thought I was going to catch the bastard.
Is through intuition. Bombay cats are very intuitive animals, and they have a way of sensing their humans' emotions. If your cat always seems to know when you're sad, upset, and knows when to come comfort you, it may mean that you're their favorite person. Bombay cats know what's going on. They're very smart, and they're in tune with your emotions. So it'll be up to you as the owner to make sure you're treating your Bombay cat the best you can by giving them pets, food, grooming them, giving them exercise, and playing with them. If you can do this, your Bombay cat will love you and you will be your favorite person. So there you have it. Those are the 7 ways Bombay cats choose their favorite person. Remember, every cat breed is different, so it's important to spend time with your cat to figure out what they like and how to communicate with them. We'll see all of you on the next one.
Woo! Okay. All right. OJ is loving this. Let me tell you, because this is all about him. Kelly said you can take the boy out of Yankee territory, but you can't take the hassle out of his voice. That is for sure. When we're having to call and like do business with people, he talks so fast, or they think he's from Minnesota or Canada. And he's always like, he tells them where he's from. All right. So OJ, I want you to pay specific attention to this, por favor. OJ, you ready? This is 7 reasons you should not get a Bombay cat. This is not my writing. This is not my content. I did not write this, but I concur with a few of these. Not that I would trade my kitty for anything. So don't worry about it. You're the one that tore your sombrero up, not me.
Tell you 7 reasons why you should not get a Bombay cat. This is an active, curious cat that loves watching the world around her and can be very affectionate and will demand time with her parents. The Bombay is a medium-sized cat, but when you pick them up, they're going to feel a little bit sturdier than that. They're big-boned, heavy, and they're round all over. They have round ears, round eyes, round noses, tail, and feet. But this cat may not be best for everyone. And in this video, we're going to explain 7 reasons why the Bombay cat may not be best for you and your family. So let's get started with number 1. The first reason why a Bombay cat may not be best for you is because they are climbers and jumpers. They are strong, agile climbers and jumpers. So a multi-level scratching post or a climbing tower is appreciated. They're by nature active cats, so a variety of toys are good to have, especially ones that allow you to be active with them. And if you can't do this or you can't provide a climbing tree, then maybe this cat's not best for you. Maybe you live in a small apartment where you just don't have the room for them to jump up, be active, and do the things they want to do. Then this cat may not be best for you because they love being active, they love climbing, jumping, and being all around the house. So this cat may not be best for you if you don't have the space, time, or energy to get them the tower or the toys that they need. 2 reasons why a Bombay cat may not be best for you is because of the shedding. Now, one of the benefits of owning a Bombay is they don't shed that much. However, just because these cats are low shedders, it doesn't mean that they're hypoallergenic. You can still be allergic to this cat, and when they do shed, it seems worse than most cats because it's all black. So every single hair shows up on your furniture, on your carpet, on you, on your clothes. So this cat can be a problem if you don't want little black hairs all over your house. If this is something you're concerned about, then the Bombay is not going to be the best cat for you. And there's other cats that also shed minimally and their hair is different colors, so it blends into your house a little bit better and doesn't stick out like the Bombay's hair. 3 reasons why a Bombay may not be best for you is because they need to see out. They want to see the world outside. So they either want to go outside or they want to look outside of a window. So if you don't have the ability for them to look outside and really see the world, the Bombay cat won't be its happiest. Or you can let them outside. But if you don't want your cat outside and you don't have a place for them to look out, the Bombay is just not going to be the best cat for you, and you should probably look at a different cat. But if you have an ability for them to sit on a ledge and look out, or even go outside for a little bit, the Bombay is going to be very happy and be a great cat for you and your family. Number 4 reason why a Bombay cat may not be best for you is because they need time with their family. They love people, and it's a benefit of having a Bombay cat is they love being around people and kids. But if you and your family aren't around that much, maybe a Bombay cat isn't for you. Some people get cats because they know they're in and out, they're not going to be home a lot, and it's better than getting a dog who could have separation anxiety. Well, a Bombay cat is as close to a dog as you can get. They don't like being left alone for long periods of time. They love being with their owner. They love being with their family. So if you're gone long periods of time, maybe a Bombay cat isn't for you and you should look to another cat breed. The number 5 reason why a Bombay cat may not be best for you is because they're going to be in your space. Unlike other cats that like to be independent at times or run off and hide, the Bombay cat's really going to be with their owner on your lap, wanting to be pet and with you all the time. So if you're looking for a cat to just do its own thing, the Bombay cat's not for you. They want to be with their owner, playing, jumping, looking outside, being an active part of the family. So if you're looking for a cat that can do all of those things, then the Bombay cat is perfect. They want to be around their family, hanging out and doing whatever the family's doing. But if you're looking for a cat that just kind of leave you alone and only come see you once in a while, that's not going to be the Bombay cat. They're always going to have their eyes on you and wanting to be with you. Number 6 reason why a Bombay cat may not be best for you is because they require good quality food that can be expensive. So if you're looking for a cat to come in and just feed it whatever, the Bombay cat's not going to be for you. They need good quality food because they have had some history of health problems and they have an amazing coat that needs to be taken care of. So if they eat the right things, get daily brushings or weekly brushings, then their coat stays healthy and shiny, but it can be expensive to feed this cat. So if you don't have the money or the resources to pay for a cat and expensive cat food, then maybe the Bombay cat isn't for you. But if this is not a problem for you, the Bombay cat will appreciate it and live a healthy, happy life with good quality food. And the number 7 reason why a Bombay cat may not be best for you is because they are smaller. So if you've got a rambunctious household, just be aware that the Bombay cat is littler and could get injured easier than other cats. But the good news is the Bombay cat has been shown to be very sturdy, robust. Like we said earlier, it's almost like they're big boned and they're a little heavier than they appear. So they are a small to medium sized cat, but they're a little bit more robust than they look. So if you have a family, they're ready to take on the challenge. But just know they can't take too many things or too many rambunctious animals because they're just not that big of a cat. We hope you've enjoyed this video about the Bombay cat, and we'll see you on the next one.
Okay, those are reasons you shouldn't have a Bombay cat. Did you hear all that, my kitty? Oh, thank you for the kisses. Now you be so sweet. My goodness. My goodness. Well, our friend HDC will be out of the hospital in a few minutes. Let's please send some get well vibes to our friend HDC. And get well vibes to our friend Chrissy too, because she just realized that she has a Bombay cat. No offense, OJ. Speedy recovery. We need you back in full force, HDC. All right, back to Valentine's Day. Sorry about that, OJ. He's looking at the computer screen like, what? No more cat videos? These are some Valentine's Day bloopers that the news has made, and I laughed a little too hard at these.
Rob Gronkowski, Love and Groceries, Mass Kiss Fest. All of this and more, starting now.
Valentine's Day just days away. And this morning, we're in studio with Christina Christian. We are getting ready to impress everyone come Wednesday, Hump Day, also known as Valentine's Day.
Yes.
So-
With the forthcoming Valentine's Day very much in mind, meteorologist Ella Dorsey is keen to share her findings about the forecast.
Let's take a look at tomorrow, okay? It is going to be really nice, even warmer. Upper 60s, LaGrange could hit 70. We'll see increasing clouds, but man, is it going to be nice. Ladies, you're trying to figure out what to wear? You can go with a little bit more of the Hoochie Mom outfit, okay? Because you're not going to need all the extra layers, all right? Upper 60s tomorrow. Now, how long will this last? Probably not very long. I'll take a look at some of these storms on the way at the end of the week. Courtney Giacobazzi is here now. She's got an accident for us in DeKalb County.
We do.
I don't know.
Hoochie Mama is my favorite thing I think I've ever heard you say on television so far.
As we said, it is Valentine's Day, one of the busiest days for restaurants as well. And if you're making last-minute dinner plans, you may have a hard time getting in some of the titties.
Woo! Instead of saying, if you're making last minute plans, you may have trouble getting into some of the cities, he said, titties. Woo!
Valentine's Day, one of the busiest days for restaurants as well. And if you're making last-minute dinner plans, you may have a hard time getting in some of the titties and some of the city's top spots. We checked around at some local restaurants.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in West Virginia, things are rapidly coming to some sort of head.
Well, finally today, hundreds of couples and singles gathered at a St. Petersburg square over the weekend to take part in a mass kissing event. But the event wasn't meant to break any records. The organizer put it together to help young singles find new partners and to show there's always a chance to be happy and just have fun.
Single participants were asked to come out an hour before the actual kissing part of the event with a badge in the shape of a heart to show they weren't attached. Some carried red heart-shaped balloons to attract some extra attention. A whole series of coded questions was set up to show interest and to keep people from having to ask those awkward first questions like, where are you from? What's your sign? You know, all those pickup
What do you do
lines.
if you see your boyfriend out there with a
Oh.
heart on, kissing some other girl?
I
No,
don't know. I'd be a little bit angry, I'd have to say.
would not be cool.
They all seem to be very excited. Yeah, I made a lot of friends.
As if his morning hasn't been interesting enough already, suddenly out of nowhere, anchor Rob Cardwell is loosening right up.
Michelle Frankel is a matchmaker in New York City. She says she uses a combination of logic and intuition to match people, but the cost for her services range from $7,500 to $30,000. But it could be worth it. She has an 80% success rate.
Oh, that's pretty good. 80% success. Whoa. Oh, Freudian slip. Success rate. Yikes. Hello, Internet. Hello, Internet. That's going on there. Let's just move on, shall we? Can we please move on, Reba? I'll move on here. If you're single and ready to mingle, golly, did that go right into this next story? Lidl is playing Cupid this Valentine's Day. The grocery chain is partnering with Richmond-based dating service It Takes Two to help you find love. Single people who attend the happy hour event will get to enjoy guided wine tasting and a master class, as well as hear dating advice from Reba, stop it, from chief matchmakers at the website It Takes Two. They'll also have palm readings, and the first 30 people will get a Lidl gift card. Happy hours from 6 to 8 at the Lidl store on West Broad near Staples Mill. And bring your grocery list. So if you don't find love, at least you can find something on sale there.
Grocery shopping.
Rob, we all knew what you meant. We all knew what you meant. It's just Reba. Now it's Reba's reaction.
Success rate. Success rate.
I just had to ask, since he'll be here through the weekend, where does Gronk go for Valentine's Day?
What are you doing for Valentine's Day?
Whoa. What are you doing?
I don't know.
For some of those involved in it, for better or for worse, this is turning into a Valentine's Day that they're not going to forget.
Okay, they're getting back into the courtroom. That was a lot of fun spending the lunch hour with you guys. I hope you had fun too. Let's see what they're doing. You'll hear birds in the background because OJ is watching. With all the hype, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of November babies.
If you could remain standing and just raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat, Ms. Redwich, and make yourself comfortable. And when you're ready, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
My name is Rachel Radwich.
First is Rachel, last Radwich.
Ms. Radwich, how are you presently employed? What do you do for a living?
I work for the Manchester Police Department in the Evidence Division.
And how long have you worked with the Manchester Police Department?
It'll be 9 years this September.
In those 9 years, have you held more than one position with the Manchester Police Department?
I have. So I started off as a emergency communications dispatcher. And then after about 2 or 3 years, I began working in evidence as an evidence specialist. And then as of last July, I was promoted to the evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as an evidence supervisor?
So I primarily oversee the 3 evidence specialists that also work in my unit. I oversee the intake and collection of all evidence that comes into the evidence division, as well as maintain control of all of our storage rooms. Ensure that all policies and procedures are being followed, and just keeping up with day-to-day tasks, completing requests, that sort of thing.
You mentioned the intake of all evidence. And can you just walk the jurors through that process, how things are taken in by the Manchester Police Department?
So generally speaking, either a patrol officer or a detective from the investigative division is the one collecting items from the scene or whatever they're working. All of our lockers or storage units for temporary storage have a one-way locking mechanism. So essentially the officer puts the item in. Once they lock it and secure it, only someone from evidence can access that item. From there, we maintain that the packaging used was the proper packaging to maintain integrity of that item. And then we decide on proper storage for long-term purposes. For that, update the computer, make sure everything kind of checks out, and then put it away until it's needed for further analysis.
Ms. Radwich, you just mentioned that the detectives will collect things. Are you in a position where you go out and collect items?
So on large-scale scenes, my unit will be asked to assist, to include myself.
And you've mentioned evidence rooms, lockers, and storage units. Can you just describe those for the jurors so they're familiar? Are those all at the Manchester Police Department here in town?
Yes, so primarily most of our rooms are at Manchester Police Department. We have about 12 rooms on the second floor, all under the control of the evidence unit. It's limited access in, and then only the 4 of us in evidence can actually get into those rooms. We also have some outside storage areas for things that can't be brought in, so like explosives, bicycles. And then we have a room that's for ventilation. We call it our vented storage, so anything that isn't a drug item, which requires double security within the building, but still needs some sort of airflow due to the smell. That'll get stored in our vented storage. That way you're not bringing in something that stinks into the building to then permeate my office.
So, Ms. Radwich, I want to back up for just a second. To be an evidence supervisor, does that require any specific training or education?
So it requires experience in the evidence unit. I hold my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science, as well as a Master's of Science degree in criminal justice. I've had training and certification through the International Association of Property and Evidence. And then there's also just on-the-job training that you get exposed to just through years of working in that division.
And do you do continuing, or have you done continuing training during your 9 years with the Manchester Police Department?
So I mostly stay up to date with case law, so local, state, and federal laws, make sure we're adhering to that. Stay up to date with our CALIA standards, which is accreditation for the police department, make policy changes as necessary to reflect that. And then I keep up with, technological advances. We work closely with the New Hampshire State Forensic Lab as far as different analysis that they're doing, keeping up with that Association for Property and Evidence. as well as we work closely with the FBI and the ATF, and kind of always maintaining constant communication of where we need to be at to secure and maintain evidence.
Now, Ms. Radwich, I'd like to switch gears, and I want to talk about the case of a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. What was your role, just generally, your role and involvement on the case of the missing child, Harmony Montgomery?
So for this case, I was still an evidence specialist, so I hadn't been yet promoted. And I had a few different roles within this, but primarily it was to assist the detective division for those large scale scenes, just to help maintain and document any evidence that's being brought in, ensure the integrity and packaging of those items.
Do you recall when your involvement on this matter began?
I want to say it was January 2022, and at that point, it would have just been primarily the intaking and storing of items coming in. At that point, it wasn't a full-scale investigation to what it ended up being. So just, different interview discs, paperwork, that sort of thing we were collecting through those one-way lockers and putting them into storage.
And you mentioned earlier that you're in charge of intake of all evidence that's brought into the Manchester Police Department. Are you aware of whether or not evidence has been brought to the Manchester Police Department regarding this case?
Yes, there has been a lot of evidence.
When you say a lot, what does that mean?
About 900 pieces, give or take.
Ms. Radwich, during your involvement in this case, did you ship items from the Manchester Police Department to DNA Labs International?
Yes, so we would take items being stored at Manchester Police Evidence Office, and I would transport it to a FedEx facility. Generally, we go to the one in Bedford, and do standard express overnight delivery of those items directly to DNA Labs International in Florida.
And I want to discuss specifically an evidence item bearing the evidence item number MER 3D-RL1 through RL18. Are you familiar with those items?
Vaguely. I know MER 3D is the ceiling tile, and then anything with the RL attached would be any of the rails or screws that were removed from that ceiling tile.
And can you just describe to the jury how you became familiar with the ceiling portion, the rails that you just mentioned?
Okay, so MER 3D is a large piece of drywalled ceiling tile. There's a vent opening with metal rails. I first became familiar with it when, of course, it came into my office and we needed to store it. I was also part of transporting that item to and from the lab being the state forensic lab. Once that came back to my office, after testing was done at the state level, I was then overseeing that piece of evidence being reopened essentially, so that the analysts could get smaller cuttings for a deeper analysis, only because transporting that ceiling tile was just becoming too much. It's very large, required 2 people. So it was decided that cuttings would be taken for further processing instead of transferring this massive piece back and forth.
And let me stop you there. You said that the analyst made the cuttings.
Yes.
Were you there when the analyst made the cuttings?
Yes.
And what was that analyst's name?
Kevin McMahon.
And that's an individual from the lab?
Yes.
Here in New Hampshire. Do you know whether he made specific markings on the areas that he cut?
There were markings made next to the squares that were cut out.
Following that interaction, did you have occasion to see that item again in your facility here at the Manchester Police Department?
Yes, so shortly after that time frame, that was mid to late June. And then about a month or so later, we again had to pull the ceiling tile out, and we brought it to our second floor training room, essentially to remove the metal rails from the piece of drywall. The reasoning for this is, again, it was really big, really bulky, and we wanted to see what was under those rails. So I was amongst a team of detectives. We took the ceiling tile that was stored securely in the evidence division. We wheeled it down in its packaging to the training room, which was right down the hall from my office. And then once there, we did what we needed to do to get those rails removed.
Do you recall with any specificity the detectives that you mentioned?
It was Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Lammy, Detective Bombard, and Detective Rayhill.
That's Max Rayhill.
Yes.
And so did you unpackage the item that day? You mentioned it was in July. Do you recall the specific day?
I want to say it was the 18th.
So on July 18th, did you unpackage the item for the detectives?
Yes. So once we got to the training room, we put down a clean piece of craft paper, put this item on top of it, and then just carefully open it up so as to not disturb the contents underneath. Of course, we had to use a knife to cut into it because it was wrapped in cardboard, given that it was drywall, so we didn't want it to bend and then break.
Did you have any impressions when the rails came off that item of MER 3D?
Yeah, so first looking at the ceiling tile, you could see some like dark staining on the drywall backing. And then as the rails were being removed, you could see dark red, like crusted staining along the rails as well as slightly underneath. And as the rails were being removed by the detectives, I could smell just a foul odor coming from that piece of drywall as the rail was being lifted.
And were you familiar with that foul odor that you smelled?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jurors? How are you familiar with it, with the smell?
So the smell, I would call it like a pungent rotting smell. And I'm familiar with that, and I would associate that with decomposition. I know what that smell is like. I've worked on numerous crime scenes in which there was a body present. I've attended an autopsy, and I've also regularly handled evidence that comes in from death scenes.
At the Manchester Police Department, do you have a specific location for such items with body fluids decomposition?
So yes, that would be the ventilated storage, but given the importance of this piece of evidence and the amount of packaging that was wrapped around it, again, there was layers of cardboard. It was really maintained and sturdy. We kept that in our upstairs evidence room. That way it would be better preserved and the integrity would maintain through different weather changes, that sort of thing.
If I can have a moment. Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
You may sit down.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes we have to take witnesses, not necessarily in order that we would like. But we'd like to call a particular witness, Mr. Jared Mondrag, to the stand, please, to take advantage of the translation services that are available to us today.
All right. The witness is coming, and then I'll ask the interpreter to please step up as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. That would be great.
Sir,
The interpreter has been placed under oath
A la intérprete
to
se,
interpret to the best of her skill, knowledge, and ability.
a la intérprete se le ha puesto bajo juramento para que interprete a lo mejor de sus habilidades.
good afternoon, Mr. Mondrag.
Buenas tardes, señor Mondrag.
If you could please stand up for a moment,
Sí, por favor, se podría poner de pie.
and if you would please raise your right
Si puede
hand.
alzar la mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear
Usted jura solemnemente
testimony you give this jury
que el testimonio que usted va a dar ante este jurado
will be the truth,
va a ser la
the
verdad,
whole truth,
la verdad completa
and nothing but the
y
truth?
solo la verdad,
So help you God.
bajo la ayuda de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Puede tomar asiento.
Mr. Mondrag, as we're being recorded here today,
Señor Mondrag, ahora nos están grabando,
would you please state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
por favor, nos podría decir su nombre y también deletrear su primer nombre y su apellido.
Jared Brian Lujano Mondragón.
Jared Brian Lungano Mondragón.
Y-A-R-D.
Y-A-R-D.
And your last name, sir. Would you
¿Y su
spell your last name,
apellido?
please?
L-U-J-A-N-O.
Lugano, L-U-J-A-N-O.
And is that your full name, sir?
¿Y eso es su nombre completo, señor? Yes.
Sir, what town do you live in?
Señor, ¿en qué pueblo vive usted?
En Manchester.
En Manchester.
And how long have you lived in
¿Y
Manchester?
cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted en Manchester?
23 años.
23 years.
23 years. Okay.
23 años, ¿ok?
What do you do for work, sir?
¿En qué trabaja usted?
En drywall y metal frame.
En drywall and metal frame.
How long have you done that kind of work?
¿En cuánto tiempo ha hecho usted ese tipo de trabajo?
15 años.
About 15 years.
15 years. If I could approach the witness, please, Your Honor.
Si me puedo acercar al testigo, por favor.
Here to show you what's marked States Exhibit 30.
Señor Lugano Mondrag, estoy aquí para mostrarle lo que se llama la prueba número 30.
Do you recognize this building?
¿Usted reconoce este edificio?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you ever done work at this building?
¿Usted alguna vez ha trabajado en este edificio? Yes.
What kind of work did you do there?
¿Qué tipo de trabajo hizo usted allí?
Sí, Rocky frame.
Sheetrocking and framing.
Do you know or have you ever met someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
¿Usted conoce o alguna vez ha conocido una persona con el nombre de Adam Montgomery?
No.
No.
And do you know or have you met with anyone by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
¿Y usted conoce o ha conocido a alguna persona con el nombre de Kayla Montgomery?
No.
No.
And that location where you did work installing sheetrock,
¿Y ese lugar donde usted hizo trabajo instalando el sheetrock?
did you ever live at that address?
¿Usted alguna vez vivió en esa dirección? No.
And other than doing the work for the sheetrock, have you ever been back to that address?
Fuera de hacer ese trabajo con el sheetrock ahí, ¿usted ha regresado a esa dirección?
No.
No.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions for you. Defense counsel may
Gracias.
have
No
a few.
tengo otras preguntas para usted, la defensa.
And I have no questions.
Y yo no tengo preguntas, su señoría.
Your Honor, we'd ask the witness to please be excused then.
A su señoría pediríamos que excusen al testigo.
You are excused, sir.
Usted está excusado. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Yes, thank you.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state calls criminalist Kevin McMahon to the stand.
Be careful of the wires, please, sir.
And Mr. McMahon, if you would please remain standing for a moment and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
And Mr. McMahon, there's some water up there for you if you need it, or if you need a break at any time, please let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Would you please, because we're being recorded here today, state your full name, spelling both your first and your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin, Kevin, middle initial G, and my last name is McMahon, capital MC, capital MAHON.
And Mr. McMahon, up until last year, where did you work?
I was formerly employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long did you work for them?
For over 40 years.
And it's my understanding that you retired last year from there.
Yes, I did.
What was your position while you were working at the lab?
I was assigned to the Forensic Biology Unit.
And was there an official title that you had?
Criminalist 2.
Okay. And what does that mean to be a Criminalist 2 at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab?
Well, a Criminalist 1 is an entry-level position. Criminalist 2 would be more of a journeyman level position, where you have more responsibilities or more duties assigned to you than a Criminalist 1 would.
I understand that you said that you were there for 40 years. What were the different units of the lab that you worked in during those 40 years?
I worked primarily in the Forensic Biology Unit, although way back when it was just forensic serology. I was actually hired as a drug chemist, but then was transferred into the serology section. But over the years, I took on additional responsibilities, most of those dealing with the analysis of items of what are known as trace evidence, which would include the examination of hairs and fibers, the examination of paints and plastics, and the examination of automobile lamps, specifically the filaments in a lamp for purposes of determining whether a taillight or a headlight was on or off at the time of a collision.
And Mr. McMahon, let me ask you, can you go through a little bit of what your educational background was, specifically in the area of dealing with serology and the identification of bodily fluids?
Well, I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut. And both those programs were overseen by fairly well-known forensic biochemists at the time. And so it would be difficult for someone to go through that program without having a lot of experience and exposure to forensic serology. And so in addition to what I learned about forensic serology while undergoing my education, I underwent extensive on-the-job training soon after transferring to the serology section of the lab back in 1983.
And could you please explain what forensic serology is? What is that the science of?
So forensic serology is that area of expertise within the field of the forensic sciences that deals specifically with the identification and the characterization of blood and other body fluids as they are associated with physical evidence. And it's the screening process which in modern times immediately precedes DNA testing.
In addition to your educational background, have you received any specialized training after you obtained your degrees within that field of serology?
Well, over the years, I've had a number of opportunities to attend various schools and workshops and symposia dealing with various aspects of forensic science, some of those specifically dealing with forensic serology.
Are you a member of any professional organizations when it comes to serology or to detection?
Well, I'm a member in good standing of the Northeastern Association of Forensic Scientists.
And over your career, how many serological analysis or serology analysis would you estimate that you've made?
Serological analyses, I would estimate in the thousands or tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert witness in the subject of serology?
I have many times.
And were those in New Hampshire courts?
Yes.
And does that include this particular jurisdiction where we are today, Hillsborough County, Northern District?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to please qualify Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of forensic serology.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds that he is qualified as an expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McMahon, what was your involvement into the investigation into the death of Harmony Montgomery?
I was assigned as the point person, at least as far as any requests that were made by the Manchester Police Department for testing or examination of evidence for biological materials, primarily in this case, blood or hairs.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you did do serology testing or at least examinations on in this case. It's my understanding that several of the items that you examined had no stain, that you saw nothing to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were a number of items that I examined and did not find any stains or deposits that I felt were characteristic of blood. And so no further testing was done beyond a mere physical examination.
And then were there other items that you looked at that you did test, but it turned out that they were negative for blood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there also an item or two that you tested that was positive for blood?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to start then, understanding that those are three categories of things that you found. I want to start with some of the evidence that you tested that did not have blood on them, things that were examined and tested, but then did not have blood. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What pieces of evidence did you test that you found out that they did not have blood on them? And I'd like to start specifically with items that you tested on January 5th of 2022, excuse me, that you wrote in a report on January 5th of 2022. And would you like me to refer to the item names, or excuse me, the numbers that have been assigned to those items? Or do you have a copy of your reports available in case you need to refresh your recollection?
I have a copy of my entire case report. So you can either refer to the date of the report or the exhibit number so that I can verify what you're asking me.
And let me ask you, did you sit through a deposition, Mr. McMahon, on the same case?
I did.
And that the same file that you have with you today, is that the one that you had at deposition when you were able to answer Attorney Smith's questions on that day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any objection, Attorney Smith, to having him refer to his notes?
No.
Okay. So, Mr. McMahon, let me ask you specifically about a test that you did on an item listed as JMT8. JMT8. And first of all, what was the description that you had for that item?
It was a section of automobile carpeting, not from the passenger compartment, but from the trunk of an automobile.
And let me ask, we're talking about JMT8. Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry, what did you ask me?
Did you ever meet a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker from the Manchester Police Department?
I did not.
Okay. The testing on JMT8, what were the serological tests that you performed on that, and what was the results?
Well, I performed a physical examination of this piece of carpeting by putting some white paper, some bench paper down on my examination bench, and then taking this section of carpeting out of its original container, laying it out on the bench, and examining it under the normal room lights. And maybe with the assistance of a flashlight, I did not see any staining on there that I thought was suggestive of blood. But knowing that dark colored substrates like this carpeting, which was black, I then employed the use of an infrared light source. It's basically another source of light, but rather than white light that we use for room lighting, it employs infrared light, and the image of what the camera is seeing is projected on a computer tablet. And during the course of this particular examination, I happened to notice a dark colored stain that was not visible under normal room lighting. And I tested that for the presence of blood, and that test was negative.
Did you also test another item with the same initials, JMT5, a T-shirt?
I did.
Okay. And similarly, what were the results on the test on the T-shirt?
In that case, I performed an analysis of a number of stains that were on that T-shirt, and I employed a test that would detect the presence of blood, and each of those tests were negative.
And finally, at one point, did you also, I'm referring to a report that you wrote on June 15th of 2022, or 13th was a correction on the 15th. Did you ever do an examination of a piece of evidence entitled JD47, an igloo cooler?
I did.
Okay. And what testing did you perform on that piece of evidence?
Again, the testing always begins with a physical examination for deposits which you believe are reflective of or suggestive of blood. There were a number of stains on this particular cooler that seemed to resemble dry blood stains. Each of those was tested chemically in the laboratory by myself, and each of those tests were negative for blood.
With regards to that cooler, could you generally describe what it looked like?
It's a large red igloo portable cooler. It has wheels on it, so it can easily be transported if it's full of ice or other things. And it has a red body. It has a white lid on it and a white liner. And I believe it has like a retractable black metal handle on it, like a wheeled suitcase would.
Yes.
Mr. McMahon, I'm going to put down in front of you item marked as State's Exhibit 73. I'm going to lift the lid for a moment and just ask you whether or not you recognize the item that is inside.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that item to be?
That is Exhibit JD47, the igloo cooler.
So this is the one that you tested.
Yes, sir.
And could you please just tell us generally, where did you test this item?
If I might refer to my notes.
Yes, please.
So I tested a number of stained areas, 7 different areas.
I'm sorry, did you say 7 different areas?
7 different areas. One stain on the bottom of the base, another stain on the right side of the base of the white top edge, another stain on the red plastic base at the right front corner, another stain at the left side of the base near the white top edge. Let's see, the 5th stain was on the left side of the lid on the edge. 6th was on the right front of the lid at the edge, and the 7th stain was on the right side of the lid at the edge. I drew a diagram to assist me in detecting where on the lid I actually.
And with regards to each one of those tests, were all of those in fact negative for the presence of blood?
Yes, sir.
Objection leading.
What was your conclusion with regards to the test on those 7 areas?
Each of the results of each of the tests that I performed on those 7 areas were negative for the presence of blood.
Thank you. In this case, did Manchester Police Department ever inform you that some of the items that had been treated, for example, let's say JMT8, the stain in the trunk, did they ever tell you that some of these had been treated with a product by the name of Blue Star?
Yes.
And let me ask, does Blue Star interfere with the serological testing that you do?
In and of itself, it does not.
Does it interfere with the DNA testing of these samples?
It reportedly does not.
What's the testing method that you use when you're testing for the presence of blood?
Well, in the laboratory, I would use a test that's known as the Kastle-Meyer test, Kastle-Meyer, Kastle-Meyer.
What advantage, if any, does Kastle-Meyer test have over a test like Blue Star?
Well, the benefit of the Kastle-Meyer test over a test like Blue Star or some other tests similar to it is that the Kastle-Meyer test enjoys a reputation of being both very sensitive and fairly specific. None of these blood detection tests are 100% specific, which means that occasionally they will provide you with a positive result, but it's actually a false positive result. The result that you're getting that you would ordinarily think is positive is in fact a false positive, and it's due to something in the sample that you're testing that you're unaware of.
So with regards to the Kastle-Meyer test, is that the test that the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory uses?
It is.
How long have you been using that test? How familiar are you with that test?
I've been using the Kastle-Meyer test since college, and on day one in my introduction into forensic serology testing at the state police lab back in 1983.
Does the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab use Blue Star?
We do not.
Why not?
We prefer to use a different chemical for trying to find traces of blood at crime scenes. We use a chemical that's known as luminol.
And with regards to the concept of false positives, could you explain what false positives are when it comes to serology testing?
Well, in testing for the presence of blood, the tests that are available to us to detect the presence of blood all rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. In order for a screening test or a detection test to be of any value, it must test for something that's unique in whatever you're looking for. And the one thing that's unique about blood compared to other body fluids is blood has hemoglobin in it, where saliva and semen and other body fluids do not. So all of the blood detection tests rely upon detecting the presence of hemoglobin. And in the Kastle-Meyer test, we add a drop of a reagent that's made up of a chemical called phenolphthalein, and we look for a color change at that point. If in fact any of the known or well-recognized false positives are present in your sample, very often you'll see a reaction immediately after adding the phenolphthalein where you shouldn't. It's only after adding the second reagent, hydrogen peroxide, should you see a color change. And in the Kastle-Meyer test, we're looking for the formation of a pink color. So if in fact I'm testing something for the presence of blood and I get that pink color after merely adding the testing agent, the phenolphthalein, if I get a pink color there, that's a warning to me that the test isn't over yet. It's only halfway through, yet you're getting this pink color. And that would be considered a false positive reaction. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, you're quite taken back because you're not expecting to see that color so soon. It's only after adding the hydrogen peroxide that you should see the color form, if in fact blood is present. If no color forms, then you can safely conclude that blood is not present.
The hemoglobin that you're trying to detect, what does the first part of that heme, what does heme stand for?
Well, the hemoglobin molecule is fairly large and complex, and a major portion of it contains an iron atom. And that's the heme portion of the hemoglobin molecule, the part that contains the iron.
The part that contains the iron.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to now move on to some of the other evidence that you tested, understanding that. Did you test a section of drywall and a T-beam framing in this case that you referred to in your June 13th and then 15th report of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did you test a piece that was entitled MER 3D1, a piece of T-bar framing?
Yes.
Did you also test a piece called MER 3D-3B-1, a swab?
Yes.
And also, did you test any sort of cutting from a backing of a piece of drywall?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury how you came to examine this exhibit, made that cutting, and then made those tests or conducted those tests?
This large item of evidence was submitted to the laboratory and was opened up by my colleague, criminalist Martin Orlowitz. He was preparing to process this item of evidence for latent fingerprints. But knowing that there was another request for looking for blood stains, I was called over to conduct that examination prior to his analyses. And after I had examined that item of evidence, I had found several areas that I had suspected that were possibly blood. And so I went about testing several of those areas for the presence of blood using the Kastle-Mayer test. And each of the areas that I tested positive for blood.
Before you did that testing, you described before how you would do a physical examination of an item. Did you do that before you decided what areas to test?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you label anything on that piece of drywall, on that backing?
I did. So that it would be clear, if need be down the road, like today, to know exactly where I tested or I took my samples for testing. Every area that I performed a test on a sample from was numbered.
Okay. Numbered or lettered?
Well, in the cases of the deposits on the metal frame, they were each given a number. And then on the backside of the drywall portion of the exhibit, there was a very large discoloration, a stain that consisted of light and darker areas. And I elected to test 4 different parts of that one large stain. And that got not only a number, but a number 5, but also a letter, A, B, C, or D.
A, B, C, or D? So it was 4, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe, but if you could please go ahead and I think you may have already said this, what were your conclusions of testing those areas, whether they were positive for the presence of blood?
Each of those areas and everything I tested in that particular exhibit was positive for the presence of blood.
You stated that you were working with somebody else that day at the state lab. Could you say that name again?
Criminalist, that's his title, Martin Orlowitz.
And with regards to criminalist Orlowitz, what unit of the lab does he work in?
He works in the pattern evidence unit.
I'd like to ask some of the samples that you took, or the parts that you were able to cut out and make cuttings. Did you submit those for further DNA analysis inside the lab?
Yes, I swabbed the blood deposits that were on the metal frame because that was the most effective way of removing the blood from that metal surface by transferring it to a swab that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. As far as the stained area on the backing of the drywall, that had soaked into this very thin cardboard backing, and swabbing it would not have been as effective. And so what I did was I took a sterile scalpel, and I very carefully cut out a small square of the darkest stain on that cardboard backing of the drywall. I put that cutting into a coin envelope, and that coin envelope and the swabbings from the metal parts of the exhibit were forwarded to our DNA unit for DNA testing.
How did you label that cutting that went to the DNA unit for DNA testing, and how did you label the swab that went on for DNA testing?
So the cutting would have been labeled, if I might refer to my notes again.
Please do.
So as far as the metal swabbing, and I only took one of the 4 that I had available to me. I selected one as a representative sample, and the actual stain on the exhibit was exhibit MER3B. And because this was now somewhat of a child of that, this swab was now MER-3B-1. As far as the cutting is concerned, again, it's the same exhibit, so it's going to be exhibit MER-3B. But this was that large stain area, which I called collectively stain 5, but then subcategorized each of the 4 stains in there as A, B, C, and D. And so the stain that went on for, or a portion of it that went on for DNA testing, because I didn't cut the whole stain out. The stain was large enough that I could cut out about a 1-inch square from the middle of it and still leave the rest of it behind. That I identified as MER-3B-5A.
Thank you. The DNA testing that you sent it along for, did you perform that testing yourself or someone else?
I did not.
Do you remember who that was that did do that testing?
That was performed by my colleague, criminalist Katie Swango.
And finally, Mr. McMahon, with regards to, I know we talked about a couple of specific items. It's my understanding that there were many other items that you swabbed and checked for serology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And with regards to those, were those either ones where no blood was found or that after a physical examination, there was no stain to test? With regards to the physical items, not hairs. So excuse me, I think anything other than the hairs that you were provided.
So that would be correct. All the other items that I looked at, with maybe the exception of 2, I either did not find blood on them, or my testing of what looked like it could be blood was negative.
And with regards to the 2 that you thought that you might have located blood, now let me ask, was one of them, to your recollection, a sweatshirt or a portion of a sweatshirt?
I think it was a portion of a sweater.
Okay. A portion of a sweater. If you
Yes.
could refer to your notes, I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Yes, the 2 items that I'm referring to are exhibits JP216, which is a pink sweater, and this is detailed in my report dated April 21st.
And JP216, so that's the first 2 initials there are JP, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And with regards to that sweatshirt, Do you know what kind of vehicle that came out of, whether or not it was an Audi that came out of? Are you aware of that?
I don't know what the source of where the item was collected from, but it's a sweater.
Sweater, okay. And was there, you said there was one other item. Could you please
Right.
tell us what that one was?
The other one was JP 251, which was a length of twine.
And that also was a JP, I believe you said, those initials?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know whether that came out of a blue Audi, or do you, similar to your last answer, you don't know where that item came from?
I do not know.
If I can just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One of the New Hampshire State Lab has a separate DNA lab, right?
That's correct.
And do you do DNA?
I do not.
Okay. And one of the reasons that things don't go directly to DNA is DNA kind of costs a lot of money, and you want to make sure that the testing is of something that may produce a DNA result.
That's correct. The vast majority of evidence that comes to the laboratory with a request to check for blood or semen or saliva typically goes through a serological examination first. And if we find something, usually only a portion of the original item gets forwarded on for DNA testing, not the entire item. We'll cut a stain out of a garment or out of a piece of drywall, like I just explained to you. When I don't find any type of a biological material, then that's where the analysis ends.
Okay.
And nothing would go on to DNA.
Right, because if it doesn't get through you, there's likely not DNA,
That's correct.
and that a DNA test would be a waste.
That's correct.
So that's not always the case that it goes through you, right?
Well, the vast majority of it is the vast majority of the evidence is subjected to some sort of a serological analysis by either myself or a colleague of mine.
Okay.
There are some items that would go straight to DNA, like a known DNA sample of one person or another. There's no need to perform any analysis on an item of evidence, which is a known sample from a known individual.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen this object before?
I have not.
Okay. And this is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Yes.
A toothbrush. There's been testimony about DNA tested in the lab and results found on the toothbrush. Why was it that that didn't go through you?
I'm not sure if I can answer that. I could only surmise that for serological or biological testing, the area of interest in that particular item is so small. We're not looking for DNA on the parts of the handle. We're looking for DNA only on the part that goes into the person's mouth and makes contact with their teeth and gums. And that was so small. And the fear would be that there would be very little DNA present because it's a small surface area. And so rather than wasting sample on a serological test, because we're going to do DNA testing regardless, let's just reserve all of the sample for DNA testing. There are a few situations where even though my testing is negative, the item still goes on for DNA testing. And that's a few situations, and it's only done because we recognize that the sensitivity of the test that I perform is much lower than the sensitivity of a DNA test. So when I swab the mouth of a bottle that was left behind at a crime scene, and I test that swabbing for saliva and it's negative, that swabbing would still go on for DNA.
And essentially, we are talking about saliva, and that the area of interest on a toothbrush would be saliva.
That's correct.
And so pretty much no matter what, that's going to the DNA lab.
Yes, ma'am.
And so this isn't simply a procedure where people are doing things by rote. You actually consider the possibility of whether testing might consume DNA before DNA can actually be tested.
That's correct.
And if there's the possibility of that, you're going to send it straight for testing so that your tests don't consume or have any effect on the DNA that might be present.
That's correct.
To make sure that if it's there, it's going to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
There you had some testimony about JMT evidence, starting with the initials JMT.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a section of black carpet, a child's t-shirt, and a child's pajama pants, right? Go ahead.
Yes,
Okay. And those, I think you were aware, were found in the trunk of a car?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And the same area where the toothbrush was found?
That I'm not sure I was aware of at the time.
Okay. And so you tested each of these items and they were all negative for blood.
That's correct.
And you talked about the testing, that if you saw a stain that looked like it might be blood, then you would take the next step and do some screening with the chemical.
That's correct.
In the black carpet, because a stain might be there and you might miss it, you do extra tests, right?
Right. That's when we re-examine the item using the infrared light source. That's correct.
So you don't assume, okay, I can't see anything. You're going to make sure that it's not there.
That's only done when the color of the substrate, the surface that possible blood is on, is dark enough that it might, by virtue of its dark color, interfere with my ability to see the blood stain. Items that are lighter colored, it would just get a standard physical examination under normal room lighting.
So the next step after you question, perhaps there's something there, you do that Castle
Mayor.
testing. And the black section of carpet from the trunk was negative for blood. The child's t-shirt, you checked that for, you examined it by sight to check for stains, right?
That's correct.
And you found several.
Yes.
And you tested them to see if those stains were just child stains or blood.
Well, I'm not sure I would describe it that way, but there are a number of stains on a green sweatshirt.
Turquoise, perhaps?
Okay, I wasn't exactly sure which one you were speaking
All
about.
right, JMT5.
Okay. I was thinking of another item, but yeah, I conducted an examination of it. Again, if I might refer to my notes. I conducted a physical examination of this child's t-shirt, and because the sleeves of the t-shirt were dark blue, the body of the shirt was this turquoise, I conducted an additional physical exam using the infrared light source and looking for additional staining on the sleeves.
And so that was negative for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
And then there was a pajama pants, a child's pajama pants found in the same area.
That's correct.
And
Well, I'm not sure where it was
the
collected
location,
from.
okay, sorry. JMT6, that one, you didn't have to go to the Castle Meyer testing, right?
I did not.
because you could see the item well enough to determine if there were stains characteristic of blood.
Well, in this case, like some of the other items, these pajama pants were dark gray in color. And so after examining them under normal room lighting, I conducted a re-examination using the infrared light source, and I didn't find any staining on these pajama pants at all.
So it's pretty fair to say that if there's a question in your mind, you take another step.
If one is available.
So then you did several items that had the initials at the beginning JP.
Yes,
And there's been testimony before you that JP would, and you understand that the initials reflect the officer that has collected and bagged or whatever the evidence.
I do. That's a common practice in law enforcement.
And there has been testimony that that was JP referred to an Officer Pittman. And these items were from the Audi. Were you aware of that?
At that time, no.
Okay. And same sort of testing to determine whether or not there was a presence of blood.
That's correct.
And if there was a question in your observation, you would take the next step and check for either a light source or the Castlemeyer.
That's correct.
And the results were a little bit mixed. Some you did not find the presence of blood. Some you had to do additional screening for blood.
That's correct.
And 2 items I think that you testified of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. About 15 items that were JP something.
Do you want me to double check your math?
We can do approximates if you want.
Well, excluding hairs. I can only find 9 that are JP.
Are you looking at your report of 1/20/22? And then
Yep, there's 2 items
4/20
there.
Pardon?
2 items there.
4/21/22? Oh, the next one's 1/26/22?
Yep, those are the hairs.
Okay. And then 4/21/22.
7 items there.
7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Total.
But you're including the hairs.
Yes.
Okay. 14.
Okay. Good thing.
14 in total.
Okay. And speaking of the hairs, you found 1 specimen, and it's a JP hair, 1 specimen suitable for DNA analysis, and send it on, right?
With respect to JP 185, yes.
And then with respect to JP 202, a couple of hairs to go to the DNA.
That's correct.
And other hairs didn't actually have any DNA in them,
Well,
or you couldn't detect.
no. I guess for the remaining hairs, based upon my microscopical examination of the hairs, I had determined that they were likely unsuitable for a DNA analysis.
Okay. So then you also testified on direct about a pink woman's sweater, screening positive for blood, right?
That's correct.
a length of twine, which was JP 251, screening positive for blood.
That's correct.
And you sent those two on for DNA analysis.
That's correct.
And if these items were found in a motor vehicle that had been sitting out in the weather for a very long time, subject to heat, subject to cold, and subject to mold, apparently, you were still able to find presence of blood on those items.
That's correct.
And environment can degrade blood or DNA,
Possibly, yes.
and it may not.
That's correct.
And so the fact that something has been in the environment doesn't mean that any blood that's been there has degraded.
That's correct.
And the fact that something has been subject to heat and cold doesn't mean that any blood that had been present would be degraded.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think, one moment, Your Honor, please. Oh, and one more thing was you talked about the area of dry paneling that was sent on to the DNA lab as well. Drywall paneling.
Yes, ma'am.
Paneling, sealing, I don't know what to call it. Drywall, you have it as drywall paneling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's testimony that this was taken from a ceiling, would that be consistent with your description?
Yes, although I couldn't describe it in my notes or in my report as a part of a ceiling because that's assuming I knew where it came from, and I can't take that assumption into account. So I just describe what it is as it's presented before me.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor, I could just from the table. Mr. McQueen, just on that last line of question you were just asked about not being able to take it for granted that the drywall that you saw necessarily came from the ceiling. Is that something where to be able to say that you'd have to talk to the person that actually took it from the ceiling or took it from a wall?
I'd either have to be there during its collection. I'd have to get its source or from where it came from someone whose opinion I trusted. Or a third option would for it to be described that way when it was submitted to the laboratory on the paperwork that's submitted with evidence. But I'm still the final say for how an item is described. That may have come from a ceiling, and I'm certain it probably did. It's just that wasn't so apparently obvious to me that I had to describe it as what it actually was.
Thank you for that. Two other quick questions for you. You were asked a moment ago about JMT5, the T-shirt, and I believe you described how on cross-examination that the sleeves were darker, that dark substrate that you talked about earlier, and that's where you used the infrared light.
That's correct.
Did you make any notation the fact that that T-shirt was a size for an 18-month-old?
I did make a notation in my notes where I can about the garment manufacturer's name and the size. And again, I'm referring to my notes. I described exhibit JMT5 as a blue/teal long sleeve t-shirt. And furthermore, it's a children's long sleeve t-shirt with a turquoise colored body and dark blue sleeves. The brand name is Just One U, and the size was 18M.
You were asked about the toothbrush with regards to that going not through serology but directly to DNA, and I believe that you were asked whether or not the toothbrush would have saliva on it. That is, a small part of the toothbrush would have saliva on it. Do you recall that question a moment ago?
To some degree, yes.
In addition to the saliva, would it also have cheek cells or other cells from the gum or the line?
It's inferred that it would. I mean, it's a motorized toothbrush. Assuming that we use it in the fashion for which it was intended, it's reasonable to expect that the end of the toothbrush that you would insert into your mouth could bear deposits of saliva, and that saliva would contain cellular material from the gums or from the cheeks of the mouth.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Just also very, very quickly, the turquoise child's long sleeve t-shirt you said was specifically what age? 18 months?
Well, it said 18M on the fabric label.
Okay. So toddler-ish.
I assume so, yes.
Okay. And the pajama pants similarly?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
One pair of dark gray fleece children's sleep pants with a red, white, and black winter holiday pattern. The brand was Holiday, # or hashtag, if you will, FAMJAMS, FAMJAMS, size XS 4/5.
And I take it you're not going to interpret what that size means, but it's
Extra small.
okay.
And I'm guessing 4 or 5 in children's clothing typically refers to the approximate age
Okay.
of the child that would wear that size clothing.
Okay. And the pink sweater was an adult woman's sweater.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection?
Yes.
May I be excused?
You may.
But sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:30. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. So I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other. Don't do any independent research. I'm going to ask the witness, if you would, just to stay there for just a moment so I can let the jurors go. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you, sir. You can step down. Counsel,
Thank you,
first
Your
for
Honor.
just a minute.
I'm sorry I was late. I am checking Kat's math. Kat, you did too much. Thank you guys for being here and sticking in, because I know that it has been crazy since we started covering this case. Now, if you go to the beginning through the playlist, you're going to see some beautiful, amazing thumbnails that Kat made. And as the artistry work tapered off, that was my doing. That was my doing, because we know we had a lot of people coming after us about what I was saying. None of you. I take the blame. What I was saying about Crystal. Nothing she was saying was adding up to me. And cha-ching, the governor's report came out, and it turned out my intuition was right. So before we get to it, I want to say thank you so much again for you guys being here and standing strong for Harmony. She needs someone to be in her corner. She needs someone to stand up for her, and all the donations to the channel for keeping this going. because I mean, as you know, it's not cheap to stream, especially for this long. Kat said, Crystal, yes, you were right. Well, I mean, anybody that wears a Minnie Mouse costume and says, I'm wearing this because she likes Minnie Mouse and I'm her favorite person, it's like she doesn't know you. If Harmony saw you right now, she would be like the dude in Mean Girls. She'd be like, she doesn't go here. I don't know her. Never seen her. But some of the same cast of characters that are attacking me, not you guys, about Michael Vaughn were hot and heavy and after us in the beginning with Harmony Montgomery. What do you hear now? Since evidence is coming out. Crickets. You hear nothing. Some people are not intelligent enough to absorb facts. All right, let's go to some back history about Harmony, because this is getting really, really something else. Okay, for one, this is Harmony's aunt, who I'm going to guarantee she's never seen. Thank you, Kat. She said deafening silence. And as facts come out, now, if you've been following, okay, Sharon said, I hear birds. Yeah, OJ's still pretending to be sick, okay, and he's in there watching birds. I know. It sounds like I'm Snow White or something in here. OJ gets very upset if his birds aren't on. If you remember this, I don't remember if it was Susan or Kat that came on panel and did this show. But this was yet another lie of Crystal's. And here's the thing, she has to live with all of this. I know that she didn't murder Harmony. I know she wasn't around her. I know she wasn't on trial. Well, guess what? Neither is Kayla. Neither is Teardrop Sr. Neither is Uncle Kevin. Neither is Great Grandma. None of them are. But I think we are smart enough here to understand that when a family breaks down to a point where nobody asks about one little girl for 2 years, that's a problem. Now, this lie that we spoke about in the fall of 2022, actually, no, it was the spring of 2023, I believe. I got to look again at the playlist. Just listen to this.
There's people that have come forward and said that they've seen Harmony in 2020, that they've either hugged her.
Okay, how could Bug Eyes know that there are people that have seen Harmony in 2020? No way. In June of 2020, I don't need to read it all. According to Kayla, and the forensic evidence that came out of the Union Street apartment, nobody could have possibly seen her in 2020. Because Kayla stated that after Harmony's body was in the refrigerator at the Union Street apartment, 644 Union Street, number 2, with the shower running for 4 to 6 hours, Kayla described Adam as placing Harmony inside of what she described as a CMC maternity bag. This bag was much smaller than the Under Armour duffel bag, and it would likely not fit Harmony's body unless it was dismembered or grossly distorted. Seems old Crystal didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. Listen again. This is her aunt, Crystal's sister.
There's people that have come forward and said that they've seen Harmony in 2020, that they've either hugged her or given her something.
The aunt of Harmony Montgomery says Harmony's mom 2 weeks ago met with an employee of a New Hampshire dollar store where the child secretly warned the clerk that Adam and his wife Kayla Montgomery changed the girl's name.
She whispered to the lady, she said, "My name's Harmony." Sorry, it just makes me upset to think about it. And it just stuck to her.
The family went to police.
She was shaken up. She was scared. She was nervous. She was, crying.
The store encounter was early 2020. The store employee now keeps in touch about the missing Harmony.
And Adam came to the store and told the lady, "Stop asking questions to my family." So that's the last tip we've got so far. But they named her Ansley. They kept saying her name was Ann.
They kept saying her name was Ansley. Her name was Ansley. And then Adam went to the store and said, "Quit asking questions about my family." None of this can be true. Kat said, "Seems like the aunt was trying to provide some kind of false alibi. That is so wrong, though, because it caused major issues in the search and timeline." It damn sure did. And as much as Christina gets under my skin, and maybe Jesus will take that away from me someday, she actually provided the timeline that helped them. And this changing the name and the dollar store thing never happened. It never happened. Amanda said, "So where was this concerned aunt the first 4 years of Harmony's life, though? She wasn't concerned enough to get her out of DCYF custody. 3 times she was removed from Crystal." Oh, sis for the win. She looks like she hasn't showered in weeks. Put the link in here for Susan, because she loves when the aunt talks. Whew, Susan will come unglued.
And Adam came to the store and told the lady, "Stop asking questions to my family." So that's the last tip we've got so far. But Ansley. And she said, "My name is Harmony."
We know that Harmony wasn't allowed to be seen outside. She had a blanket over her in the back seat all the time. There was no Ansley. There was no taking her to the Dollar General. These are called lies. Hello, Susan. Are you hanging in there?
I am. I'm kind of lagging, so if you lose me, that's why. This damn internet. Yeah, where is the aunt now? Come on.
Why isn't she in court?
Yeah, no one is. No one is. And
Hell, the only one that's in court for Harmony in person right now is Dolly.
Yeah, and that's shame. Ain't that a shame? I can't with these people.
Nope. Kat said, "So I assume she is not on the witness list." No.
Please.
Now, how can she be seen at a Dollar General in 2020 and people were kissing her and giving her hugs when we knew she was in the Chrysler Sebring and then the Audi?
And in the ceiling, and in the apartment, in the refrigerator, in the pie place.
Mm-hmm.
Man, these people.
Mm-hmm. This is ridiculous. This type of shit really irks my nerves.
To be fair, Crystal probably told her that. Have my back. They're saying things.
Well, because Crystal was under a lot of scrutiny and heat, so she wanted to be the hero.
Yeah.
Because remember that day I got into the box wine and I had you on speaker in Discord and I called Manchester and I told them about this and they were like, "Okay, we'll go check it out."
And she whispered it to the lady.
Reacting to that scathing Office of Child Advocate report, Harmony's mother texted News Center.
Harmony's mother texted the news center. For me, it just goes to show how badly they failed my daughter. I never missed a visit. That was not a good idea. He's a violent person. Well, then why didn't you go to court for Harmony? Instead, you went for Jameson. Jameson was easy peasy. This is an adoption that you already signed off on. They would have waited on you, girlfriend.
She wanted to be the hero. Thank you, Betty.
Someone's talking to me.
I'm on the. My husband came in.
For me, it just goes to show how badly they failed my daughter. I never missed a visit. Child custody to Adam. That was not a good idea. He is a violent person.
The lady paid for like a Halloween costume or something that Harmony wanted, and Kayla wouldn't get it for her. Whatever we need to do, we just.
Yeah, the story gets crazier. So at this Dollar General in 2020, this lady felt bad for Harmony, who Adam and Kayla, they were referring to her as Ainsley, and she was basically, she was, she wanted this Halloween costume. It must have been on the clearance rack. Hell, I don't know. Halloween costumes around here are normally available from like Labor Day to a couple days after Halloween. That's just how it is.
And they're not going to spend money on her.
She wasn't even allowed to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
But this lady saw her. She said, "My name is Ainsley." We already know that she's not just shy. She's terrified to talk to adults because of what will happen to her between teardrop and step meth.
And I'm supposed to believe that this dollar store lady contacted Crystal instead of the police?
Uh-huh.
Didn't happen. Didn't happen.
No. Yet she still shows her face. Christina said, tell Susan's hubby I hope he's feeling good.
He's having a good day today. He starts in on Monday again.
Failed my daughter. I never missed a visit. Child custody to Adam. That was not a good idea. He is a violent person.
The lady paid for like a Halloween costume or something that Harmony wanted, and Kayla wouldn't get it for her. Whatever we need to do, we're holding out hope she's still here, and we just can bring her home to a safe space where everybody loves her.
You want to bring her home to a safe place.
Where's that? Where's that? There is no safe place for her.
No. Here's a glimpse of her home on Guilford Street. Mystery in New Hampshire. And I do apologize. I'm playing News Nation. I actually unsubscribed to them. Just Cat said I never missed a visit. Easter basket, Crystal. Yeah, the last time you saw her was a FaceTime. So I apologize for the News Nation, but Enton, or as Jules calls him, News Daddy, he did get some really good coverage of the Guilford house.
We are getting an exclusive look inside the house where 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery lived before she vanished 2 years ago. It comes as criticism heats up for authorities, many questioning how state investigators did not see warning signs of abuse before this little girl disappeared. Correspondent Brian Enton is staying on top of this story live for us from Manchester, New Hampshire. So Brian, tell us, have police made any progress today?
Nicole, unfortunately, still progress, no sign of little Harmony, but for the first time today, we are getting a look inside the house where Harmony once lived.
News Nation obtaining these photos from inside the last known house missing 7-year-old Harmony Montgomery lived in. They show the bedrooms, kitchen, and inside the refrigerator. And you can see extension cords running throughout the house, hooked up to a generator outside.
Now, Susan, you have a better way with words. Do you want to explain why they had extension cords and a generator running to rooms?
Oh, I would imagine because they didn't pay their power bill and they were borrowing from the neighbors. Or was it a generator?
Because neighbors say the power was cut off. This is the house where police say Harmony's dad, Adam Montgomery, abused the little girl, even causing a black eye.
You're doing extreme punishments to her. She all kinds of stuff like that the therapist had gotten out of her just by playing dolls in a dollhouse. Imagine. I was horrified. I was like, no. I told DCF, and that was that. Like
How is it
months later, they
possible-
hand over custody.
How is it possible she got to stay with him for all of
I
that?
don't understand. I still don't understand to this day.
Harmony's mom says she warned New Hampshire's Division of Children, Youth, and Families about the abuse, but was ignored. They also haven't responded to our emails or calls since last week. So we showed up to their offices today.
Hi, my name is Brian Upton. I'm a reporter with News Nation. We've been trying to get in touch with the department, the director, about the.
Is he filming?
He is filming, yes.
Okay, turn around because I don't, this side of the, it's not public. And I will call somebody for you.
We waited and a representative from the communications office arrived.
All right, Jake Leon, communications. Hey, how you doing? I'm Brian. I'm from News Nation.
Yeah, you just called me like an hour ago.
Yeah,
That's cool. You didn't tell me you were on your way.
Well, we've been emailing calling since last week. Is there concern here about the fact that she was missing for 2 years and no one?
I really am not able to get into that because it's due to confidentiality.
The department later sent us a statement saying the department is continually reviewing its processes to ensure the best possible outcomes for children and families. The Division for Children, Youth, and Families has conducted a preliminary internal review on this case, and as is the case whenever a critical incident involving a child occurs, a comprehensive quality assurance review is completed. The statement went on to
And they all taking it seriously because it's on the books. Harmony's law. All right, they're back in court.
All right, I'm gonna head to the chat.
I work for the state of New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
What's your current position with the forensic laboratory?
I'm a latent print examiner.
And how long have you worked for the state of New Hampshire the New Hampshire State Lab?
Since October of 2019.
And prior to that, any experience with a forensic laboratory?
I worked from October of 2016 to July of 2019. I worked for the State of Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory.
And how long were you with the Alaska State Crime Lab?
Between October 2016 and July 2019, so almost 3 years.
What was the role that you held while you were while you were employed at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I was doing latent print processing as well as crime scene processing for the lab.
And when you say crime scene processing, what did that look like when you were at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
The crime scene processing that I did for the state of Alaska was a accessory role where law enforcement would call for an assist if they needed specialty work done at a crime scene, searching for fingerprints or tire tracks or blood, those sorts of things.
And was that for the entire state? So all the way from Utqiagvik up north to Ketchikan down south?
Yes, it was.
You also mentioned latent print analysis.
Yes.
And did you do that in your current role or in your role with the Alaska State Crime Lab or both?
My role in Alaska was more specifically just latent print processing, which was evidence processing to search for latent prints or fingerprints, as they're more colloquially known. In New Hampshire, I do the second portion of latent print processing, which is the analysis and comparison.
And which unit for the state of New Hampshire, which units have you worked in?
The name of my unit is the Pattern Evidence Unit.
What are your primary duties and responsibilities in that unit?
In New Hampshire, I'm doing latent print processing, so processing evidence to find fingerprints or friction ridge evidence, as well as doing the comparisons, so analyzing any impressions that I find to determine if they're of value for comparison, and then comparing them to known record impressions to see if I can determine the source that they may have come from.
Mr. Orlowitz, what areas do you specialize in at the state lab?
Just fingerprints.
And I want to talk about your background, your training. Can you tell us what your educational background is?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in biology. That's my educational experience. Outside of that, my training specific to my duties, I went through roughly a 6-month program in the state of Alaska to learn how to process evidence for latent prints. And then when I moved to New Hampshire and started at the lab here, I went through roughly another 10-month training program to do the analysis and comparison portion. This training program is sort of like a residency program. So it's shadowing personnel who are already employed at the laboratory while doing my own independent research and study in those areas to become competent. And then there's final competency exams before I'm allowed to do any independent work.
You mentioned your Bachelor's of Science. What year did you obtain that degree?
2015.
I want to talk about the New Hampshire State Police training program for friction ridge detail. Are you familiar with that program?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what it is?
So that was the residency program that I was just describing. So it's an in-depth program where any trainee, myself included, who goes through is learning about friction ridge processing, analysis, and comparison for an extended period of time in order to become competent in the field.
And Mr. Orlowitz, do you currently hold any certifications in your field?
I do.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I have a certification from the International Association for Identification for latent print examining.
Can you also tell the jurors what you have to do to become a latent print examiner?
In order to, there's an application process to take the certification test. So I had to put together a packet showing my experience and training in the field, as well as showing that I was currently employed in the field and doing latent print comparisons. I believe the certification mandates that at least you have to have at least 2 years experience doing latent print comparisons before you can take the certification test. So that was submitted to the certification board. And then when they deemed that I met the qualifications for the test, they sent the written and practical portions of the test, which I completed and passed.
When did you obtain that certification? What year?
2021.
And Mr. Orlowitz, about how many fingerprints would you say you've personally examined over the course of your career, both here and in Alaska?
Thousands.
Is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that accreditation is?
Our accreditation is through the American National Accreditation Board. It's a third-party company, essentially, that reviews any work policies at our laboratory and makes sure that they are meeting industry standard, and then also makes sure that we are adhering to those policies in our day-to-day work. They come through every 4 years for an on-site review and every 2 years, I believe, for a document review to make sure that we can hold our accreditation for the laboratory.
And Mr. Orlowitz, as part of your role with the lab, do you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that is, what that requirement is?
So in order to maintain my certification through the IAI, I have to have a minimum number of continuing education credits in each 4-year period between my certification tests. So I'm routinely searching for new courses to help bolster my training and experience that in regards to latent prints.
How often would you say you undergo those new courses that you mentioned?
I'm actually in one right now, so fairly often.
Fairly often.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint and palm print analysis in a superior court here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
How many times?
Once that I remember off the top of my head.
And how about a superior court in Alaska?
Not for fingerprint analysis, no.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to have criminalist Orlowitz qualified as an expert in the field of fingerprint and palm print identification.
Any objection?
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
The court finds him so qualified.
Mr. Orlowitz, before we move on, I want to talk about, I want to teach the jurors exactly what fingerprint, palm print analysis is.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to look at several slides, demonstrative slides?
Yes.
Do you feel like those slides would aid the jurors in understanding what you do, exactly what it is that you do?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this point, permission to publish.
May we approach?
Yes. No. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. O'Rourke,
Just to clarify, the demonstrative photos that you reviewed prior to testifying today, nothing to do with this case. Is that correct?
No, as far as I know, they're just stock images of fingerprints or friction-rich skin.
So, Mr. Rolowitz, what is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint or friction-ridged skin is the skin that's on the grasping surfaces of your palms and your fingers, as well as on the bottoms of your feet and your toes. Its name implies its function. Friction-ridged skin provides friction to those surfaces of your hands and your feet in order for you to be able to better grab things.
And what are some of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint, in the science of fingerprint and palm print analysis, identification and analysis?
So two of the basic fundamentals in fingerprint analysis and comparison are that the friction-ridged skin that you are born with is unique to you. So any individual has unique patterns and flows of friction-ridged skin across their hand. And then the other fundamental is persistency of that detail. So the details that are present in your friction-ridged skin should persist throughout your life, barring any catastrophic change.
And the images that are depicted on the screen there, what do they depict?
these two images, the image on the left shows a fingerprint, specifically the distal phalange of a finger, the one furthest from the palm. It's showing the friction ridge skin present on that. And then the photo on the right is showing a palm print, or a portion of the palm print. This portion of the palm is called the interdigital palm. It's just underneath where the fingers meet the palm, and it's showing the friction ridge skin there.
Can you tell the jurors what a latent impression is?
Latent impressions are, rather than your physical skin, your friction ridge skin, a latent impression is a chance impression that might be left behind when an individual touches an object. So the residue that is present on your skin may deposit itself onto a surface, leaving a copy, essentially, of your friction ridge skin on that surface. It can also be the inverse, where if a surface is dirty, your friction ridge skin could lift up the contaminant that's on that surface, leaving almost a negative image of your friction ridge skin behind.
Can you tell the jurors what a known impression or known print is?
Known impressions they're also referred to as exemplar impressions or record impressions. So these impressions are taken anytime someone is fingerprinted. These are a known recording of an individual's friction ridge skin. Traditionally, these were done with ink, by rubbing ink onto someone's finger and then rolling that finger on a piece of paper to record that. Now there's digital systems that capture the same information.
And how are fingerprints deposited onto an item?
So again, latent prints, it's a chance recording. So there's a possibility of when someone touches something that friction ridge detail can be left behind if some of the residue that's on your hand stays on the surface, or if residue that's on the surface comes away on your hand.
So is it like what you'd see on TV, where if someone touches something, it always leaves a fingerprint?
Not always. There's a variety of factors that may inhibit deposition of friction ridge detail. The easiest one that I can think of is if someone was wearing gloves. When I work in the laboratory, I wear gloves so that I don't leave fingerprints on the things that I'm working on. That's the easiest way to inhibit deposition.
What determines, other than the gloves, what determines whether fingerprints are left on an object?
There's other types of surfaces that are very difficult for fingerprints to be left behind on. So for instance, clothes, these types of porous surfaces, they don't hold friction ridge detail or fingerprints very well. Surfaces that do hold fingerprints very well are nice, smooth, non-porous surfaces, or things like pieces of paper, the adhesive side of tape. Those things hold fingerprints very well. It also depends on environmental factors. So if the surface is very wet, the likelihood that a fingerprint may remain goes down. If a fingerprint may also be deposited, but then later be washed away if it's raining. So there's a variety of factors that go into deposition.
And how long do fingerprints generally remain on an object?
It's difficult to say exactly how long a fingerprint may stay on an object. Again, it depends on environmental conditions. So if, to give an example, if a fingerprint is left on an exterior window in the baking sun, and then it rains the next day, and then we go through some New Hampshire weather and it snows or we have a nor'easter, there's a higher chance that that fingerprint is going to be washed away or wiped away than, say, a fingerprint that is inside a house on a metal fridge that gets touched, every day. Likely there will be fingerprints there much longer.
I want to switch gears just a bit. Once you've received a fingerprint, how do you go about analyzing it?
When I'm looking at fingerprints, I'm trying to analyze any of the information that's present within them. So the information that I'm looking at is a macroscopic to a microscopic feature. Generally, we describe these as level 1, 2, and 3 detail.
Mr. Orlowitz, how is an identification made and a comparison conducted?
A comparison is conducted by taking the analyzed latent impression and then comparing it to known impressions or a record impression to determine if there's the same source or if they're not the same source. An identification specifically is a conclusion that can be rendered if it's my determination that the latent print and the record impression have enough detail in similarity in order for me to say that they came from the same source.
And so the screen shows this methodology ACE. Can you describe that to the jurors?
This is the analysis, comparison, and evaluation methodology that I use on every case that I work. This is the methodology that most latent print examiners in the field use. So analysis is, again, assessing the detail. So assessing those macroscopic and microscopic features, those 3 levels of detail. Once that's done, I would move to the comparison phase, comparing the latent impression that I analyzed to known record impressions. And then my evaluation is my final conclusion of my comparison phase. So whether I identify the print, which is, as I said, when it's my opinion that the 2 impressions came from the same source, or if I exclude the print, meaning that the latent impression and the record impression, I believe, are from different sources. There's a third conclusion I can come to called inconclusive. This conclusion is used if the record impressions that I have available to me are too low quality in order for me to definitively say whether the latent print came from them or did not come from them.
Mr. Orlowitz, can you walk us through that identification process and the different levels of detail that you're looking for to make a comparison?
So during my analysis, again, assessing the details present in the latent print, I like to think of it as starting with a macroscopic view of the impression and then moving to a microscopic view. There's 3 levels of detail. The first level of detail is ridge flow. So how the ridges themselves are flowing across the finger or across the hand. In fingerprints specifically, there are 3 pattern types that are typical to see. There is an arch pattern type, a loop pattern type, and a whorl pattern type. Those are helpful in determining anatomical source and orientation. If I can see a pattern type, I can determine this likely came from a distal phalange portion of the finger, and I can usually determine which orientation is up on that, which direction would be up on that latent impression. Because all I'm assessing with level 1 is the ridge flow, I would not make an identification just based off of that ridge flow. Lots of people in the population share pattern types. So a lot of people have whorls, a lot of people have loops, a lot of people have arches. That's a macroscopic detail, but the microscopic detail, level 2 and 3, is where I can begin to make an identification.
So let's discuss level 2 detail.
The level 2 detail is ridge path formation or deviation. So this is moving from looking at the entire latent print to looking at one single ridge at a time. And what I'm determining and looking at in my analysis is where these ridges are ending, where they're splitting, where there's smaller ridges. So I'm searching for attributes specific to each ridge. A grouping of these attributes can be used to identify a latent print to a source.
So I see bifurcations up there. Can you describe what that is for the jurors?
Bifurcation would be where a ridge splits from one ridge into 2 ridges. A ridge ending is exactly what it sounds like. It's where a ridge ends. And then a dot or a short ridge is just a very small segment of ridge instead of a longer portion.
And can you just identification process in terms of level 2 detail? What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is this photo is showing specifically those 3 features that I just mentioned: bifurcations, ridge endings, and dots. It's pointing them out in the greater ridge flow in the larger image, and then zooming in to show you the exact feature in the smaller images.
Let's discuss level 3 detail.
Level 3 detail, this is the most microscopic level of detail that I use during my comparisons. This level of detail goes from looking at a single ridge to looking at the exact characteristics and attributes of that one ridge. So where the pores are present on top of the ridges, what the edges, the edge shape of the ridges look like. This level of detail is not commonly recorded in latent impressions or record impressions because it is so microscopic. But when it is present, it is highly discriminating and highly useful in identification and exclusion decisions.
Can an identification be made in all cases?
No.
And what does it mean if you cannot find a fingerprint when during your analysis?
Do you mean if I don't develop any on evidence, or?
Correct, yes.
So if no fingerprints are developed on evidence that I'm processing, I can't say whether or not that item was touched or had ever been touched. Like I said before, there's a large number of factors that go into deposition of a latent print, as well as if that latent print remains on the surface. And I have no knowledge or control of those factors before the evidence gets to the laboratory.
So if a fingerprint or friction ridge is not observed on one of the items you're analyzing, does it mean that that was not touched?
No.
And I think you touched on this earlier, but speaking generally, what variables may cause a fingerprint not to be detected on one of the items that you're analyzing?
The fingerprints may be wiped away over time if an object contacts another object, or if something is cleaned, as well as environmental factors. So latent print residue is a combination of waters, fats, amino acids. Over time, those things degrade, they evaporate. So there's a potential that the print could itself just disappear.
Mr. Orlowitz, I want to switch gears and discuss State v. Adam Montgomery. Did you conduct analysis in this matter?
Yes.
And what did you process?
I processed 5 items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory for latent print impressions.
And I want to begin with an item with the evidence number JD47. Does that item stand out to you?
Yes.
What was that item, or what is that item?
I remember that item being a red Igloo brand cooler.
Do you think you'd recognize that if you saw it today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what's depicted in this image?
This is JD47, the red Igloo brand cooler that I processed at the laboratory.
Is that a true and correct copy of the item that day?
Yes, it appears so.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike State's Exhibit 29 for identification.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
And so if you can just point to, let's talk about this. Did the item arrive in your laboratory that way, appearing as it does in this image?
To my recollection, yes, it did.
And are there stickers placed on this item?
There are, yes, several.
And had this item, at the point that this image was taken, had it undergone analysis?
I don't recall if it had gone through my laboratory analysis at this point. I believe, I don't want to speculate on that. I don't recall if that was before analysis, but I believe it might have been.
If I can have just a moment here.
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 28.
Okay.
Having seen this item, does that refresh your recollection on whether or not image State's Exhibit 29 had undergone analysis?
Again, I don't believe it went through latent print analysis before that image was taken.
Okay. At some point, did it?
Yes, it did.
And you conducted that analysis?
Yes.
And again, you identified it in the photograph there. Would you recognize that item if you saw it today?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 73, and I'm just going to ask that you stand. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Is this the item that you conducted testing on?
Yes, it is.
Remove it from the baggage. The igloo cooler that you mentioned examining, is this that item?
Yes, it is.
How do you know that it's that item?
I recognize the item from when I processed it. I also believe if it's the same packaging or the packaging is present inside from when I analyzed it at the laboratory, my initials should be on a evidence tape seal. It looks like it may have been repackaged since I processed it.
So this is a true and correct. This is the item that you.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID of State's Exhibit 73 and mark as full.
Any objection?
Objection.
The ID is stricken. It's marked as a full exhibit.
May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Orlowitz, you mentioned processing that item, analyzing it. What were the results of that analysis?
I did not find any friction-ridge detail on that exhibit.
No friction ridge detail?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 109 through 135. And I'm just going to ask that you review each of those items in turn and just look up when you've had an opportunity to review all of them. Do you recognize those items, States Exhibit 109 through 135?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize?
These are images that I took or generated in relation to my latent print processing and analysis and comparison for this case.
Are those true and correct photographs of the images or the items that are depicted?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish. So strike ID for States Exhibit, what's marked for identification is items 109 through 135.
No objection. Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as a full exhibit.
So Mr. Orlowitz, switching now to the white metal ceiling, it's MER 3A and 3D. So metal ceiling, a vent, and a section of drywall. Did you have an opportunity to analyze those items?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, were you able to develop friction ridge details for those items?
I was able to document friction ridge detail on MER 3D, which was a section of drywall with metal framing, as well as MER 3A, which was a ceiling vent, a white ceiling vent.
And did you denote those friction ridge details in a particular way?
All of the friction ridge areas that I documented were designated with an L number. So L1 and so on as more would be documented.
And was that L1 through L13?
Yes, it was.
And so the image that we're looking at now, what are we looking at there?
This is an image that I took to show the rough location of the first area that I documented, L1, on exhibit MER 3D. So where the small adhesive tag with the ruler on it is, that's the rough location of L1.
And if you can just point that out on the screen there, Mr. Orlowitz. And so does that item, that sticker that you just pointed to, does it say something on it?
It says L1 on it. It's labeled.
And is that just another photo of L1?
Yes.
And what does this image show us?
This is showing the rough location of the next two areas that I documented, L2 and L3. They are similarly labeled as L1 with the small adhesive scales in this area.
So that's L2 and L3. Closer version.
Yes.
And those are the stickers that you mentioned.
Yes.
What does this image show us, Mr. Orlowitz?
This is showing the location of the next three areas that I documented, L4, L5, and L6 with their related labels.
And what does this image show us? Can you back up one? What does this image show us, Mr. Horowitz?
This is a different angle of those same three areas, L4 through L6.
Can you just point to the jury here?
This is L4, L5, and L6.
And what is this item?
This is exhibit MER 3A. This is that ceiling vent. This is a photo that I took to show the location of several designated areas that were on, I guess I would call it the underside of it. So the side that would typically be in a ceiling, not the visible side of it.
And can you identify in the photograph just each of the areas that you designated?
The areas present in this are excuse me, L7, L8, L9, and L10 in that corner. There's another tag over here, but I'm not sure what the designation is on that one.
Let's focus on L7 through L10.
This is a closer view of those same four areas from that front left corner in the previous photo.
And just for those in the back that can't see, can you just point out?
Again, L7, L8, L9, and L10, the furthest.
Which of those items had sufficient details that you can compare them to known impressions?
During my analysis, I determined that some of these areas had multiple sections of ridge detail in them. So they were subdivided out. So instead of just being L8, I subdivided out to L8A through L8E, for example. So 5 impressions in that one area. Of all the impressions that were present in this case, L6, L7B, L8A, L8D, L9, L11, L10A through L10C, and L13 were all determined to be sufficient to move on for comparison.
Okay. And this is showing States Exhibit 116. I want to take a look at the prints that you found, beginning with, you mentioned L7. I want to look at that first, and so it's blown up here. If you could point out L7 again, the friction.
L7 is in this area.
Okay, and what did you do with L7? How did you analyze it?
So again, moving back to how I described the analysis phase before, L7 particularly was 2 impressions. So I sub-designated those L7A and L7B. Looking at the details present, the level 1, 2, and 3 detail present in those 2 impressions, L7A I determined was not identifiable. So I would not be moving forward with that impression to comparison. There's not enough detail present in it that I believed was reliable to make any sort of conclusion with. L7B, on the other hand, I determined to be identifiable based on the detail present in it.
And just for those that can't see, can you point out those items, L7A and L7B?
L7A is the impression on the left of the photo, this area here. L7B is this impression on the right of the photo, this larger area.
And what analysis did those impressions undergo?
So the analysis that I'm doing for all of these impressions is the same as I've described before, looking at the 3 levels of detail, documenting detail that's present in them, particularly when I'm marking up an analysis image like this, I will mark level 2 features that are present, or if there are reliable, what I believe to be reliable level 3 features that are present in the impression, I'll mark those up as well. So I'll put like a small green dot at the end of an ending ridge or at a bifurcation or around a dot, or if there's a section with pores that I can see, I could shade that a different color. And I can use that group of features later in my comparison.
And can you show us where you did that in this image? And that for the record is referring to State's Exhibit 117.
There are very small green dots at the end of these ridges or these bifurcations that are present in this image.
And the large line at the top, what does that indicate?
The in my field, we would call that a horseshoe. The horseshoe line at the top of the impression means that I have deemed it to be identifiable. So any impression that has a horseshoe over it, it's denoting two things. One, that I've determined that that is a fingerprint impression specifically, so from a finger, as well as that I believe it's identifiable.
And what is written next to L7A?
Next to L7A is NI, is written NI, which stands for not identifiable.
With respect to L7B, what was your next step in that analysis?
The next step after analysis would be my comparison.
Okay, and let me stop you there. When you were analyzing the items that you received, did you have anything to compare those items to? Any known samples, known prints?
When the evidence came into the laboratory, I was not supplied any known impressions to compare to.
Okay, and I believe you're going to say the next step of your analysis, and I'm moving to State's Exhibit 118. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart. So this shows the latent image from the evidence on the left-hand side, and then the image on the right is from a record impression or exemplar impression. Excuse me. So comparing the feature, I'm in this image, I'm marking features that I marked in my analysis onto the record impression to determine if the two have enough similarity in order for me to establish an identification. And then I would create this chart showing the areas of correspondence that led me to my identification conclusion.
Were you able to identify the person that deposited that print?
Yes, I was.
And who was it that you identified?
Adam Montgomery.
And can you show the jurors the comparison? Stand up.
Got to remove her? Yes.
Mr. Orlowitz, at some point during your involvement on this matter, did you receive known prints for Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any other known prints?
I also received known prints of Kayla Montgomery.
And I believe you said you made a comparison and you received a result. Can you remind the jurors what that result was?
Yes. For this latent L7B, I identified the left middle finger of Adam Montgomery as the source.
And how many levels of detail are present in this analysis?
In this particular analysis, the levels of detail that I used were level 1 and level 2. The level 3 detail present in the latent impression was spotty or non-existent at best. And so not much of it was used, not much or any of it was used for the comparison phase.
And when you say L1 and L2, that's level 1 or level 2?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm just
Don't want to be
level 1
confused
and level
by-
2. I'm sorry about that.
And again, you mentioned level 3 being rare.
It is rare, yes.
Let's take a look at another print that you found. I want to focus on L8. Can you point the jurors where
This
L8?
is L8.
So I'm showing what's been published or admitted and published as State's Exhibit 119. What does this image show us, Mr. Rolowitz?
This is a photograph that I took of the latent area, L8. So there are multiple impressions present that I further sub-designated during my analysis, but this is a photo that I took during processing of that exhibit.
And those sub-designations, do you recall what they were?
Yes, they were L8A through L8E.
And does this image show an alternative light source?
It does, yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, why you use it?
An alternative light source is a forensic lighting application that is typically used in conjunction, at least in the laboratory, with a dye stain or some sort of fluorescent chemical. What this enables us to do is remove background color or pattern from the evidence in order to better visualize friction ridge detail that's been developed on that item.
And now this is State's Exhibit 120. What does this show us?
This is my analysis image of L8A through L8E.
And what was your analysis? What was the results? Were you able to develop? Go ahead.
Sorry. My initial analysis was that 3 areas were identifiable: L8A, L8C, and L8D, I believed to be identifiable. L8B and L8E, I determined to be not identifiable and would not be moving forward with those to comparison. During the course of my analysis, I reanalyzed L8C and determined that the detail present in that was not enough for me to reliably move forward with that impression to a comparison. So I determined that L8C was also not identifiable. And so now L8A and L8D are identifiable impressions.
And how did your analysis proceed with those items?
The same analysis methodology that I've been describing. These were all determined to be L8A and L8D were determined to be fingerprint impressions. That's the horseshoe over the top of both of them. So I would be comparing fingerprints to these.
And who did you compare those two?
I compared Adam Montgomery to these impressions.
And were you able to identify the L8A friction ridges from MER 3A?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify those to?
I identified those to Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
I believe the left middle.
And how many levels, with respect to L8A, how many levels of detail were present?
I'm not sure. Without looking at my chart, I'm not 100% sure. But in any latent impression, any of the 3 levels of detail can be present and can be used for a comparison. In most of these impressions, I was using level 1 and level 2 detail to arrive at my identifications.
With respect to L8D, were you able to identify friction ridge details from that item?
Yes, I was.
And who did you identify as the source of those?
I identified Adam Montgomery.
Which finger of Adam Montgomery?
The left little.
Let's look at another print that you found. This one, L9. This is State's Exhibit 121. Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is my analysis of L9. This impression I analyzed to be a simultaneous deposition, meaning that both areas present in this image are from one simultaneous touch. Both fingers came down at the same time and left these impressions. I determined that based on the angle of contact as well as deposition distortion present in the images. So this is a identifiable simultaneous fingers impression.
Can you show the jurors how that would occur using the screen there? The
Generally,
simultaneous
if
impression.
two fingers come down at the same time, in this case, at a higher angle of contact, both impressions will be left at the same time.
And how is this analyzed? How did you analyze it?
As I said, this I analyzed this to be a simultaneous fingers impression.
And who did you compare L9 friction ridge details to?
I compared this to Adam Montgomery.
What were the results of that comparison?
I identified Adam Montgomery, specifically his left middle and left ring fingers, as having made this simultaneous impression.
And I'm showing you States Exhibit 122. What is that showing the jurors?
This is my comparison chart of L9. So the latent impressions are the images at the top of the screen, and then the known record impressions are on the lower section.
You mentioned that these are Adam Montgomery's fingerprints. Which finger specifically from Adam Montgomery?
Specifically the left middle and left ring fingers.
I want to look at another print that you found. So I'll draw your attention to L10. Did you have an opportunity to analyze L10?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you analyzed it?
L10, I determined to be 3 separate fingerprint impressions. These fingerprint impressions, I decided that they were not simultaneous because of the angle of deposition and the almost impossibility of deposition simultaneously due to anatomical position of the fingers on the hand and the directionality that these were deposited in. So these were all designated separately, L10A, B, and C, and they're all horseshoed at the top to show that they're identifiable fingerprint impressions.
Okay, and the image that you just pointed out that has horseshoes at the top to show that they're identifiable, that image, you did those horseshoes at the top, is that correct?
Yes, I
That's
did.
part of your analysis?
Yes, the analysis images with any markings on them, I generate those at the laboratory as part of my analysis.
And here we're referring to States Exhibit 123. Did you have an opportunity to compare those items to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And whose known prints did you compare them to?
I compared these to Adam Montgomery.
And I want to go through each in turn. So let's start with L10A, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 124. What does this show us?
This is my comparison chart, the latent being on the left side, the known being on the right. This is my comparison of L10A to Adam Montgomery's left middle finger.
And Mr. Orlowitz, what was the result of your comparison of L10A?
This was an identification to Adam Montgomery,
Do you know which finger of Adam Montgomery's?
the left middle.
I'm showing you what's been published as States Exhibit 125. What does this image show us?
This is L10B, again, a comparison chart of the latent on the left, the known on the right, showing my identification conclusion.
Who did you compare L10B to?
I compared it to Adam Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
I identified L10B to the left index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to turn to States Exhibit 126. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart for L10C, latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion for that impression.
And what was your conclusion for that impression?
I identified L10C to Adam Montgomery's left little finger.
I want to look at another print you found. Turn your attention to L11, and here I'm looking at States Exhibit 127. What is this image showing us?
This is one of my processing images from processing the item of evidence MER3A that this latent L11 came from. This is just showing the latent in its entirety.
And how did you process this latent?
This latent itself, are you referring to the chemical processing or?
The chemical processing.
Chemical processing. This latent itself went through a process, well, this item itself, I'll say, went through a process called lumiscyanofuming. So it's a superglue fume that when heated up will polymerize on top of friction ridge detail present on an exhibit, present on an item, and it will leave a white residue, very light white residue on top of the ridges. This helps preserve them. It also helps make them more visible. Lumicyano also combines a fluorescent dye, so it can then later be visualized with an ALS, which I mentioned earlier, to help better visualize any prints present on that exhibit.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 128. What does State's Exhibit 128 show us?
This is my analysis image of that latent L11.
After analyzing L11, did you have an opportunity to compare it to any known prints?
Yes, I did.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 129. What does State's Exhibit 129 show us, Mr. Horowitz?
This is my comparison chart of L11. L11 was analyzed to be a palm print, not a fingerprint. So this is my comparison chart of L11 to Adam Montgomery's left palm.
What were the results of your comparison, Mr. Horowitz?
I reached an identification conclusion for
And
this.
who did you identify as the person that deposited that palm print?
Adam Montgomery,
And I'm sorry if I missed this, but which palm print was it of Adam Montgomery?
the left palm.
Mr. Horowitz, I want to look at another print that you found, and I want to turn your attention to L13. This is State's Exhibit 130. What does this image show us?
This is L13. This latent was also present on MER3A. This is another processing image from that exhibit, from that evidence.
Did you have an opportunity to analyze this?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about analyzing it?
My analysis for this, I determined that this was a latent fingerprint impression in the opposite orientation from what you see in this photo.
And turn into State's Exhibit 131. What are we looking at here?
This is my analysis image of latent L13. The horseshoe for this latent is near the bottom of the image. So this is telling me that I believe this is an identifiable fingerprint impression, but also showing that my theoretical directionality of up for this would be this way actually, so that the finger, if you can imagine my finger on the screen, it would be in this orientation.
Did you conduct a comparison of L13?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare that item to?
Adam Montgomery.
And I'm turning to State's Exhibit 132. What is this image showing us?
This is my comparison chart of L13. So latent on the left, known on the right. This shows my identification conclusion to the right index finger of Adam Montgomery.
I want to look at the final print that you found. So I want to turn your attention to L6, and this is State's Exhibit 133. Did you have an opportunity to process State's Exhibit 133, so L6?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
The exhibit that L6 was on was MER3D. This evidence was a large piece of drywall with metal framing on it. It was roughly 5 foot by 6 foot. It measured about that. I did a super glue fume, so similar to the lumicyano fume that I told you about earlier, but without the addition of the fluorescent dye step. So this was just with the super glue fume in order to process for these impressions.
Were you able to analyze this item?
Yes.
And I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 134, which I've put up on the screen. What does that show us?
This is my analysis image of latent L6. So I determined that these 4 touches, these 4 areas of friction-rich skin on this exhibit were one simultaneous impression. So all 4 of those fingers came down at the same time on the exhibit and left those 4 impressions.
Following your analysis, did you conduct a comparison of L6?
Yes, I did.
And who did you compare L6 to?
I compared to Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And what were the results of that comparison?
Both of them were excluded as having been the source of this impression.
And did you conduct further comparisons on this L6?
After reaching those exclusion conclusions, I ran this impression through our automated biometric identification system, or ABIS system, which is a repository of record impressions from local systems as well as national systems.
So I turn your attention to State's Exhibit 135. What does this image show us?
This is my comparison chart of L6 to known impressions of an individual who was a candidate on the search list that ABIS sent back to me after performing the search against the records. This candidate's name was Yared Luyano Mondrag. I identified this impression as having originated from that source.
So after looking at the entire ceiling paneling, the vents, there were only 2 individuals you were able to identify as having the positive prints on those items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors who those 2 individuals are?
Adam Montgomery and Yared Luyano Mondrag.
Are you aware that Yared Mondrag, Mr. Mondrag, was the drywall installer?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. No additional questions.
When you're ready, Attorney Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A couple of questions. One about the fingerprints that you just testified about identifying in a comparison to a person.
Yes.
Okay. You got a high degree of certainty that you've identified the right people, right?
Yes.
And for especially in some of those fingerprints that had that level 3.
I don't recall specifically using level 3 in any of my comparisons. They were also done in June 2022, so my memory may be a bit off.
In any event, a very, very high degree of certainty that Adam Montgomery's fingerprints were found on the metal ceiling vent, and then some on the metal that held the drywall together.
Yes.
Right? And then the other was somebody completely unrelated.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go back to the cooler. When you analyzed the cooler, did something happen while you were analyzing before you started your analysis of the cooler? Did somebody come in and do something in front of you?
Kevin McMahon, who was a serologist at the laboratory at the time, performed a serology examination on the cooler.
Okay. And this cooler, right now it's pretty dirty, right?
Yes.
And it's dirty because of the tools that you use to look for ridge detail, right?
Yes, I believe that's a portion of the residue that's left on that is from my processing.
Okay. So the reason that you would want somebody like a Kevin McMahon to come in and do serology is that you might actually be changing the condition of the cooler.
Yes, there's the potential that any processing I do could dilute or remove biological evidence that's present on an exhibit. So in the laboratory in general, and specifically for this case, serology would be conducted prior to latent print processing.
And the reason, well, and again, you do this so that if there's evidence on this cooler, it can be found, whether
Yes.
serology or fingerprint.
Yes.
The other is that you talked about different surfaces being good for fingerprints.
Yes.
Is this cooler? And I can bring it to you. I can put a glove on and bring it to you if you'd like.
That's okay.
Okay. Is this cooler good for that sort of finding rich detail and stuff?
The exterior of the cooler is textured, which is not the best type of substrate or surface to retain fingerprint detail. Like I said before, smooth surfaces are usually what's best.
Okay. So I can go and I can touch this cooler at the top and you may not be able to find my ridge detail.
That's correct.
Okay. How about the handle? So same thing? It's metalish.
There may be a potential to find friction ridge detail on something like that handle. It's smooth, but it being a handle gets handled a lot, which could potentially wipe off any friction ridge detail that was deposited prior.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. An object that is touched a lot might remove, smear, or change any ridge detail below it, right?
Yes, it may remove it completely.
And so you get an accumulation at some point and you may not even be able to identify the last person touching.
That's correct.
The metal ceiling vent and the drywall, did that go through a similar serology analysis before your fingerprint analysis?
Yes, they did.
And that was separate. It wasn't actually in your portion of the lab, right?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. And there's another item that you tested. Do you recall?
There was a small pink child's cup. I believe the agency item number was BEO 25.
Okay. And nothing there?
No friction ridge detail was documented or developed on that.
Okay. And was that a good surface to find fingerprints?
My recollection was that the exterior of the cup was fairly textured. There were some flat portions, but much of that cup, I think, was a textured surface.
Okay. So is it fair to say that none of the items that you tested raised a suspicion that they had been wiped or cleaned off?
No, I did not have that suspicion during my testing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Orlowitz, I just want to follow up on that last point. How would you know? How would you be able to see if things were wiped off?
During my processing, if wipe marks or drag marks became visible during the processing, that could potentially cue me off that something had at least been wiped across the surface.
And that wasn't present on the items that you analyzed?
I did not observe that.
With respect to the highly textured surfaces that you mentioned, how would you see those wipe marks in a highly textured surface like the cup that you mentioned or the cooler there?
It would be very difficult to see if any wipe marks were present on a textured surface.
Thank you. No additional questions.
but it's fair to say that you saw nothing to raise that suspicion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of our day today. I remind you, don't discuss the case with anybody, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't watch any social media, read any newspapers, look at any online coverage of this case. Avert your eyes. So we'll begin again tomorrow morning. Please be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Don't do any independent research. Thank you so much for your significant attention today. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please. All right, everybody. We'll see you in the morning. I don't know if we have somebody who's incarcerated who's coming. You're going to let me know before I say
Oh,
your
before
next
you have-
witness.
Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think there's just the one individual for transport for tomorrow. I don't know yet the order of the day. We have 2 other witnesses planned for today. We need to go back and figure out that order.
Okay. Okay.
Make sure that that person gets on and off tomorrow. So
Okay. Oh, you can all be seated. Just one last observation. It seems that there are some things that are being marked that either you may have had marked subsequent to the original marking for identification that hadn't been shown to the defense. Maybe I'm misreading that. I just seeing you bringing things over that are, new to the list. I just want to make sure. Are you seeing other than that fingerprint issue? Are you seeing everything in advance?
I think that there were some things that were marked this morning that we hadn't realized.
So I just want to say, if you know you're going to be using something and you're having our court monitor mark it, make sure that they see it. Okay, I think that's important. Just then they're not seeing it for the first time when it's being introduced. Okay, anything else? No.
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, hell, that's on Carol or Carolyn, whatever you want to call her. Mushroom haircut. That's on her. I just didn't realize. Well, there's a lot of shit you don't realize. I understand you're there to defend your client, but your client won't even show up. Anyone have a problem with that? Her client, she can't even produce her client. All right, you guys still hanging in there? At any time, you're like, look, I've had it. I'm not doing it. We'll switch gears and do something else. We'll do something in the morning and cover Harmony in the afternoon. I don't know. Whatever you guys want to do. Sarah said yes. Samantha said yes. All right. Well, tomorrow I've got it planned to be here. So, it has been hard. And no shit. Teardrops, fingerprints were all over the cooler and everywhere else. Of course. But you can't even produce your client? Wicklow said keep going. Well, thank you. Yes. We're going to keep going. We've been covering this case since January of 2022. But he already pled to tampering with the body. This is what he has pled to. Okay, count 1 is second-degree murder of Harmony. He didn't plead to that. Falsifying physical evidence. He pled guilty to that. Tampering with witnesses. He did not plead guilty to that. Abuse of a corpse. He pled guilty to that. So I'm not shocked that they have his fingerprints. his DNA. Boomer said, does the jury know why he's not there? I don't think the judge went through it with them and said, you know, he doesn't want his bunghole scratched. He doesn't want to get strip searched. It violates his constitutional rights. But he can lean back from the driver's seat and cause his daughter's demise because she messed herself. And I tell you what, I hope Caleb loses her little deal. I really do. I'm afraid if she does, it's going to cause a bigger mess. And I know people say all the time, oh, well, he's already in jail for 60 years. That's for guns. I don't care about him and his guns. There has got to be some justice for Harmony, because once he gets moved to another sect of the prison and people know who he is and what he did, what he's been found guilty of, he will squeal. Are they going to find Harmony looking the way that she was? No. No. Are they going to drain rivers and oceans? No, that can't happen. It seems that they had quite a good plan. And I hope everyone is paying attention. I know you guys are, but people that aren't in here. When people say, well, go ahead and prosecute without a body. See, the body is the crime scene. The body tells the story. Without the body, it is very hard to go forward. That's the reason that, you know, the people out in California that killed the West Boys, they have minimal sentences for what they did. So just take a deep breath, and we'll be back tomorrow. Again, thank you so much for your support of this channel, and I support you as well. You guys are amazing friends, and I'm just so happy to have you here. And the fact that you have hung on this long for this little girl that you don't know. Let's take a second to remember Harmony. I hope you have a blessed rest of your Valentine's Day. If I don't see you in Discord or one of the Facebook groups, then I will see you back here bright and early tomorrow. Remember, if you would like to become a member of the channel, we would love to have you. We would love to have you. We have a very important members live coming up, and I would love to see all of you in there. OJ will not be scratching me on it. There's something else going on. Thank you so much. Truthfully, you guys are the best chat and best community on YouTube. I'll see you back here tomorrow.